The story follows a lone adventurer who defied a forbidden law. According to an ancient nobleman's diary, consuming monsters was considered a grave taboo in this world. For a human to ingest a monster meant absorbing its dark essence. The first symptom of this curse was a surge of indescribable euphoria, coupled with an immediate enhancement of physical strength. The second stage brought unbearable headaches, intense nausea, and a state of overwhelming intoxication. But the final, and perhaps deadliest, symptom was instant death upon consuming the monster's essence, or, worse yet, the transformation of the person into a monster themselves. In the dimly lit chamber deep within the labyrinth, a man sat atop the lifeless body of a monster, his hand crushed and mangled. He was relentlessly devouring the creature's flesh. As he finished the last bite, his wounds began to miraculously heal. In that instant, he gained 2 new skills, Roar and Battle Axe. Overcome with fury, he unleashed a deafening roar, his voice resonating through the darkness. The sound echoed throughout the labyrinth, alerting every nearby monster to his presence. Upon hearing the man's roar, the nearby monsters charged toward him, intent on killing him. As they lunged at him, the man swiftly drew his axe and began his bloody rampage, slaughtering every creature that rushed his way. No matter how fiercely the monsters attacked, he dispatched them instantly with powerful swings of his weapon. With each kill, he devoured their remains, absorbing their essence into his body. As he consumed more, he gained new skills, further enhancing his strength and fueling his relentless massacre. As the man continued his relentless slaughter, he gained a multitude of new skills, including agility boost, lightning cloak, poison mist, and thread manipulation, among others. He skillfully employed each ability to aid him in his fight against the seemingly endless monsters. Despite his immense power and the numerous skills at his disposal, the sheer number of monsters began to wear him down, and fatigue started to set in. Confident he had slain enough to escape the labyrinth, he paused for a moment, only to realize that countless more monsters still surrounded him, closing in from all sides. As the man stood surrounded by the approaching monsters, he made a firm resolve. In that moment, he vowed to himself that he would kill every last one of them, escape the labyrinth alive, and return home safely, no matter the cost. In the frontier city of Bologna, a territory dotted with numerous labyrinths, one stood out among the rest, the miasma labyrinth. The very air inside it relentlessly sapped the strength of any adventurer who dared to enter. Most avoided the place, despising the constant drain on their abilities, except for one man, Rude. Rude frequently ventured into the labyrinth, unbothered by its dangers. Over time, the other adventurers began to call him the miasma scavenger, for his fearless persistence in exploring its depths. As Rude stepped into the miasma labyrinth, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had made it to the 6th floor, and as he surveyed the ground, he was pleased to find an abundance of miasma grass growing there. This rare herb, known for its ability to purify miasma, was an invaluable source of income for him. However, Rude reminded himself not to be greedy. He resolved to harvest only what he needed, taking just the right amount to ensure the labyrinth could replenish its supply. As Rude surveyed the miasma grass, he smiled, knowing that the harvest from the 6th floor would sustain him for about 3 days. As he continued through the labyrinth, he encountered miasma rats scurrying about. Many of the monsters in the miasma labyrinth wielded miasma and poison, which contributed to the adventurer's aversion to the place. However, these miasma and poison attacks were ineffective against Rude, who was impervious to their effects. Rude rushed toward the miasma rats, determined to eliminate them. However, as he fought, he began to struggle against the overwhelming number of rats swarming the area. Just as he was grappling with the situation, an unknown adventurer arrived and cast a fireball to help him. Unfortunately, the spell missed its target, allowing the rat to escape. Stunned and confused, Rude sat on the ground, trying to make sense of the unexpected intervention. Rude turned to the direction from which the fireball had come and saw 3 adventurers standing there. Recognizing their faces from the Adventurers Guild, he felt a surge of annoyance at their presence. At that moment, one of the 3 adventurers turned to the one who had cast the fireball and suggested that he should have aimed closer to ensure the spell hit its target. At that moment, one of the 3 adventurers extended a hand to help Rude up and apologized for the mishap. He introduced himself and asked Rude's name. Noting that Rude appeared to be struggling against the miasma rats, the adventurer explained that he and his companions had only intended to assist him in the fight. Rude, brushing off the adventurer's offer of help, got up on his own. He thanked the adventurer for his concern but requested that he be given a warning before any actions that might endanger him. Annoyed, the adventurer snapped that the reason he had shouted, "Fireball," was precisely to alert Rude before casting the spell. As they were talking, one of the three adventurers opened a door and informed the other two that the room beyond was filled with miasma grass. The other two adventurers were thrilled and excited by the news, but Rude was displeased by what he had just heard. Rude then asked why they had been secretly following him through the labyrinth and suggested they might be after his harvesting spot. One of the adventurers, looking irritated, explained that they were simply adventurers trying to make a living in the labyrinth and had coincidentally crossed paths with Rude. He added that they had merely come to his aid while saving him from the miasma rats and that Rude should be grateful for their assistance. The three adventurers glared at Rude with expressions of disgust and menace, fully aware that he was powerless to retaliate even if he was in the right. After some careful thought, Rude approached them, apologized for accusing them of following him, and thanked them for their help against the miasma rats. He understood that, despite his grievance, he had no means to confront them and thus decided to go along with the situation. Back in Bologna, at a restaurant called Full Belly, Rude was thrown to the floor by two men. One of them scolded Rude, saying that his presence in the restaurant ruined the taste of the food with his unpleasant smell. The man told Rude that he was banned from entering the establishment because Rude clearly couldn't understand how disruptive his smell was to other customers. At that moment, one of the men looked at Rude and said that a true adventurer was someone who could defeat monsters. He sneered, telling Rude that with his worthless skill, abnormal status nullification, he would never be able to become a real adventurer, no matter how hard he tried. The two men laughed loudly as they taunted Rude, who could only stand there in silence, unable to respond. Abnormal status nullification was Rude's unique ability. While it was useful for exploring the miasma labyrinth, it had a significant drawback. It did not provide Rude with the combat skills needed to defeat monsters, which are essential for any adventurer. As a result, Rude, lacking any offensive skills, was not welcomed in any adventuring party. His inability to contribute in battles and his reliance on scavenging the labyrinth's lower levels led to his being labeled as the miasma scavenger. This title reflected both his skills' limitations and his role in searching for items in the labyrinth's depths. Ultimately, Rude's ineffective skill caused him to be seen as an outcast rather than a true adventurer. At that moment, Rude reflected on his situation, feeling frustrated that, as a grown man, he still had to fight life or death battles against mere rats. He returned to his inn and lay down on his bed, troubled by the thought that he might continue to live his life as the miasma scavenger. Rude was disheartened by the realization that no one saw him as a true adventurer or respected him. Instead, he was always treated poorly. The next day, Rude arrived at the Adventurers Guild. As he entered, he thought about finding a new patch of miasma grass in a different location, as he still had some money left from the miasma grass he had sold the previous day. Noticing the unusually loud commotion in the guild, Rude wondered what was causing all the noise. Rude approached one of the staff members at the Adventurers Guild and asked if she had any good job requests or tasks to recommend. Upon recognizing him, the woman addressed him as the miasma scavenger and informed him that a new labyrinth had been discovered. Rude was stunned by the news. A newly discovered labyrinth meant it would be filled with untapped treasures and magical items. It was a golden opportunity for any adventurer, and Rude was thrilled at the prospect. He saw it as a chance to change his life and escape his current status. Rude then realized why the guild was so noisy. Everyone was excited about the newly discovered labyrinth. As he surveyed the bustling room, the woman interrupted him, noting that the price of the miasma herb, which Rude typically brought in, would begin to drop immediately. Rude was initially puzzled but soon became worried upon hearing the woman's comment. He asked her why the price of the miasma herb would decrease. The woman explained that the miasma labyrinth had never been particularly popular, and with adventurers now flocking to the newly discovered labyrinth, there would be little demand for the miasma herb. Consequently, prices for the herb were expected to drop. As Rude contemplated his options, the woman added that the new labyrinth was located in the Avellino Mountains and that he would not be allowed to enter. Shocked by this news, Rude asked why he was barred from exploring the new labyrinth. The woman showed him a poster that outlined the entry requirements. Adventurers needed to be D rank or higher to gain access. Since Rude was only an E rank adventurer, he did not meet the qualifications to enter the new labyrinth. Looking worried, Rude told the woman that he was determined to explore the new labyrinth. He asked if there was any way he could qualify to enter. The woman sighed and explained that the rules were strict, and he needed to meet the requirements to gain entry. She added that even if Rude somehow managed to get in, he would likely perish in vain due to his lack of strength and the absence of a party to support him. Without the necessary combat skills and allies, he would be left to face the labyrinth's dangers alone. Rude couldn't dispute the woman's words. She spoke the truth about his situation. At that moment, an adventurer named Bear approached from behind and suggested that if Rude was so determined to explore the new labyrinth, he should join Bear's team as a porter. Bear smiled at Rude, while Rude looked back at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. After a short while, Rude found himself in a carriage with Bear's team, en route to the newly discovered labyrinth. Breaking the silence, Bear turned to Rude and expressed his pleasure at having met him. He explained that he had been looking for someone to help carry materials from the new labyrinth but had struggled to find anyone. Bear was relieved and happy to have found Rude for the task. Rude, meanwhile, reflected that Bear's difficulty in finding a porter might be due to all the adventurers flocking to the new labyrinth, making it hard to secure one. As Rude pondered this, one of Bear's companions, a red-haired woman named Sasha, voiced her concern. She asked Bear why they were bringing a miasma scavenger, like Rude, and suggested they should have chosen a different porter. Another companion, a heavily built man named Rick, agreed, questioning Bear's decision and implying they should have found someone more qualified than Rude. Bear then addressed his two companions, telling them not to speak badly about Rude. He explained that, given Rude's experience as an adventurer, it was preferable to have him accompany them rather than a less experienced newcomer. Shifting the topic, Bear turned to Rude and apologized for not properly introducing himself earlier. He introduced himself as Bear, the leader of the Scarlet Sword group, and also introduced Rude to his companions, Sasha, the red-haired woman, and Rick, the large-built man. Bear then informed Rude that the three of them were D-rank adventurers. In response, Rude introduced himself, stating that he was an E-rank adventurer. Bear expressed a desire to learn more about Rude's status before they entered the new labyrinth and asked if Rude would be willing to show him his guild card. Rude complied, taking out his guild card and presenting it to Bear. On Rude's guild card, it was noted that he was a level 7 E-rank adventurer with 4 types of skills. Bear, examining the card, inquired if Rude could use fire magic, as one of his skills was indeed fire magic. Rude explained that his fire magic was too weak to be effective in combat but mentioned that it proved useful in dark places and for cooking food. Bear, smiling, reassured Rude that despite its limited power, the skill still had its uses. A few moments later, the 4 of them arrived at the new labyrinth. Bear, Rick, and Sasha were buzzing with excitement as they stood before the entrance. Bear announced that they had reached the newly discovered Avalio labyrinth. Sasha, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked that it seemed they might be among the first to arrive. However, Rick quickly urged everyone not to waste any time and to start exploring the labyrinth immediately. As they opened the door, they were surprised to find that the labyrinth was already teeming with adventurers. Hundreds of adventurers were already inside, busy collecting loot and making the labyrinth feel crowded. Sasha, seeing the crowds, was disappointed and frustrated. She had expected to be among the first to enter the labyrinth, but it was clear they were not. Bear, noting the situation, informed his team that it appeared most of the first layer of the labyrinth had already been thoroughly explored. He warned that if they stayed in the first layer, they would likely find little to no loot. Rick reassured Sasha, telling her not to be disheartened and suggesting they should head to the deeper levels that hadn't yet been explored by other adventurers. Sasha agreed, excited at the prospect of exploring uncharted areas. Just then, Rude interrupted, pointing out that since this was a newly discovered labyrinth, it would be wiser to map out the first layer thoroughly before venturing into the deeper levels. As Rude made his suggestion, Sasha and Rick rudely interrupted him, dismissing his input and stating that they had no intention of taking advice from a porter. They added that Rude was not in a position to offer opinions. Rick further commented that this was why Rude remained an E-rank adventurer. At that moment, Bear stepped in, telling Sasha and Rick to stop criticizing Rude. He reminded them that Rude meant no harm with his suggestion and that they should consider his input. Although Bear intervened to stop Sasha and Rick's criticism, he did agree with their perspective. He told Rude that if they continued to focus on the first layer, they wouldn't achieve significant results. Bear explained that to find truly valuable and unique treasures, they needed to delve into the deeper levels of the labyrinth. After a while, the four of them reached the fourth level of the labyrinth. As they fought monsters, Rude struggled to defend himself, while the other three found it relatively easy to handle the creatures on this level. Rick, smiling, told Rude not to be intimidated by the smaller monsters. As Rude watched them, he thought to himself that Bear, Rick, and Sasha were far stronger than he was, easily handling the monsters he was struggling to fight. Rude felt overwhelmed and nervous, unable to move his hands or face the monsters effectively. He was unable to contribute to the battle or assist the others in any way. After a while, the three had successfully defeated all the monsters in the area. Sasha remarked that it was a good decision to venture to the deeper levels and added that it was a relief to find no other adventurers in their current level. Bear agreed, noting that while the monsters were not very strong, they had also discovered some treasures on the fourth level of the labyrinth. At that moment, Rick shouted at Rude, demanding that he collect the materials from the monsters Rick had defeated as well. Rude replied that he couldn't collect the materials because they were too damaged, with the monster stones shattered. Rick, visibly annoyed, insisted that Rude should still check the materials, as there might be some that were intact. Rick also reminded Rude not to slack off, emphasizing that as their porter, and being only an E-rank adventurer and a miasma scavenger, it was his responsibility to perform his duties. Although Rude was reluctant to listen to Rick, he couldn't go against him after witnessing Rick's strength in combat. Hesitantly, Rude acknowledged Rick's command and agreed to collect the materials from the monsters Rick had killed. As Rude approached one of the monsters, he saw that the creatures Rick had killed were mangled, their guts and blood creating a terrible stench. Rude wondered why Rick had been so brutal in his method of killing. At that moment, he activated his fire magic, thinking it would be easier to retrieve the materials if he burned some of the monsters' bodies to make the collection process less unpleasant. Seeing Rude burning the monsters, Rick commented to the other two that Rude might be doing so to eat the monster meat. He added that, having been on the exploration for a while, he was starting to feel hungry and found the idea of monster meat somewhat appealing. Sasha, however, urged Rick to stop mentioning it, as the thought of eating monster meat grossed her out. Sasha reminded Rick that it was considered taboo for adventurers to eat monster meat because the monster's magic could be absorbed into their bodies, with unpredictable effects. Rick, smiling, reassured Sasha that he was only joking. He added that once they returned, he planned to use the money he had earned to enjoy as much delicious food as he wanted. But as Rick was saying that, the group suddenly became tense when they heard a powerful roar echoing through the labyrinth. Turning to face the source of the sound, they were stunned to see a towering minotaur standing before them. This B-rank monster was an alarming sight, as minotaurs were typically found in much deeper levels of the labyrinth, not the shallow fourth layer they were currently exploring. The group was thrown into disarray, realizing that they were severely outmatched. Each member knew that defeating a B-rank monster was far beyond their capabilities, given their lower levels and current state. They needed to quickly come up with a plan or find a way to escape, as the odds of facing the Minotaur head-on were overwhelmingly against them. At that moment, Bear shouted at Rude, demanding that he hand over his backpack so Bear could use its contents to deal with the Minotaur. Rude quickly complied, passing the backpack to Bear. He then asked Bear what their plan was to handle the situation and if Bear had any strategy in mind. However, as Bear received the backpack, he smiled menacingly. Without warning, he swung his sword and slashed Rude's back, causing Rude to fall to the ground, in pain and bleeding heavily. Bear's sinister grin revealed that his plan was far from what Rude had anticipated. Bear, after slashing Rude, called out to Rick and Sasha. Rick immediately responded by throwing an axe-like object and activating its spell, Warrior's Encouragement. This spell redirected the Minotaur's focus, making Rude, who was writhing on the ground in pain, the target of the monster's attacks. Meanwhile, Sasha activated her spell haste on herself, Rick, and Bear, boosting their running speed so they could escape from the Minotaur. Lying on the floor in agony, Rude asked the three if they had planned to abandon him from the very beginning. Bear, with a menacing smile, confirmed that Rude had been brought along solely as bait and that they had always intended to leave him behind. Rude was stunned by the revelation. As Bear, Rick, and Sasha fled, they told Rude to buy them some time while they escaped. Overwhelmed with rage, Rude screamed and cursed them for using him as bait and leaving him to die while they ran to safety. At that moment, the Minotaur's attention locked onto Rude due to the spell. Panic surged through Rude as he struggled to figure out his next move. The Minotaur unleashed a devastating blow to the ground, propelling Rude into the air. Though Rude managed to narrowly evade the attack, a pained smile crossed his face. Despite his successful dodge, he knew deep down that escaping the Minotaur was futile. The odds were stacked against him, and he braced himself for the inevitable. At that moment, the Minotaur launched itself with immense force toward Rude, crashing through the wall and sending them both into a new room. The impact was so powerful that the wall shattered, and they found themselves in an entirely different chamber. However, the room had a large hole in the floor, and both Rude and the Minotaur plunged into it. Moments later, Rude lay on the ground, racked with pain, slowly regaining consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if he was still alive. At that moment, Rude glanced to the side and saw that he was lying on top of the Minotaur's body. He realized that they had fallen through the hole together, and the Minotaur's body had cushioned his landing, saving him from a more severe impact. However, Rude's relief was short-lived as he grimly acknowledged that, even if the Minotaur had died, it was only a matter of time before he would meet the same fate. Rude thought to himself that even if no other monsters appeared, he would still face death from blood loss or starvation. Lying atop the Minotaur's body, he felt an intense hunger and longed for something to eat. As he considered the possibility of consuming the monster, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Eating a monster could only lead to disaster. Despite this, Rude couldn't shake the memory of a man from his childhood who had once told him never to give up, no matter how tough or painful life became. Motivated by that memory, Rude resolved to survive against the odds and began to eat the Minotaur's body. If a human depleted of magic consumes the meat of a magic-rich monster, the monster's magic particles will invade their body, leading to a condition known as the monsterized state, a fate more terrifying than death itself, as it resembles being poisoned from within. This dreadful transformation has long been considered a taboo. However, in a desperate gamble to recover the blood he had lost and to quell his hunger, Rude devoured the Minotaur, triggering an unexpected transformation within him. Moments later, Rude stood up and began wandering through the labyrinth, dragging an axe in his hand. Upon closer inspection, his eyes had turned red, and he now resembled a monster, seemingly unable to control himself due to the Minotaur's magic coursing through him after consuming its flesh. At that instant, Rude activated his skill, Roar, sending a wave of intimidation through the area. The nearby monsters, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the skill, instantly perished. At that moment, Rude activated his skill, Physical Boost, temporarily enhancing his physical strength. Empowered by the skill, he swiftly killed all the nearby monsters with a single strike. He then activated echolocation, a skill that allowed him to detect creatures in his surroundings, even in complete darkness. As the skill revealed a swarm of monsters approaching, Rude prepared for battle, a grin spreading across his face. He taunted the monsters, asking which of them would be the next to be eaten. At that moment, Rude went berserk, launching into a killing spree, annihilating every monster that dared to attack him. As he fought, he realized that the battle axe he had picked up after Rick discarded it fit perfectly in his hand. He also noticed he could sense the monster's magic without even needing to see them. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Rude continued his rampage, slaughtering every monster in his path and devouring their flesh. With each one he consumed, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body, growing stronger with every kill. Rude grinned with excitement, feeling an immense surge of power flowing through his body. He knew he could easily defeat all the monsters attacking him. After a few moments, his killing spree came to an end, and he found himself standing before the exit door of the labyrinth. As he pushed it open, he stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. A smile spread across his face as he realized he was finally out of the labyrinth, finally free. With a burst of exhilaration, Rude shouted in triumph, proclaiming loudly that he had survived the labyrinth. Moments later, in the Adventurers Guild, a tense atmosphere filled the room as everyone present appeared worried. A man stood before Bear, Sasha, and Rick, questioning them. This man was Lankars, the guild master of the Bologna branch. After hearing their report about the events in the labyrinth, Lankars informed Bear that he had gathered all the adventurers who had been in the labyrinth, except for Rude, who had been part of their group. With a heavy and regretful expression, Bear told Lankars that when they reached the 4th floor and encountered the Minotaur, Rude had been killed before they even had a chance to protect him. Bear continued his lie, adding that they deeply regretted not recognizing the danger of the 4th floor sooner, which led to Rude's death. Rick and Sasha, meanwhile, put on sorrowful expressions, pretending as if they had genuinely tried to help Rude. After hearing Bear's account, Lankars nodded and said he understood the situation. He then announced that from that moment on, entry into the new labyrinth would be prohibited, as it was too dangerous for adventurers to explore with so little known about it. At that moment, Rude entered the Adventurers Guild, and a wave of shock swept through the room. Everyone had believed Rude had perished in the labyrinth. Bear, Rick, and Sasha were the most stunned, unable to comprehend how the person they had abandoned to die was now standing before them, seemingly unharmed. Bear quickly approached Rude, feigning relief as he said, "I'm so glad you're alive." Leaning in closer, Bear whispered in Rude's ear, warning him that if he said anything unnecessary, he would kill him. Rick and Sasha then joined Bear, smiling with exaggerated excitement as they asked if Rude was all right. Sasha added that they had tried to return for him, but the labyrinth had sealed itself, preventing any chance of helping him. Rude, however, remained silent, saying nothing in response to their lies. At that moment, Bear abruptly changed the subject and excitedly suggested that they celebrate Rude's survival of the Minotaur attack and successful escape from the labyrinth. He proposed they move the celebration to a different location, as the Adventurers Guild was not suitable for such an occasion. However, just as the group was about to leave the guild, they were stunned to find themselves unable to move. Rude seized the opportunity to speak up, declaring loudly that Bear, Sasha, and Rick had used Rick as a pawn in the labyrinth. The crowd was taken aback by Rude's revelation, while Bear, in a state of panic, frantically searched for a way to handle the situation. Bear, now visibly panicked, approached Rude and asked him to clarify what he meant, claiming he didn't understand Rude's accusations. Lankars interrupted, demanding an explanation from Rude about what he had meant when he said that Rick, Bear, and Sasha had used him as a pawn. Rude turned to Lankars and revealed that Bear had stolen his supplies and attacked him from behind. He further explained that Rick had used a skill to lure the Minotaur towards Rude, while Sasha had cast haste on everyone except Rude, allowing them to escape while leaving him behind as bait. The three accused individuals were now in a state of panic as Rude's revelations about their actions unfolded. In a state of panic, Bear turned to Lankars, insisting that they had done nothing wrong and that Rude's accusations were false. As Bear spoke, Lankars informed him that they would uncover the truth. At that moment, a woman approached them, the truth officer. The three were astonished and alarmed to see the truth officer, who rarely left the royal capital, present in the Adventurers Guild. Lankars then explained that, due to the unusually high number of deaths among the porters who had temporarily joined their party, he had called in the truth officer to investigate the matter thoroughly. The three became even more frantic upon hearing Lankars's explanation, while Rude remained calm, knowing the trouble Bear, Rick, and Sasha were about to face. The truth officer, maintaining a cold, neutral expression, examined the group and used her spell to determine who was truthful. She announced that Bear, Rick, and Sasha from the Scarlet Sword were lying, while Rude was telling the truth. The revelation shocked everyone, and Bear, now in a state of panic, desperately pointed at the truth officer and accused her of being wrong. He shouted that she didn't understand what had truly happened and that she was lying. At that moment, Lankars informed everyone that the truth officer's skill was exceptionally rare. He explained that such a skill could not be acquired later in life and was as effective as a unique skill, with no lie able to bypass it. Landkars emphasized that nothing could be more reliable than the words of someone who had pledged their power to the country, directing a look of anger at Bear as he spoke. Bear, overwhelmed by the revelation, could only stare in panic, unable to find a response. Landkars then shouted at the three, condemning them for violating the adventurer's taboo of abandoning a comrade. He accused them of intentionally injuring their allies and using them as disposable pawns. Landkars further declared that, even if their crimes were thoroughly investigated, it was certain their adventurer qualifications would be revoked and they would be reduced to slavery. Sasha screamed in fear at the prospect, while Rick stood in stunned disbelief, unable to process the gravity of their situation. Upon hearing Landkars's words, Bear clenched his fists and muttered quietly that he refused to believe someone like him could become a slave. His gaze turned to the truth officer with anger as he thought that if she hadn't been present, they might have escaped the consequences. In a fit of rage, Bear drew his sword and swung it at the truth officer, intent on killing her. The onlookers were shocked by the sudden violence, but just as Bear was about to strike, Rude intervened, stepping between them and blocking the attack with his own sword. With a fierce look of anger, Rude told Bear that he should not dare to harm the truth officer. Bear was stunned that Rude had managed to block his attack. In retaliation, Rude threw a powerful punch that sent Bear flying backward. The force of the punch was so immense that Bear crashed through the wall of the Adventurers Guild and was propelled a considerable distance away. Rick and Sasha watched in shock, unable to comprehend the extent of Rude's power. Meanwhile, Rude stood confidently, clearly satisfied with his decisive action against Bear. A short while later, in the Adventurers Guild reception room, Rude and Landkars were conversing. Landkars apologized to Rude for any inconvenience, noting that he might be tired after everything that had happened in the labyrinth. Rude assured the guild master that he was fine and then inquired about the fate of the other three. Landkars explained that they would be taken into custody by the staff and subjected to interrogation. He added that if it was confirmed they were repeat offenders who had used their porters as bait, the members of the Scarlet Sword would forfeit all their possessions and adventurer qualifications, and would be reduced to slavery. Landkars then informed Rude that Bear had even defied the truth officer, so he likely wouldn't be seen again. He also told Rude that the three members of the Scarlet Sword had forfeited all their rights to the profits from the new labyrinth. As a result, Landkars said that Rude would now receive all the rewards. Rude was stunned to hear that he would be awarded 200,000 reins, the entire sum from the new labyrinth's rewards previously meant for the three. The news left Rude astonished at the substantial reward he was now receiving all on his own. After a few moments, Rude stepped out of the reception room and stood outside, grinning with excitement. He thought to himself that with this much money, he could easily cover his living expenses. Rude realized that accumulating such an amount through diligent gathering of miasma grass would take a long time, so he appreciated how being an adventurer could yield substantial rewards. As he walked, he noticed that no other adventurers were approaching him. Rude speculated that this might be because they had witnessed his earlier actions. He considered that even if they didn't approach him in the future, it didn't necessarily mean they would be friendly. Rude then thought to himself that if he stood out too much, many adventurers might find his sudden rise in status suspicious. He decided that he would continue earning in the miasma labyrinth as before. Resolving not to dwell on the past, Rude was determined to move forward. With his new wealth, he could finally afford some gear and enjoy the freedom to eat whatever he wanted. Excited about his plans, Rude decided to visit a tool shop first to buy the gear he needed. As he wandered through the market, Rude noticed a magic bag that caught his interest. He decided to get something to eat before focusing on anything else. The next day, Rude returned to the miasma labyrinth and resumed hunting rats. He found it surprising how easily he could defeat the miasma rats now, in contrast to before. Rude sighed, reflecting on how just the day before yesterday, he would have had to avoid 5 of these rats, but now he could take them down effortlessly. At that moment, Rude used his skill appraisal to examine the miasma rats and check their status. He was pleased to discover that his appraisal skill allowed him to view each monster's stats with ease. Rude realized that the skill he had gained from consuming a specific monster could be used not only on living monsters but also on their corpses. At that moment, Rude wondered how much his status had improved. He reflected on how easily he had defeated the rats and guessed that his level might not have increased significantly, perhaps only reaching level 20. Curious, he opened his status screen. To his astonishment, Rude found that his level had risen to 42. Not only that, but his health, strength, endurance, and agility had all seen substantial increases. Shocked by the rapid progression, considering he had been level 7 just a day ago, Rude realized this was an exceptional occurrence. Deciding to investigate further, he decided to check the new skills he had acquired. As Rude reviewed his newly acquired skills, he was thrilled to discover that he had gained many of them. Excited by the prospect, he recalled that the walls broken during his battle with the Minotaur had since been sealed, and the new labyrinth would remain closed for some time. Deciding to explore the miasma labyrinth lightly for the day, Rude was eager to test his newfound power. He couldn't wait to see how effective his abilities would be on the deeper floors. Additionally, he had purchased the magic bag he had noticed earlier and wanted to select the right monster for his first trial. After careful consideration, Rude decided to venture into the deeper levels of the miasma labyrinth. He easily conquered the 6th floor, and then proceeded to the 9th and 13th floors. As he fought the monsters on these floors, Rude realized they were insufficiently challenging for his newfound strength. Determined to find more suitable prey for testing his powers, he pressed on. Moments later, Rude reached the 24th floor of the labyrinth. As he traversed this level, he encountered a monster. Hiding from view, Rude used his skill appraisal to examine the monster's status. He discovered that it was a lizard soldier, level 25, of the dragon tribe, and it possessed 3 types of skills. Seeing the status of the lizard soldier, Rude noted that it was typically part of a group and fought in coordination with its companions. However, since only one lizard soldier was present, Rude decided it was worth challenging. He stealthily approached from behind, drew his sword, and struck the lizard soldier in the back. Though the blow caused injury, it wasn't enough to finish the lizard soldier off. Rude smiled, thinking that the lizard soldier wasn't too formidable. He resolved to make sure his next strike would not miss. At that moment, the injured lizard soldier tried to flee in desperation. Rude gave chase, calling out for it to stop. After a while, the lizard soldier reached a dead end with no further escape routes. As Rude closed in, he told the lizard soldier that it had no chance to escape. However, when the lizard soldier turned to face Rude, it no longer seemed intimidated. At that moment, Rude realized he was in serious trouble. Looking behind him, he saw more lizard soldiers surrounding him, and it dawned on him that he had walked into a trap. Despite the level difference, the situation was dire. One of the lizard soldiers swung its sword at Rude, but he managed to dodge the attack just in time. Rude quickly assessed the situation and concluded that, given the trap and the numerical disadvantage, his only option was to defeat the lizard soldiers one by one. At that moment, Rude struck one of the lizard soldiers, sending it sprawling to the ground. As he moved in to finish it off, another lizard soldier intervened, using its shield to block Rude's attack. Rude was taken aback by the lizard soldier's timely defense. Just then, another lizard soldier attacked Rude from behind. However, Rude managed to evade the incoming strike with quick reflexes. As Rude surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that he was surrounded by numerous lizard soldiers. He thought to himself that, while these monsters were skilled at teamwork, he hadn't expected them to execute such sophisticated ambush tactics or coordinate their movements at such a high level. As Rude considered his options and continued fighting the lizard soldiers, he noticed a high-pitched sound that seemed to precede their coordinated attacks. Looking further, he spotted a red-colored lizard soldier standing at a distance, observing the battle. Rude used his appraisal skill to assess the red lizard soldier. He discovered that it was a general lizard, level 32, belonging to the beast species. Among its many skills, the most notable was command, which allowed it to direct the other lizard soldiers according to its will. Rude smiled with excitement as he realized he had identified the leader of the lizard soldiers. At that moment, the general lizard let out a fierce roar, prompting all the other lizard soldiers to launch a coordinated attack against Rude. Unbothered, Rude activated his physical boost skill, channeling immense power into his strikes. He pushed through the swarm of lizard soldiers and charged straight toward the general lizard. As Rude sliced at the general lizard, he was stunned to find that his attack did no damage. It seemed to have no effect on the creature. The General Lizard retaliated with a powerful sword strike, and realizing he couldn't block the blow, Rude activated his steel body skill. The General Lizard's attack failed to harm him. With a confident smile, Rude addressed the General Lizard, declaring that it wasn't the only one with a trump card. He had one of his own. Rude used his appraisal skill once more, perplexed by the fact that his attack had no visible effect on the General Lizard despite the clear impact he felt. He checked the General Lizard's status and saw that it didn't have any skills enhancing its durability. Rude speculated that another lizard might be using a skill to protect the General Lizard. As he continued to appraise the lizard soldiers, Rude noticed one that was gravely injured. Checking its status, he discovered that it had a skill called Substitute, which absorbed the damage meant for the General Lizard, thereby shielding it from harm. At that moment, Rude swiftly moved to the lizard soldier with the Substitute skill and eliminated it instantly. With its protection gone, the General Lizard was thrown into a state of panic, realizing it could no longer withstand Rude's attacks. Roaring in frustration, the General Lizard ordered all the remaining lizard soldiers to attack Rude simultaneously. But just as they closed in, Rude activated his thread manipulation skill. Rude quickly gathered all the lizard soldiers into one spot, making it easier for him to handle them. He then cast his spell, ensnaring the lizard soldiers in a trap that immobilized them completely. With a satisfied smile, Rude turned to the General Lizard and declared that its end had come. He then swiftly severed the General Lizard's head from its body. After a few moments, Rude had dispatched all the lizard soldiers in the area. He smiled to himself, knowing it was time to eat the monsters he had slain. He reached into his magic bag, which he had purchased with the reward money from the guild. The magic bag, enchanted to expand its space and reduce the weight of its contents when closed, was now a vital tool for him. Rude then retrieved his cooking utensils and seasonings from the bag, preparing to cook the monster meat from the creatures he had just defeated. Rude reflected on his time in the hidden floors, where his only focus had been survival. Despite his desperation, he had always harbored a desire to try cooking monster meat. Now, having prepared it, he admired how appetizing the meat looked and anticipated that it would taste exceptional. Rude eagerly grabbed a piece and took a bite, smiling with pleasure as he discovered that the flavor was indeed superb. The meat was far more delicious than he had imagined, and Rude mused that he might soon become addicted to eating monster meat. As Rude enjoyed the monster meat, he found that he had acquired several new skills, many of which were quite impressive. He wondered how he had gained such valuable abilities and speculated that they might be linked to the magical powers of the monsters he had consumed. Rude reflected on the skills he had acquired, noting that the armor spider skill from the Minotaur was particularly impressive. The evil eye skill from another monster was also quite useful. Additionally, he had gained several potentially powerful skills from monsters he hadn't yet tested. Brimming with excitement, Rude decided that on his way back, he would make it a point to consume as many different monsters as possible to expand his collection of new skills. On the 21st floor of the Miasma Labyrinth, Rude continued to defeat various monsters, systematically acquiring their skills by consuming them. As he dispatched and devoured a diverse range of creatures, he gained a multitude of abilities, including venom, temperature variation, poison scale powder, and many others. As Rude was enjoying the monster meat he had cooked, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Curious, he paused, trying to figure out the source of the noise. It became clearer, a distinct crashing sound, almost human. Rude wondered if there were other adventurers who had managed to venture as deep into the labyrinth as he had. Without wasting a moment, he quickly packed all his belongings into his magic bag and rushed toward the direction of the noise, eager to discover who, or what, might be waiting ahead. Rude thought to himself that encountering other parties in combat was quite rare, and he considered that if he were lucky, he might even have the opportunity to exchange information with them. As he approached, he saw a woman, cloaked and bleeding from her hand, lying on the floor. She was surrounded by a group of suspicious-looking men who seemed intent on doing her harm. One of the men spoke up, expressing disbelief at how much magic the woman on the floor still had left despite her injuries. Another man, who was bruised and battered, explained that their situation was dire because the woman was an elf. He remarked with a hint of curiosity about how valuable the elf woman might be. At that moment, Rude spoke up, saying he had hoped to make some adventurer friends, but he wasn't pleased with the current situation. The men were taken aback by his voice, but Rude continued, admitting he didn't know the full story, yet couldn't just stand by and watch a woman being attacked. The man who seemed to be in charge asked Rude who he was, to which Rude replied that he was an adventurer. The elf woman then shouted at Rude, urging him to leave, warning him that the men surrounding her were adventurer hunters. Rude was momentarily surprised upon hearing the woman's warning. He had always heard that adventurer hunters were high-ranking adventurers. Curious, he used his appraisal skill to check their status, but to his surprise, he couldn't access any information. This made him wonder if they were using concealment skills or perhaps a counter-magic tool. Just then, the leader ordered his men to take Rude down immediately. Without warning, one of them lunged at Rude, swinging his sword with deadly intent. Rude was shocked by the man's speed but managed to block the attack just in time. As they fought, the man remarked that Rude was holding up pretty well against him. Rude, unfazed, retorted that it was only because the man was weak. Enraged, the man shouted that he was not weak and began attacking Rude with increased ferocity, vowing to smash Rude's head. In that moment, Rude activated one of his skills, Venom, and spat it directly onto the man's face. The man screamed in pain as the venom burned into his skin, writhing in agony on the ground. Everyone was stunned by what they had witnessed. They couldn't believe Rude had the ability to spit venom and began to think of him as something more akin to a monster. Rude reflected that his fighting style was reckless, completely unlike that of a typical adventurer. But for someone as weak as him, survival meant using any means necessary to defeat his enemies. At that moment, the man who had been sprayed with venom lay dead on the ground. The leader, witnessing this, realized that Rude possessed a rare skill, poison, and quickly understood they had underestimated him. Determined not to make the same mistake, the leader ordered his men to charge at Rude all at once, hoping to overwhelm him and prevent any chance of escape. As they attacked him relentlessly, Rude dodged their strikes, thinking that if he paused for even a second, he would be killed instantly. He couldn't afford a single mistake. While retreating for just a moment, the leader seized the opportunity and unleashed a devastating blow. At the last second, Rude activated his steel body skill, hardening himself to block the powerful attack, narrowly avoiding serious harm. Rude was sent flying backward from the leader's powerful kick. The leader, surprised, thought to himself that Rude was a tough opponent, as he was certain the kick should have broken Rude's neck. As one of the men approached Rude, he threatened to end his life right then and there. However, as he got closer, Rude suddenly turned and began to run away. The man yelled at Rude to stop running and began chasing after him. However, just as he took off, the leader ordered him to halt, pointing out that both he and Rude were now walking on a poisonous swamp. The leader warned his companion that venturing any deeper would be dangerous, as there was no guarantee they'd survive. He also added that Rude wouldn't last long in the swamp either, and eventually, he'd have no choice but to come back out. Glancing back at them, Rude wondered how long they planned to wait by the edge of the swamp. Realizing that stalling wasn't an option, he resolved to face them head-on and compete as adventurers would. Rude thought to himself how fortunate he was to have ended up in the poisonous swamp. In addition to its toxic nature, the swamp's vapors rapidly drained an adventurer's stamina, which worked in his favor. A few minutes later, the men were shocked that Rude had been inside the swamp for so long. One of the men, visibly struggling to breathe, asked his companions how much longer Rude planned to stay in the poisonous swamp. It had already been 10 minutes, and even though they weren't directly in the swamp, they were starting to feel sick from the fumes. Meanwhile, Rude, who was even deeper in the swamp, remained there, seemingly unaffected. At that moment, Rude decided it was time to make his move. He had waited long enough, hoping the poisonous swamp would weaken them further. However, he realized that if he delayed any longer, it would only worsen the elf woman's condition, as she was seriously injured. Approaching the group, Rude asked how they were faring after being exposed to both the poison and the swamp's magic, and if they were feeling rough. One of the men sneered, commenting that Rude had finally emerged from the swamp and had caused them a lot of trouble. Rude calmly replied that, unfortunately for them, he was unaffected by any status abnormalities, so he couldn't really understand just how much pain they were in. The leader was taken aback upon realizing that Rude possessed a status nullification skill and had tricked them. He immediately shouted for his men to attack and kill Rude right then and there. One of the men lunged at Rude, but the effects of the poisonous swamp had weakened him significantly, allowing Rude to easily block the attack. With a smile, Rude taunted the man as they fought, explaining that the poison gradually drained their stamina while the accumulated magic in their bodies lowered their stats. Just then, another man attacked Rude from behind. However, Rude activated his steel body skill, and the man's sword failed to inflict any damage, leaving him shocked at what had just happened. Seizing the opportunity, Rude then unleashed another skill, Lightning Cloak, swiftly defeating both attackers in one move. One of the men, barely able to breathe, shouted at Rude and prepared to attack again. But in an instant, Rude activated his aerial slash skill, finishing the man off immediately. The leader watched in panic, unable to believe that a human could possess multiple skills typically found in monsters. Shifting his focus to the leader, Rude declared that he had no obligation to explain anything and launched his attack. As they fought, the leader thought to himself that, despite his supposed superiority in combat against humans, he realized he was destined to lose to Rude. Desperate, the man activated his agility enhancement skill to boost his stats. Shouting in anger, he declared that someone like Rude wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, as he swung his sword, Rude delivered a powerful strike that shattered the man's sword into two pieces. The man stood in shock, unable to comprehend that he had been defeated by Rude. In that instant, he was cut in half along with his weapon, lifeless on the ground. Rude looked down at the fallen man and remarked that if it hadn't been for the abnormal status nullification he possessed, the man would have been far stronger. But because of Rude's unique ability, he had been able to overcome him. After a few moments, Rude had successfully saved the elf woman, and they walked alongside each other. She turned to Rude, expressing her gratitude for his help, saying she didn't know what she would have done without him. Rude replied that he couldn't just leave her in such a perilous situation. As he observed her, Rude noticed that the elf was trying to appear brave, but her body still showed signs of being affected by the poisonous swamp's magic. Setting that aside, Rude found it unusual to encounter an elf in such a remote area and began to wonder what circumstances had led her to be pursued by adventurer hunters. As they continued walking, a monster suddenly appeared right in front of them. Using his appraisal skill, Rude identified the creature as the Mosfa's Great, the leader of the Moths, a level 37 monster. Determined, Rude charged at the beast, thinking to himself that its size wouldn't be enough to take him down. At that moment, the monster unleashed its aerial slash attack, but Rude skillfully dodged it. He then turned to the elf woman, asking if she was okay. She reassured him that she was fine. Satisfied, Rude faced the monster again and declared that he was going to scare it, as it had managed to frighten him for just a moment. The monster flew higher, trying to create distance to avoid Rude's attacks. Undeterred, Rude shouted at the creature, telling it that its efforts were futile. He then unleashed his own aerial slash skill, striking the monster and dealing significant damage. Furious from the hit, the monster retaliated by using its paralyze skill. Rude simply smiled at the monster and confidently declared that it was too bad, as paralysis wouldn't work on him, he was immune to it. At that moment, Rude suddenly remembered the elf woman and grew concerned that the paralysis could affect her. However, when he turned to look at her, he saw that she had activated her wind magic, successfully blocking the monster's attack. Rude was impressed by the skill she displayed. After a few moments of intense combat, Rude finally defeated the monster with a powerful strike from his sword. The elf woman approached Rude and expressed her surprise that poison and paralysis had no effect on him, noting that he possessed skills remarkably similar to those of monsters. Rude smiled nervously, feeling awkward as he struggled to find the right words to explain his situation to her. Suddenly, the elf woman winced in pain and collapsed to the ground. Rude rushed to her side, worried she had been affected by the paralysis skill. However, she reassured him that this was something different, adding that she would explain her circumstances in more detail once they were outside the labyrinth. Moments later, they found themselves outside the miasma labyrinth, sitting on the ground near a tree. The elf woman smiled at Rude, expressing how much better she felt now that they were out of the labyrinth. Before explaining her situation, she said she wanted to introduce herself properly. With that, she told Rude her name was Alicia and that she was a former adventurer. Rude was taken aback, asking if she was the one and only Alicia of the Emerald Storm. Alicia laughed and confirmed that she was indeed the adventurer he had mentioned. Rude then remarked that the kingdom of Ludia's renowned S-Rank party, known as Azure Trails, was famous, and everyone was aware of its members. However, 5 years ago, the party was defeated by monsters. Upon hearing this, Alicia explained that on that fateful day, they had challenged the monsters lurking in the deepest part of the S-Rank labyrinth, known as the Abyssal Labyrinth. During that battle, their leader had died, one member had to retire due to severe injuries, and another had been swallowed by the labyrinth itself. Alicia added that even she hadn't emerged from that battle unscathed, revealing a mark on her chest as proof of her injuries. Rude initially panicked as Alicia began to open her clothing to reveal her chest. However, as he looked closer, he noticed a distinct purple mark on her skin. Alicia explained that this mark was a curse placed on her during the battle, known as the Curse of Level Down. Hearing this, Rude felt confused, as he had never encountered such a curse before. Alicia admitted she was in the same boat, she had never heard of it either. She shared that she had tried every possible method to break the curse but had only managed to slow its progression. Alicia then told Rude that the other adventurers they had encountered were aware of her curse and had been planning to profit from it. She expressed her despair, explaining that she would die if her level reached 0, and she couldn't bear the thought of being at the mercy of those men. In that moment, Rude noticed something and told Alicia that she might have a way to combat the curse. He remembered that he possessed a skill called Substitute, which allowed him to select a target and absorb their attacks and status ailments. Rude expressed his desire to test something out, asking Alicia if she would be willing to accept the skill he was about to activate. Alicia looked at him, confused by what he meant. Alicia then told Rude that she was ready to proceed. Rude placed his hand on her and activated his substitute skill. Alicia was taken aback as she felt the curse within her begin to transfer to Rude. Panic set in, and she urged him to stop, fearing that the curse would affect him. Rude smiled reassuringly at Alicia, telling her not to worry and that everything would be fine, she just needed to trust him. Just then, a dark presence materialized behind Rude, and Alicia stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Rude used his skill, and his unique ability, Abnormal Status Nullification, activated. In that moment, the curse that had plagued Alicia vanished, leaving her free of its effects. As Rude reveled in the success of his actions, Alicia looked at him in confusion and asked what had just happened. Rude encouraged her to check her guild card. When she looked at her status card, she was astonished to see that her status was now normal and the curse had been lifted. Alicia couldn't believe it, she was free from the curse. Rude explained that he had hoped his unique skill, Abnormal Status Nullification, would be able to nullify her curse. He felt a sense of relief, glad that it had worked effectively and safely removed the curse from her body. Alicia, looking at Rude with a mix of frustration and admiration, exclaimed that he was an idiot for taking such a huge risk for someone he had just met. However, her tone softened as she added that she was grateful for his actions. With a warm smile, she thanked him for saving her. Rude returned her smile, placing his hands on her shoulders reassuringly. He told her not to worry about it any longer, conveying his genuine desire to help her. A short while later, Rude and Alicia found themselves enjoying a meal at the Full Belly restaurant. Alicia commented on how delicious the food was, praising the alcohol as well. She added that Rude certainly knew how to pick a good place. Rude, however, recalled the last time he had been there and how he had been kicked out. Concerned, he asked Alicia if it was wise for her to be drinking so much, given her recent injuries. Alicia reassured him, saying she had fully recovered and that on such a momentous occasion, it was only right for her to indulge. With a bright smile, she declared that they should drink to their heart's content. At that moment, Rude turned to Alicia and asked what her plans were moving forward. After pondering for a moment, Alicia smiled and said she wanted to learn more about Rude first. She then asked him why he had chosen to become an adventurer. Rude took a deep breath and shared his story. He explained that long ago, his village had been attacked by monsters, resulting in the loss of both his family and friends. However, In that moment of despair, an S-rank adventurer had rushed to the scene and saved him, allowing Rude to survive despite the tragedy. He told Alicia he would never forget the sight of that adventurer smiling down at him during such a dark time. At that moment, Rude expressed his aspiration to become an S-rank adventurer, just like the one who had saved him. He shared that his goal was to save as many people as possible and that he hoped to accomplish this dream soon. Alicia, hearing his heartfelt ambition, smiled gently at him and said it was a wonderful goal to have. Rude then asked Alicia if she was going to laugh at his dreams, but she reassured him that she understood, as she had once dreamed of reaching S-rank herself. Alicia explained that her current intention was to gain even more power than she had before being cursed. She added that she was certain her companions were still trapped in the deepest part of the abyssal labyrinth. Whatever the outcome, Alicia was determined to challenge the monsters in that labyrinth once again. Alicia then suggested to Rude that, since they were both still weak and needed to gain more strength to achieve their goals, they should form a party together. Just as Rude was about to respond, two men approached from behind. One of them grabbed Alicia's hand and, grinning, told Rude that he had quite a fine girl to be drinking with. Rude glanced at the two men and recognized them as the same individuals who had kicked him out the last time he entered the restaurant. One of the men then told Alicia that she should leave Rude and not waste her time drinking with someone as boring as him. Just then, Rude grabbed the man by the shoulders and, filled with anger, demanded that he let go of Alicia's hand. The man filled with rage at Rude's defiance, and just as it seemed they were about to come to blows, Alicia intervened. She urged them to stop, reminding them that they were in a pub, and suggested that if they were going to settle things, they should do so by seeing who could drink the most. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, excited to witness the drinking contest and eager to see who would emerge victorious. They drank, and before long, both men were too intoxicated and passed out. Alicia, on the other hand, stood tall and unwavering. At that moment, the cheers erupted as the winner was declared, Alicia. She and Rude exchanged glances and raised their thumbs in celebration, relishing their victory in the unexpected showdown. After a while, Rude and Alicia found themselves standing in a corner of the restaurant. Rude complimented Alicia, saying she had done exceptionally well, especially considering how much she had already drunk before the contest. With a slightly dazed expression, Alicia replied that she could hold her own because Rude was her benefactor. She added that she would never stoop so low as to remain idle while he was being ridiculed by the two men. Just as she finished her sentence, the effects of the drinks took hold, and she dozed off, collapsing into Rude's arms. Smiling at her, Rude activated his skill, Substitute, transferring all of her drunkenness to himself. Alicia suddenly woke up, no longer feeling the effects of drunkenness. Rude explained that he had transferred all of her intoxication to himself, leaving her sober. Excitedly, Alicia grabbed Rude's hand and exclaimed that he had first transferred her curse and now her drunkenness, marveling at the wonderful skill he possessed. She insisted that they should definitely form a party together. After a moment, Alicia suggested they celebrate by drinking more, now that she was sober. However, Rude gently reminded her to drink in moderation. Alicia, feeling disappointed, turned to the owner of the restaurant and expressed her sadness about not being able to try any of the special dishes. The owner explained that monsters had taken up residence in the Barnama's fishing grounds, and although he had sent a request to the guild for assistance, all the top adventurers were already deployed elsewhere. As a result, he couldn't prepare any of the special dishes due to a lack of ingredients. At that moment, he asked Alicia and Rude if they would be willing to take on the request to handle the monsters at the Barnama's fishing grounds. The next day, Rude and Alicia found themselves at the Barnama's fishing grounds, filled with excitement and intrigue as they took in the surroundings. Alicia turned to Rude and said they should defeat the monsters as quickly as possible so they could return to the restaurant and enjoy the special dishes. Rude nodded in agreement, eager to accomplish their mission and savor the delicious food waiting for them. At that moment, Rude spotted something moving beneath the water's surface and felt a surge of excitement as he realized they had found the monster the owner had mentioned. However, both Rude and Alicia's expressions shifted to concern as they noticed that they were now surrounded by numerous monsters lurking in the water. In that moment, Rude activated his appraisal skill to identify the monsters surrounding them. He discovered they were called gurnibs, mostly at level 23, and possessed 3 skills: high-speed swimming, water bullets, and snipe. Suddenly, all the monsters launched a coordinated attack, firing water bullets at Rude and Alicia. Rude struggled to dodge their onslaught, as the small boat offered little room to maneuver, making it difficult to evade the incoming projectiles. In that moment, Rude had a brilliant idea and jumped into the water, grinning as he challenged the monsters to come at him however they wished. As the Gurnibs charged, Rude activated his skill, Lightning Cloak, unleashing a powerful surge that struck all the monsters in the water, instantly killing them. As he emerged from the depths, Alicia called out Rude's name in panic, but he reassured her that he was perfectly fine. After surveying the area, Rude realized that although he had defeated many of the monsters, a few remained in the deeper waters nearby. At that moment, Rude couldn't understand why the remaining monsters weren't attacking him. He speculated whether they were simply being cautious or if they were trying to protect something. He then shouted to Alicia, informing her that he was going to dive deeper to investigate the situation. Rude asked her if she could assist him, and after a brief exchange, he secured a rope around his chest. With everything set, Rude took a deep breath and began his descent into the depths of the water. As Rude dove deeper into the water, he soon realized why the Gurnib monsters had ceased their attacks. They were guarding something significant. His gaze shifted to reveal a massive creature looming in the depths. Rude activated his appraisal skill, and the monster's details came into focus. Its name was Tentacles, it was level 38, and it possessed 4 formidable skills, along with impressively high stats. The sheer size and presence of the creature made it clear that it was a formidable guardian of whatever lay in this underwater realm. As Rude gazed at the massive creature, he couldn't help but think about its sheer size. Observing it closely, he realized that this was the source of the smaller Gurnib monsters, it was the one producing them. Rude understood that if he didn't defeat this larger monster, there would be no point in continually battling the smaller ones, as the giant would simply keep spawning more. Determined, he knew that taking down the tentacles was essential to stopping the cycle once and for all. Rude realized that since the tentacle monster wasn't displaying any immediate signs of aggression, he could take a moment to prepare before confronting it. However, just as he began to strategize, one of the monster's tentacles lashed out, grabbing him by the feet and yanking him closer. In that instant, Rude understood that it had all been a trap. The smaller monsters had deliberately refrained from attacking him to lower his guard, allowing them to capitalize on his moment of inattention. At that moment, the tentacle monster lunged at Rude just as he was starting to run out of breath, struggling to stay underwater. Desperate, Rude pulled the rope, signaling Alicia for help. Responding swiftly, Alicia activated her wind magic, propelling the boat forward at high speed while simultaneously yanking Rude away from the grasp of the monsters. Once back at the surface, Rude gasped for air, coughing violently from inhaling too much water. Alicia, visibly concerned, asked if he was okay. Rude managed to sit up, grateful, and thanked Alicia for saving him. Rude informed Alicia that deep underwater, there was a boss continuously spawning Gurnibs, and to make matters worse, the boss also possessed the acceleration heal skill. Alicia responded, pointing out that the monsters had a significant advantage in the water, and her magic wouldn't reach that far, either due to distance or the water's interference. She then asked if Rude had any ideas. Rude replied that there was one possible strategy they could use to deal with the situation. In that moment, Rude realized he needed to make a decision. Since Alicia had placed her trust in him, confiding about her curse and even choosing to form a party with him, Rude thought it was only right to share his secret with her as well. With a serious expression, he told Alicia to promise not to reveal what he was about to share or the actions he was going to take. After a brief pause, Rude returned to the water to face the tentacle monster. As he dove in, he activated his newly acquired skill, high-speed swimming. At that moment, Rude drew his sword and swiftly eliminated many of the smaller monsters guarding the tentacle creature. The tentacle monster lashed out, attempting to strike Rude with its limbs, but thanks to his new skill, high-speed swimming, he effortlessly dodged each attack. As Rude evaded the creature's assaults, he closed the distance between them. Seizing the opportunity, Rude delivered a powerful strike to the tentacle monster. Simultaneously, he activated his lightning cloak skill, channeling it into the blow to finish the creature off. Rude glanced at the corpse of the monster he had just slain and thought to himself that, with its defeat, the fishing spot would finally return to peace. However, one thing weighed heavily on his mind: Alicia. He couldn't stop wondering what she would think of him after witnessing him devour a monster right before her eyes. The thought troubled him as he questioned how she would view him now, and what she might say once they returned. As Rude resurfaced, he looked around to see if Alicia was still waiting for him. When he didn't spot her anywhere, he smiled to himself, assuming she had left. Disappointment crept in as he walked back to the shore, realizing he had let his hopes get too high. Just as he was feeling disheartened, a voice called out, telling him he was late. Rude turned and was surprised to see Alicia standing there, still waiting for him after all. Alicia looked at Rude and remarked that he didn't appear to be injured, so she assumed he had defeated the boss. Rude nodded in agreement. Smiling, Alicia bent down to gather some sticks from the ground, expressing her relief that nothing bad had happened to him, admitting that she had been too worried to sit still while waiting. She explained that she had started collecting branches for a campfire to help him dry his clothes. At that moment, Rude shifted the conversation, asking if she was truly okay with staying by his side, even after witnessing him consume the monsters. Alicia smiled gently and told Rude that while she had been surprised at first, she was happy that he trusted her enough to reveal his secret. She added that it didn't bother her at all. In fact, knowing that he confided in her made her happier than anything. Rude was taken aback by her response and thanked her for trusting him and not abandoning him. At that moment, Rude pulled out a piece of rope and explained that he had another reason for returning with part of the tentacle monster. He told Alicia that he wanted to acquire the monster's skills, so he had cut off a portion of it, planning to consume it and gain its abilities. Rude smiled and told Alicia that it wouldn't be fair if he was the only one eating, so he had also caught a Barnama's fish for her to enjoy. Seeing the fish, Alicia lit up with excitement and eagerly told Rude that she couldn't wait to eat it. Rude, amused by her enthusiasm, chuckled and said that while they ate, he would share the story of the first time he ever ate a monster. After a few moments, the food was ready, and Alicia savored the fish Rude had caught. As she ate, she remarked that it was surprising Rude consumed monsters, and that there was such a unique reason behind why he had to do so. Rude explained to Alicia that eating monsters had given him a chance to grow stronger, allowing him to get one step closer to his dream, despite once being destined to remain a weak D rank. Alicia smiled gently and remarked that the monster meat actually looked quite appetizing when cooked. Excited, Rude agreed, telling her that monster meat was surprisingly delicious. He then added that, while he no longer needed to eat the meat to acquire skills, he was still curious to see how it tasted when properly cooked. And, to his delight, it had turned out to be very tasty. At that moment, Rude asked Alicia if she wanted to try the monster meat he had just cooked. However, Alicia replied that there was no guarantee she would survive after eating it, so she decided to pass and stick with the fish Rude had caught for her. Changing the topic, Alicia once again asked Rude if he would be willing to join her party. Surprised, Rude questioned why she wanted him, noting that as an S-rank adventurer, she surely had stronger acquaintances. Alicia explained that it had been 5 years since she was cursed, and even if her teammates had not perished in the labyrinth, many of them might have retired from adventuring due to the natural limits of human lifespan. Alicia added that most of the adventurers on the front lines had a few screws loose, and despite their strength, she couldn't trust them to watch her back. She explained that for her adventures, she wanted someone she could rely on completely. Extending her hand toward Rude, she said that if it were him, she would feel secure without any worries. Rude smiled at her words and replied that he would gladly join her party from that moment on. Outside the Adventurers Guild, Alicia shouted with excitement, telling Rude that they needed to get ready for their first job as a party. Rude replied that, as an E rank, he doubted they would receive any significant requests. Alicia acknowledged his concern but insisted that they should first register as a party at the guild. With her S-rank status, she believed they would have access to bigger job opportunities. Inside the Adventurers Guild, Alicia and Rude approached the counter and informed the receptionist that they wanted to register as a party. Alicia then handed her status card to the receptionist. The receptionist was taken aback when she saw Alicia's card, realizing that she was an S-rank adventurer and a member of the Emerald Storm. As she reviewed Alicia's and Rude's cards, She asked Alicia why she would want to team up with someone like Rude, who was just a miasma scavenger. Alicia shot the receptionist an irritated look, causing her to immediately halt her questions and acknowledge that she understood Alicia's point. Alicia then explained that she wanted to rank up and asked the receptionist what requirements Rude still needed to fulfill in order to achieve that. After checking Rude's details, the receptionist informed them that Rude had accumulated enough achievements, the only thing he lacked was a solid battle record. Upon hearing that, Alicia asked the receptionist to provide the highest difficulty subjugation request that she and Rude could take on together to help Rude increase his battle record. The receptionist confirmed that she had a suitable job for them. A short while later, Rude and Alicia found themselves near Verona, tasked with exterminating a pack of wolves in the area. Rude used his appraisal skill on the creatures and identified them as gray wolves, all at level 11. Activating his stealth skill, he maneuvered behind the gray wolves and effortlessly slashed each one with his sword. While engaged in battle, Rude instructed Alicia to manage the reinforcements of the gray wolves while he focused on those in front of him. She agreed with his plan, ready to take on her part. At that moment, Alicia activated her unique skill and called upon Sylphid, her spirit magic, asking for a boost in power. Rude watched in awe as Alicia unleashed her ability, Great Wind, creating a powerful gust that sliced through all the charging monsters in a single strike, eliminating them instantly. Shocked by the sheer magnitude of Alicia's power, Rude thought to himself that there was no way anyone could dodge such a devastating attack. Alicia then remarked that she hadn't even unleashed her full strength yet, despite having the curse lifted. Rude, feeling a mix of admiration and anxiety, couldn't help but imagine the kind of devastation she could unleash if she fully regained her power. Just then, one of the gray wolves lunged at Rude from behind. Realizing too late that he couldn't dodge the attack, Rude braced for impact. However, at that moment, Alicia called upon her spirit magic, Sylphid, and activated her spell. The gray wolves became confused as they searched for Rude and Alicia, only to look up and see both of them floating in the air. Rude was filled with excitement and astonishment at Alicia's ability to perform such a skill. He thanked her for saving him, but Alicia replied that he shouldn't thank her, he should express his gratitude to Sylphid instead, as it was the spirit magic that had truly saved him from danger. Alicia shifted her gaze toward the gray wolves and warned Rude not to let their guard down, even though the wolves were of low level. She pointed out that she could see 5 more gray wolves lurking in the bushes nearby. Alicia cautioned Rude that there might be many more hiding behind the foliage beyond those they had already spotted, urging him to be careful. Determined to help, Rude responded that it was his turn to locate the hidden gray wolves. He activated his skill, echolocation, to sense the positions of the wolves concealed in the underbrush. As he focused, Rude realized with alarm that there were still around 30 gray wolves alive and waiting just out of sight. Knowing there were still many gray wolves lurking, Rude smiled confidently, certain he could take them all down easily. He called out to Alicia, instructing her to attack the areas he pointed out, and she readily agreed. As Rude directed her, Alicia began using her skill to slice through the designated spots. Rude thought to himself that while his skill, echolocation, lost precision in open spaces, Alicia wouldn't be able to accurately target multiple areas at once either. However, if they coordinated their attacks from the sides, they could herd the gray wolves into one spot, making it much easier for Rude to eliminate them all with a single strike. Once Alicia finished her task of herding the gray wolves together, Rude descended and activated his skill, Paralyzing Breath, which incapacitated all the wolves. With them immobilized, he easily dispatched them one by one. A few moments later, Rude calculated their success and discovered that he and Alicia had killed a total of 52 gray wolves. Alicia expressed her disbelief at encountering so many in a single day, while Rude suggested that the population of gray wolves might have increased significantly recently. Rude then asked Alicia if the magic she had used earlier was spirit magic, to which she confirmed it was. She explained that she could harness magic by borrowing power from the spirits that exist in nature. Although spirits are generally present everywhere, they don't always reveal themselves. Alicia elaborated that to access the spirits' power, one must offer magic as compensation. She added that she could still cast powerful spells even with a limited amount of magical energy. As Rude had witnessed earlier, she could even perform remarkable feats, such as floating in the air. Rude told Alicia that he had never encountered wind magic that strong before. Just as he was speaking, the spirit playfully approached him, grabbed his hair, and began tugging on it for fun. While the spirit seemed to enjoy itself, Rude was in pain, desperately telling the spirit to stop pulling his hair. Alicia, on the other hand, was laughing at the amusing sight of Rude and the mischievous spirit. She explained that Sylphid loved to play pranks, which was why she was tormenting Rude. Noticing the sky was growing darker, Alicia decided it was time to head home. She activated the power of her spirit, and both she and Rude began to float. Alicia informed Rude that they would fly back together today. As they soared through the air, Rude exclaimed that this was the best feeling he had ever experienced. Rude then asked Alicia what other types of magic she could use. Alicia explained that, in addition to wind magic, she specialized in water, ice, light, and earth magic. However, she noted that spirits of darkness and fire were not a good match for her. Alicia elaborated that if a spirit had poor compatibility with a user, it could demand an enormous amount of magical power or, in the worst case, might refuse to lend any power at all. Hearing this, Rude remarked that Sylphid must have a strong affection for Alicia since she didn't have to expend a large amount of magic to activate her skills. Alicia nodded in agreement with Rude's observation. As they flew, Rude spotted smoke rising from a village ahead and alerted Alicia to the situation. Upon their arrival, they saw that many of the houses were engulfed in flames, and the villagers were in a state of panic. The chaos was caused by a single monster known as the Baphomet. The adventurers in the village were overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. They had assumed that only gray wolves were lurking nearby, so encountering such a powerful monster left them utterly shocked and disoriented. At that moment, the Baphomet summoned its weapon, a spear, and hurled it directly at the two adventurers present in the village. Just as the spear was about to strike, Rude swiftly used his water bullet skill to divert its trajectory, causing it to veer away from the adventurers. The Baphomet, annoyed by this unexpected interruption, glared at Rude with a simmering fury. Just then, Alicia approached the adventurers and asked if they were all right. They assured her that they were fine. Alicia then informed them that she and Rude would handle the monsters, asking them to provide a report on the situation. Meanwhile, Rude used his appraisal skill on the Baphomet and discovered it was level 27, possessing 5 formidable skills. He noted that although its level was lower than that of the general lizard he had fought previously, the Baphomet's stats were far more impressive. As Rude examined its abilities, he realized just how powerful the Baphomet truly was. At that moment, the Baphomet activated its skills, Principles of Fire Magic and Principles of Earth Magic. Seeing these skills, Rude thought to himself that the fire magic he had learned so far was far too weak and unsuitable for battle. He realized that if he could consume this monster, he might be able to harness its powerful magic for himself, significantly enhancing his fighting capabilities. With that in mind, Rude swung his sword at the Baphomet, but the creature easily dodged his attacks with its claws. Rude considered using brute force against the monster, but before he could act, the Baphomet unleashed a barrage of fire spears directed at him. Seeing the onslaught, Alicia called out to Rude, her concern evident, but he managed to dodge the Baphomet's attacks. She asked if he was okay, and Rude assured her that he was fine. As he observed the monster, he noticed it had fired all but 2 of its fire spears, which it had kept on standby for defense. Rude thought to himself that the Baphomet was indeed a tough opponent. At that moment, Alicia suggested they exchange information, noting that the Baphomet seemed to be on high alert. Alicia informed Rude that it appeared the villagers had not yet evacuated, so she had already asked the earlier adventurers to help with the evacuation. She expressed her desire to avoid collateral damage as much as possible. Rude, realizing that Alicia's magical energy must have been depleted from their earlier fight with the Grey Wolves, concluded that he couldn't fully rely on her powerful magic in this situation. He understood that he needed to take charge. At that moment, Alicia assured Rude that she would handle the Baphomet's magic while he focused on pushing forward against the creature, no matter what. With each spell the Baphomet unleashed, Alicia effectively countered it by using the opposite attribute, rendering its magic ineffective. Annoyed by her ability to negate his attacks, the Baphomet resorted to earth magic, but Alicia swiftly countered this with her wind magic. Rude was impressed by Alicia's precise control, she used minimal magical energy to nullify the monster's powerful spells, demonstrating why she was an S-rank adventurer. Seizing the moment, Rude jumped upwards, activating his skill, Physical Boost, and managed to slice off several of the Baphomet's fingers. In desperation, the Baphomet attempted to retaliate, but it was futile. Alicia launched a devastating attack that caused the monster's entire body to explode. In the distance, the villagers and adventurers anxiously discussed the massive explosion they had just heard. One adventurer expressed concern for Alicia and Rude, uncertain whether they had triumphed over the monster or if it had defeated them. Another adventurer regretted not being able to assist, as he was still nursing his injuries. Just then, Alicia appeared before them, thanking them for their help with the evacuation. Relief washed over the adventurers upon seeing her safe. Alicia reassured them, saying that she and Rude had defeated the monster. However, she mentioned that although she had dealt a fatal blow, she was worried it might still be alive and could return to attack the village. With that, she informed them that she was going to pursue the creature. Alicia then asked the adventurers for a small favor. One of them eagerly replied that he would do anything within his power to help. With a shy smile, Alicia requested some spare food, as she was feeling very hungry. Moments later, in the forest at the outskirts of the village, Rude sat alone beside a fire, the corpse of the monster lying nearby. Alicia approached and informed him that she was back from the village. Rude welcomed her return and inquired about the villagers. Alicia replied that everyone had managed to evacuate safely, thanks to the efforts of the adventurers who had been there. Alicia then informed Rude that she had told the villagers they were pursuing the Baphomet, so they wouldn't be suspicious about the disappearance of its corpse. Rude apologized for putting her in a position to lie but also thanked her for helping him out. At that moment, Rude's attention shifted to the corpse of the Baphomet, and he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of cooking and eating it. After finishing the cooking, Rude sampled the monster meat and discovered he had acquired all the skills possessed by the Baphomet. Alicia remarked that while the meat looked delicious, watching someone eat a humanoid monster was a bit unsettling. Rude reflected that Alicia was right, and he felt a twinge of unease at how accustomed he was becoming to eating monster meat without any hesitation. At that moment, a horde of monsters known as stampings charged toward them. Rude was taken aback by the situation, realizing they had encountered far too many monsters in one day. He quickly got to his feet and told Alicia that, given the circumstances, he would test the new skills he had just acquired from the meat he had eaten. However, when he activated his skill, nothing happened. For some reason, he couldn't activate any of his powers. Just then, the monsters lunged at Rude and Alicia, but they managed to dodge the attacks using their skills. Alicia then remarked that she thought Rude would be able to use magic by now, but he still couldn't activate it. She added that her own magic reserves were running low, so she wouldn't be able to offer much support to him. Rude, on the other hand, was furious and told Alicia that he wouldn't forgive the monsters. Alicia was confused about why Rude was so angry. He explained that he had put in a lot of effort to drain the blood and remove all the impurities from the meat, and it had taken him a long time to do so. Rude added that he wanted to enjoy the food, and after all his hard work to enhance the flavor, it was now ruined and scattered on the floor because of the monsters. He was adamant that he wouldn't forgive them for this. Alicia, still bewildered, couldn't understand why Rude was so upset over monster meat. At that moment, Rude shouted at the monsters, demanding that they take responsibility and insisting that they should be the ones to provide him with their meat instead. Just as Rude was about to charge at them, Alicia grabbed him from behind and urged him to calm down, warning him not to act recklessly. She explained that the monsters had used a skill called Flash Step, which increased their charging power and turned even a single blow into a devastating attack. Alicia emphasized that, despite the monsters being of low level, they needed to maintain a safe distance to avoid the effects of that skill. She suggested that they should retreat for the time being, and Rude reluctantly agreed, knowing that she was right even though he was annoyed by the need to pull back. After a few moments, Rude and Alicia settled atop a tree, safely avoiding the monster pigs below. Alicia then asked Rude why he had been unable to activate his magic earlier. Rude explained that he had never faced such a problem before when using skills acquired from monsters, so he was unsure of what was wrong. Alicia suggested he use his appraisal skill to check for any issues. Rude agreed, and upon inspecting his skills, he reported to Alicia that it indicated he should be able to understand them instinctively. Alicia then remarked that if he still couldn't use the skill, it could only mean that Rude's brain was unfortunately incapable of comprehending magic. Rude, taken aback, responded that Alicia was being rather cruel for saying that. Alicia began to ponder why Rude was unable to use his magic. As she thought, she uncovered a potential clue. Perhaps Rude needed to learn how to manipulate mana in order to wield magic from monster skills. Rude started to grasp the issue he was facing. He told Alicia that he would try what she suggested. Closing his eyes, Rude recalled the first time he had consumed the Minotaur and how he had unleashed its power by fully tapping into its abilities. Rude realized that if he could harness the burst of power within him, he would be able to use the magic. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and discovered that he could now access the magic he had been unable to use before. Excitement surged through him as he thought that as long as he could sense the mana, he could wield it as if it were a part of his own body. With renewed confidence, Rude unleashed a powerful attack on the monsters below him. After defeating all the monsters, Rude took a moment to enjoy the meat he had cooked from his recent hunt. As he savored the diced pork, he commented to Alicia that it was delicious, then apologized for making her wait while he ate. Alicia assured him it was fine, adding that she understood it was necessary for him to replenish his energy. She then explained that to use his magic skills effectively, he needed to draw from his mana rather than pure magic power. Observing that his mana seemed untouched despite his recent attacks, Alicia thought that Rude might be able to use his abilities continuously without exhausting his reserves. Rude nodded in agreement and explained to Alicia that when he felt mana coursing through his body, he immediately understood how to activate his skills. He went on to suggest that if mana could replace magic power, it might be possible for him to enhance his body or even his weapons using mana. Rude then shared that among adventurers, many chose to focus on developing their magic power, with some using it actively in combat. By channeling magic power through their bodies, they could boost their physical abilities, and, when applied to a weapon, it could increase its attack power and even allow them to unleash energy slashes. Hearing this, Alicia realized that, up until now, Rude's limited magic power had prevented him from using such skills effectively. Rude agreed with Alicia's insight, noting that he seemed to have far more than just magic power now. He added that, even more importantly, he could apparently replenish his mana simply by eating monsters. As he said this, he took a bite of meat from the monster he had just slain, and a message appeared, notifying him that he had acquired the skill Flash Step. Observing this, Alicia considered that Rude was able to absorb mana through food and even store it within his body. However, as she thought this over, her attention shifted, and she found herself distracted by the enticing aroma of the monster meat Rude was enjoying, her mouth beginning to water. Noticing Alicia's gaze and the hint of drool as she watched him eat, Rude asked if seeing him enjoy the meal had made her hungry too. Alicia began to reconsider her options and was about to respond when a massive explosion erupted right beside them. Shocked, both turned toward the source, and as the smoke cleared, they found themselves face to face with a colossal monster. Recognizing the threat, Rude told Alicia that the boss had arrived. At that moment, the monster launched a rapid, powerful attack, surprising them both with its speed. Reacting quickly, Rude activated his newly acquired skill, Flash Step, and in an instant, he scooped up Alicia and dodged the monster's attack just in time. Alicia thanked Rude for saving her, but as she did, she couldn't shake the thought of how, just as she sensed something approaching in the distance, the boss monster had suddenly appeared right in front of them. She wondered what was going on, questioning why such a powerful monster would be in this area, especially since they weren't in a labyrinth. Meanwhile, Rude was fuming. His food had been completely destroyed again, marking the second time that day. Frustrated, he pointed at the boss monster in anger, shouting for it to stop interfering with him and his food. Alicia, amused, remarked to Rude that, if nothing else, the monster might make for a delicious roast itself. Rude, however, disagreed with Alicia's suggestion, noting that the boss monster had a fire-resistance skill and wouldn't be bothered even if the oil on its body ignited. Checking the monster's stats, Rude observed that, despite having only 2 skills, Flash Step and Fire Resistance, its overall stats were quite high. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Rude activated his skill, Principles of Earth Magic, and launched an attack at the monster. To his surprise, the monster broke through his attack and charged straight toward him. Taken aback, Rude attempted to activate his steel body skill, but before he could do so, the monster closed the distance and landed a powerful blow, sending him flying backward. Seeing Rude struck by the monster's attack, Alicia cried out in concern. But before she could rush to him, the monster turned its attention toward her. Acting quickly, Alicia summoned her spirit, Sylphid, and unleashed a powerful attack on the monster. Though the attack landed, it wasn't enough to bring the beast down. Alicia felt a moment of relief that she had managed to land a hit, but she soon realized the monster wasn't relying on any special skills. It was using the raw toughness of its thick fur and muscular frame to withstand her attack. She quickly understood that, whether she used earth magic or Sylphid's wind magic, neither had the piercing power needed to penetrate the creature's thick hide. As the monster regained its composure, it prepared to strike at Alicia, who knew that none of her attacks would inflict significant damage. Just as the monster charged at her, Rude regained consciousness and, in a split second, activated his skill, Roar. His deafening shout immobilized the monster, halting it in its tracks. Regaining his stance, Rude warned the monster not to turn its back on him, as their fight was far from over. Analyzing the situation, Rude realized he couldn't rely on Flash Step or Steel Body at the moment. He knew that if he allowed the battle to turn into a drawn-out struggle, the monster might target Alicia again, a risk he was determined to avoid. Rude realized he didn't have a skill powerful enough to take down the monster in a single blow. Observing the creature closely, he noticed it seemed limited to charging directly at its opponents. With a newfound resolve, Rude decided to attempt a technique he had never tried before in battle. Closing his eyes, he raised his sword, mentally preparing himself to give this new approach a try. As the monster barreled toward him, Alicia watched in worry, noting that Rude was standing motionless, his eyes still shut. But Rude remained focused, concentrating on drawing the mana from within his body and visualizing it flowing steadily into his sword. As Rude focused, he channeled the mana within his body into his sword. Just as the monster closed the gap, Rude opened his eyes and delivered a single, powerful strike. The sword cleaved the monster in half instantly. Surprised by the result, Rude marveled at how he had been able to defeat such a formidable creature with just one swing. Alicia, equally stunned, expressed her amazement, commenting that Rude had used his mana to strengthen his sword without any prior practice. Rude explained that he had felt it was the right moment to try, especially since his mana had been leaking out, making it the perfect time to test the technique. However, just as he finished speaking, his sword shattered into pieces, leaving both Rude and Alicia in shock. Rude screamed in frustration when his sword shattered into pieces, but after a few moments, he began to calm down. He told Alicia that he had used the sword extensively, so it was bound to break eventually, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Alicia remarked that it seemed the sword couldn't handle the immense amount of mana he had poured into it. She added that, since a weapon was essentially an extension of an adventurer's body, it was no surprise Rude was upset to see it break. Changing the subject, Rude suggested that they call it a day, and he mentioned that he would take some of the monster's remains with him to eat. In the 7th layer of the miasma labyrinth, Rude's former bullies, now adventurers, were engaged in combat with the monsters in the area. After several battles, they managed to defeat the superior species of miasma rats and the great miasma rats that roamed the labyrinth. One of them commented that it had been a tough fight, but their teamwork had proven more than enough to overcome the monsters. The other two nodded in agreement. As they laughed and celebrated their victory, they suddenly heard a noise coming from a nearby direction. One of them decided to investigate and, when the others asked what was going on, he explained that he had heard a sound from that direction and was going to check it out. As the group made their way toward the source of the noise, one of the adventurers remarked that it was odd to find a staircase in a place like the labyrinth. Another adventurer suggested it might be a hidden path, excitement rising as he anticipated what they might discover. They pressed on, and after a while, they came across a treasure chest. All three of them were thrilled at the sight of it. Upon closer inspection, they determined it wasn't a trap, so they eagerly speculated about what might be inside. When they opened the chest, their excitement grew as they discovered a black sword that appeared both powerful and formidable. One of the adventurers, holding the sword, told the others that he could feel the magic power emanating from it. In response, another adventurer asked, just to be sure, whether the sword could be cursed. As the adventurer asked about the possibility of the sword being cursed, one of the others interrupted him, telling him not to be such a killjoy. He reminded the group that they hadn't seen Rude in a long time, and because of that, they had been struggling without any easy ways to make money. He declared that finding the treasure was a blessing from the heavens, a reward for all their hard work. The other two adventurers, hearing this, agreed and became even more excited about the discovery. As they celebrated, one of them mentioned that he had heard Rude had been spending time with a particularly beautiful elf woman recently. The other two, upon hearing this, remarked that Rude had been acting cocky. They agreed that the next time they encountered him, they would teach him a lesson, reminding him of his place. As the three adventurers were talking, a voice suddenly emitted from the sword, repeatedly whispering the word, kill. Meanwhile, in the frontier city of Bologna, Rude and Alicia walked through the bustling streets. Rude mentioned to Alicia that he was considering consulting with a weapons shop owner he knew about getting a new weapon. A few minutes later, they arrived at the weapons shop, Miner's Hammer, where an old man named Dion, the shop owner, was inspecting the broken sword Rude had brought. As he examined it, Dion remarked that, for a sword he had forged himself, he hadn't expected it to shatter so completely. He added that brute strength alone shouldn't have been enough to break it to such an extent. Dion turned to Rude and asked what he had imbued in his sword. Upon hearing the question, Alicia asked Rude if he was going to tell Dion, to which Rude replied that he would share everything. He added that he had known Dion for a long time and that the old man was not one to carelessly spill other people's secrets. A few moments later, Dion was processing the information Rude had shared about being able to eat monsters and gain powers from them. Upon hearing this, Dion remarked that it was no wonder Rude's power had skyrocketed. Alicia, surprised by Doem's lack of reaction, noted that he didn't seem shocked at all by the revelation that Rude ate monsters. Dion, noticing her surprise, explained that as long as the monster's meat tasted good to Rude, it didn't matter what he ate. Then, changing the subject, Dion asked Rude if he wanted a sword that could withstand blows imbued with mana. Rude nodded in agreement. Dion replied that, including research, it would take some time to craft a new sword that could meet those requirements. Upon hearing Doem's request, Rude asked if there was anything else he could help with. Dion explained that it would be helpful if he had some high-quality magic stones. Rude, in response, told Dion that he had several high-quality magic stones on hand and proceeded to pull out a number of them from his pocket. Dion, seeing the stones, was surprised. Among them were magic stones from a general lizard, a Baphomet, and even a minotaur, all of high grade. Dion remarked that it seemed Rude's skills had improved a great deal since they last met. Rude, pleased by the praise, smiled and told Dion that it made him happy to hear such words from him. Dion then told Rude that if he needed anything else, he would be sure to ask him again. In the meantime, Dion handed Rude a different sword and told him to use it. Rude, grateful for the sword, thanked Dion. However, Dion also gave a stern warning, telling Rude that under no circumstances should he imbue the sword with magic. If Rude were to break this sword as well, Dion would demand compensation next time, and Rude and Alicia both looked troubled upon hearing this. Later, the two found themselves in a restaurant, enjoying their meal. Alicia then suggested that it might be best for them to refrain from using magic attacks for a while. Rude, recalling Doem's warning, agreed and remarked that Dion was truly scary and intimidating when it came to weapons. Alicia then added that although it had been intense, she was glad to have met one of Rude's friends for the first time. Rude, feeling embarrassed, apologized to Alicia for being a loner and not having many friends. As the two were chatting, the bullies who had once tormented Rude approached from behind and interrupted them. One of the bullies spoke up, saying that it looked like Rude and Alicia were having fun, so they decided to join them. Alicia, confused about who the three were, looked at them curiously, while Rude appeared troubled upon seeing familiar faces. Alicia stood up and asked the three if they had a problem with her and Rude. She suggested that they could settle things like adventurers, with a drinking contest. As Alicia spoke to the three bullies, one of them, Rondo, suddenly stepped in front and collapsed onto the table. His teammate Magnus, noticing this, asked Rondo if he had been drinking alone or something, as he seemed unable to stand properly. However, as Magnus spoke, he noticed that Rondo was holding the sword they had found in the labyrinth. Magnus was confused and asked Rondo why he still had the sword, as he thought they had sold it. As Magnus questioned him, Rondo began murmuring, repeating the same word over and over. Suddenly, Rondo snapped and shouted the word, "Kill," before slashing at Magnus with the sword, badly injuring him. Right after slashing Magnus, Rondo turned his sword towards Alicia. Just as he was about to deliver a powerful attack, Rude stepped in and blocked Rondo's strike, telling him that it seemed this wouldn't be resolved with just a drinking contest. Rude, confused by Rondo's behavior, wondered what was happening with him and the other adventurers. Angrily, another adventurer stepped in and demanded to know what Rondo was doing at a drinking party, telling him to leave immediately. As they tried to force Rondo out, he overpowered them and began slashing at them as well. Before Alicia launched her own attack, she apologized to the shop owner for what was about to happen. With that, she activated her spell and sent it flying towards Rondo, sending him crashing into the wall and destroying part of the restaurant. However, much to Alicia's surprise, Rondo quickly got back up and approached her again as if nothing had happened. Rude was also surprised that Rondo was still standing after Alicia's attack. He asked Alicia if she had held back her strength, but Alicia replied that any average adventurer should have been unable to get back up after taking one of her hits. Just as she said that, Rondo went berserk again, charging toward Rude and Alicia, shouting that he would annihilate them both. Rude braced himself and told Alicia that the situation was worsening. Alicia quickly directed one of the bystanders to treat the injured if they could use healing magic. As Rude continued to fight, Alicia warned him to be careful, explaining that Rondo was wielding a cursed sword. Rude then noticed that Rondo was powering up, absorbing magic from the sword. Rondo delivered a powerful attack toward Rude, but Rude was able to block it, though barely. He quickly noticed that each of Rondo's strikes was heavy and packed with immense power. As they continued fighting, Rude managed to land a hit on Rondo's legs, but to his surprise, the wound began to close up as red, tentacle-like tendrils wrapped around Rondo's body. Alicia, watching the fight, thought to herself that if she used her magic to assist Rude, it might be absorbed by the cursed sword Rondo was wielding. She realized that in order to help, she would need to find an opening and deliver a decisive blow to Rondo. As Alicia was contemplating her next move, one of Rondo's teammates, Rigard, shouted at Rude and Alicia, begging them not to kill Rondo. Rigard explained that while he knew they had done terrible things to Rude, he had only been able to look down on those beneath him and that Rondo and Magnus were his only sources of solace. Tears began to flow from his eyes as he begged Rude to spare Rondo's life. Hearing Rigard's words, Rude replied that he would try his best to stop Rondo without killing him. He then turned to Alicia and told her that he was going to use his substitute skill and asked her to leave it to him for a while. Alicia agreed. As Rude continued to fight Rondo, he thought to himself that when he had used substitute on Alicia, it had taken about 10 seconds. The challenge now was figuring out how to keep Rondo under control while he worked on removing the curse that was affecting him. At that moment, as Rude was deep in thought, Rondo landed a powerful attack on him. Alicia, seeing this, shouted in concern, worried for Rude after witnessing the impact of the attack. Despite the force of the blow, Rude managed to block it, though he noted to himself that Rondo's strikes were heavy. Rude quickly realized that if he could just hold Rondo's sword back, he would be able to use his substitute skill on him. In that instant, Rude activated his skill, Principles of Earth Magic, which bound Rondo in place with the spell. Rude thought to himself that if the cause of Rondo's state was a curse, he could remove it the same way he had done for Alicia. With that in mind, Rude activated his substitute skill on Rondo, hoping to restore him to his senses. As Rude used his substitute skill on Rondo, Rondo briefly regained consciousness and pleaded with Rude to save him. However, before Rude could react further, he was sent flying backward. Alicia, concerned, asked if Rude was okay, and Rude replied that he was fine, but he added that his substitute skill had failed on Rondo. Rude thought to himself that it wasn't Rondo rejecting the skill but likely the sword's influence. He reasoned that if he could weaken the sword's power further, he might be able to overpower it. Determined, Rude activated his principles of fire magic and directed it toward Rondo. But just as Rude launched his attack, Rondo broke through Rude's restraints and managed to block the incoming spell. At that moment, Rude realized that he had only managed to remove the curse from Rondo's right arm. He thought to himself that if this was the case, he would need to attack from outside the reach of Rondo's right arm. However, as they continued to fight, Rude was caught off guard by Rondo's sudden movements, and to his surprise, his magic was being absorbed once again by the sword. After absorbing a significant amount of magic power, the sword took full control of Rondo's body, and in that instant, an incarnation occurred, meaning the body was no longer Rondo's. Rude quickly activated his appraisal skill and discovered that what stood before him was no longer Rondo but instead a two-headed curse known as Gram. The creature immediately launched a powerful attack toward Rude, and though he tried to block it, the force of the blow was so intense that it sent him flying backward, causing significant damage in the process. Rude thought to himself that the monster he was fighting was incredibly fast, no longer making any unnecessary movements. It attacked with precision, as if it were a seasoned veteran. Just as the monster was about to strike again with a powerful blow aimed at finishing Rude off, Alicia intervened, disrupting the attack. At the same time, she launched a powerful strike that created some distance between them and the monster. Alicia then told Rude that it seemed she would have to step in between him and the monster for a while. Rude, grateful for her timely intervention, thanked Alicia for saving him. He then remarked that he hadn't known she was capable of close-range combat. Alicia responded by saying that a wizard who became useless when the enemy got close was nothing but a burden, and she didn't want to be that way. As a result, she had learned close combat techniques as well. Alicia told Rude that the monster controlling Rondo was no longer an opponent they could afford to underestimate. She explained that Rondo's curse had advanced too far, and there was no way to stop it unless they destroyed his heart. Rude, troubled by Alicia's words, realized he had no other choice but to agree with her. Meanwhile, Magnus and Rigurd were still dealing with their injuries. The healer was advising Magnus not to get up as he continued to heal him, but Magnus, despite his condition, asked Rigurd if he had heard Alicia's warning about Rondo. He asked if they could only defeat Rondo by destroying his heart, and Rigurd, clearly troubled by the situation, could only nod in response. Back with Rude and Alicia, the two were still engaged in combat with the monster. Rude thought to himself that even with both of them fighting together, they still couldn't create a decisive opening. Rude then wondered if the monster's two heads were providing it with a broader field of vision. He called out to Alicia, asking her to step back for a moment as he planned to try something with the monster. Rude activated his spell, reducing visibility in the area. Alicia, seeing this, understood Rude's strategy. He was attempting to limit the monster's vision. As the creature scanned the area, searching for them, Rude quickly moved behind it and severed one of its heads. At that moment, Alicia summoned her Earth attribute spirit magic, Nomia, and the spirit delivered a powerful strike aimed at the monster's heart. However, after the attack landed, Alicia looked troubled as it had only grazed the monster's heart, doing minimal damage. At that moment, the monster was about to attack Alicia, but Rigurd and Magnus suddenly appeared and blocked its strike. Rude was surprised to see them intervening to stop Rondo, but Rigurd spoke up, telling Rondo that he would stop him even if it meant sacrificing himself. With his sword pointed directly at the monster's heart, Rigurd declared that it would always be the three of them, together until the end. As he finished speaking, Magnus launched a powerful attack at the monster that had taken control of Rondo's body. As Magnus's attack struck true, his sword pierced through Rondo's heart. Slowly, Rondo's body began to collapse to the floor, disintegrating along with the magic that had consumed him. Watching the scene unfold, Rude and Alicia were overwhelmed with sorrow for Rondo and his companions, Magnus and Rigurd. Magnus and Rigurd, on the other hand, were overcome with tears, mourning the loss of their friend who was now gone. Amidst their grief, Rude's attention was drawn to the sword lying on the ground, the weapon that had caused this tragedy. Picking it up, he reflected silently, realizing that even if he were to hide the sword away, there would be no guarantee of preventing it from claiming another victim in the future. As Rude contemplated what to do with the sword, it suddenly began to speak once more, repeating the same words as before, now urging Rude to kill. The sinister voice echoed repeatedly, but just as the sword's words filled the air, the system interface appeared before Rude, notifying him that the curse placed by the sword had been nullified and that he was now immune to abnormal conditions. Irritated by the persistent noise, Rude silenced the sword, declaring that its attempts to influence him were futile. The sword, seemingly troubled by his defiance, fell silent. At that moment, the door to the restaurant swung open, revealing Lankars, the guild master of the Bologna branch. Concern evident in his demeanor, Lankars asked if everyone was all right. Rude, still holding the sword, responded calmly, explaining that the ordeal had just come to an end. Lankars, upon hearing Rude's response, suggested that they all head to the guild for the time being. Moments later, they arrived at the guild, where Lankars asked Rude and his companions to explain everything in detail about what had transpired. As Rude recounted the events, Lankars came to understand that Rondo had used the cursed sword to enhance his strength. With Magnus's testimony supporting the account, Lankars felt confident that the other adventurers would accept the explanation. Magnus, however, remained in a state of shock, still processing the events that had unfolded. Sensing the need to shift the focus, Lankars changed the subject and asked Rude how he was feeling, noting that he had been holding the cursed sword for an extended period. Rude explained to Lankars that, thanks to his abnormal status nullification, curses no longer had any effect on him. He added that as long as he held onto the sword, there would be no more victims beyond Rondo. After carefully considering the situation, Lankars acknowledged Rude's resolve but warned that if the cursed sword ever managed to take control of him, he would be forced to take decisive action. Rude agreed without hesitation, assuring Lankars that, if that time ever came, he should do whatever was necessary. Alicia, hearing this exchange, appeared slightly worried but chose to remain silent. Lankars shifted the topic once more, expressing his gratitude to Rude and Alicia for their efforts in containing the situation. Turning his attention to Magnus, he offered his condolences for the loss of their companion, Rondo, his tone heavy with sympathy. Lankars continued, telling Rude and Alicia that now was not the time for anyone to relax. Concerned by his statement, Alicia asked if something had happened to prompt such a remark. Lankars explained that the adventurers who had accompanied him were initially summoned to address a separate issue he was about to reveal. He went on to say that recently, the number of monsters outside the labyrinths had been increasing at an alarming rate. The source of the problem appeared to be the newly discovered Abelio labyrinth. According to the survey team's findings, the surge in monsters was linked to the presence of a particular creature within the labyrinth. Hearing this, Rude's curiosity was piqued, and he found himself wondering about the nature of this mysterious monster. Lankars informed them that the monster in question was known as the miasma dragon, also called Basilista. He admitted that his knowledge of the creature came from books but noted that its estimated level exceeded 70. Rude and Alicia were stunned by the revelation, recognizing that the dragon's power far surpassed their own. Lankars continued, explaining that the dragon's combat abilities alone were formidable, but the greater threat lay in its ability to emit high concentrations of miasma. This miasma was believed to stimulate other monsters, driving them out of the dungeon in greater numbers. As a result, the situation had escalated, and the survey team had already suffered casualties during their investigation. Lankars added that those who had returned from the survey were currently undergoing treatment. He warned that if the situation continued unchecked, it would not stop with just the monsters within the labyrinth. The miasma would seep out, leading to catastrophic damage to the surrounding areas. He then explained that this was why he had been searching for Rude and Alicia. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rude told Lankars that he now grasped the circumstances. He suggested they first visit the remaining members of the survey team. Shortly after, they arrived at the Adventurers' Guild's medical ward. There, Rude examined one of the adventurers afflicted by the miasma, who was writhing in pain. Raising his hand, Rude placed it gently on the adventurer. Activating his skill, Substitute, he began to slowly draw the miasma out of the adventurer's body, steadily alleviating their suffering. Lankars was astonished as he watched, having never seen such a healing method before. He expressed his surprise to Rude, admitting he had no idea Rude could nullify abnormal conditions in others. Rude explained that this ability only worked if the person he was helping did not reject his assistance. After clarifying, Rude turned to Lankars and stated that this was precisely why only he and Alicia would be participating in the dragon subjugation. One of the adventurers overheard and, shocked by the declaration, called Rude foolish for suggesting that just the two of them could take on such a formidable opponent. Lankars, however, remained serious. Turning to Rude, he asked directly what Rude believed his chances of success were. Rude, hearing Lankars's question, explained that the fewer people he had to protect within the miasma, the easier it would be for him to move freely. With a confident smile, he added that fighting strong monsters alone was something he had always wanted to do. After carefully considering Rude's reasoning, Lankars placed a firm hand on his shoulder and acknowledged his determination. He agreed to Rude's proposal and entrusted the subjugation of the miasma dragon, Basilista, to him. A short while later, the meeting concluded, and Rude and Alicia found themselves walking through the streets of the city. Rude turned to Alicia and suggested they ensure they got a good night's sleep and properly prepared themselves for the task ahead. Alicia asked Rude if it was truly all right for just the two of them to take on such a dangerous mission. Rude responded, explaining that he could only use his skills without hesitation if there were no others around to worry about. Shifting his tone, Rude apologized for dragging her into such a perilous situation. However, Alicia, smiling, dismissed his concerns. She told him that if he had even considered taking on the mission without her, she would have given him a beating. For leaving her behind, she reminded him that they were a team and reassured him that the two of them together were more than enough to save everyone. Hearing her unwavering confidence, Rude nodded and agreed with her words. The next day, deep in the lower floors of the Abelio labyrinth, Rude and Alicia were engaged in battle with the mob monsters known as bobgoblins. After a short time, they had defeated the goblins around them. Rude then told Alicia that the situation was pretty much as they had heard from the rankers, noting that they still needed to push through at least 5 more floors. He added that, although he hadn't heard any reports of the miasma spreading this far, it was clear that something was amiss. Alicia, observing the situation, pointed out that the spread of the miasma was accelerating. She mentioned that even her purification items seemed to be losing their effectiveness, making it increasingly difficult to cleanse the miasma. Changing the subject, Rude remarked that it seemed like many of the monsters on the next floor were no longer alive, hinting at the severity of the situation ahead. Rude then told Alicia that he wasn't sure how many more floors they had to go through and asked if she was certain she didn't want to back out now. He wanted to know if she was truly willing to continue. Alicia, however, firmly responded that she wanted to take on the mission with him. She acknowledged that Rude's abilities might not be as effective against the monster, but even if close combat became unavoidable, she was confident she could still land some solid hits. Alicia added that running away and leaving her friends behind again was something she could never forgive herself for. Hearing this, Rude felt a twinge of guilt and apologized for putting her in that position once more. As a gesture of support, he placed his hand on Alicia's shoulder and used his substitute skill to ease the miasma affliction she had been suffering from. As Rude observed the miasma on Alicia's body, he released his grip on her shoulders and noted that, just as he had expected, he could remove the miasma while in contact with her. However, once he let go, the miasma began to slowly build up again in her body. Alicia smiled upon hearing this and suggested that they simply hold hands and keep moving forward. She then took Rude's hand in hers, adding that the miasma made it difficult for her to see her feet clearly. In addition to Rude using his substitute skill to help her, she asked him to escort her through the labyrinth, given the thick miasma. Rude, smiling in response, agreed to her request and assured her he would do just that. With that, they continued on, exploring the labyrinth while holding hands. Moments later, the two found themselves on the middle floors of the Abelio labyrinth. Rude pointed out that the deeper they went, the thicker the miasma became. He also mentioned that he had used his echolocation skill and detected 2 monsters ahead of them. Alicia observed that if the monsters were able to survive in such a dense miasma, they must be formidable opponents. Rude agreed, noting that the monsters didn't resemble any he had encountered before, so Alicia's assessment was likely correct. Alicia then asked if there were any detours. Rude confirmed there was, but he added that, if possible, he preferred to face the 2 monsters directly. Surprised by his response, Alicia teasingly asked if he wanted to eat the monsters. Rude quickly denied this, explaining that it wasn't his intention. He clarified that before they confronted the dragon, he wanted to test out the cursed sword Graham, which he had recently obtained. At that moment, Rude approached the monsters, which were identified as rolling beetles of level 33. He activated his principles of earth magic beneath the two monsters, causing the ground to shift and sending them both flying upwards. However, as Rude and Alicia observed the result, they realized that the spell had not been as effective against the monsters as they had hoped. One of the rolling beetles curled its body into a ball and launched itself toward Rude and Alicia. Both of them were caught off guard by the monster's sudden attack. Rude then turned to Alicia and asked if she could stop the monster's assault. Alicia, without hesitation, told him to leave everything to her. She added that she would need to release his hand for a moment in order to activate her spell. In that moment, Alicia summoned her spirit fairy, Nomia, and Nomia immediately activated her spell to catch the rolling beetle charging toward them. However, the beetle proved to be too strong, and Alicia apologized to Rude, realizing that she wouldn't be able to hold the monster back much longer. Rude, understanding the situation, quickly unsheathed his cursed sword. He told Alicia that he would test his new weapon right away. Gathering all of his magical energy into the sword, he focused intensely, quietly hoping that the sword wouldn't break like the previous one had. With enough energy collected, Rude swung the sword in a powerful strike at the monster. The attack made contact and caused some damage, but it wasn't deep enough to inflict serious harm, and the monster was only slightly wounded. Upon noticing that his previous strike lacked enough power, Rude realized that his only option was to take a chance. He shouted to Alicia, and she immediately understood the plan when she heard him call out. In that moment, Alicia unleashed a powerful magic energy attack, which was fully absorbed by the cursed sword, Graham, as one of its primary abilities. Seeing this, Rude smiled and called out to Graham, telling the sword to show him its true power. With that, Rude launched a devastating attack toward the rolling beetle. The strike was so powerful that it cleaved the monster in half with a single blow. After seeing the first monster fall, Rude turned his attention to the second one. Moments later, he finished off the second beetle as well. After finishing off the monsters, Rude approached Alicia with an excited expression and told her that her magic control had been impeccable. Alicia, equally excited, responded that it had turned out quite well. Rude then immediately took her hand and used his skill, Substitute, to absorb all the miasma energy from her body. Alicia thanked him for doing so. Once the miasma was completely absorbed, Rude shifted the topic and asked Alicia if they could spare a bit more time. Alicia, confused, asked why he needed more time. Rude explained that absorbing the magic energy hadn't actually restored his mana. Alicia immediately understood and teasingly asked if Rude planned to eat the monster after all. Embarrassed by her guess, Rude quickly denied it, explaining that he only intended to cut the monster into small pieces and bring them along on their journey. A few moments later, Rude cooked the monster meat using his fire spell, and after tasting it, he told Alicia that the flavor was quite unique. Alicia then asked how Rude had felt while using the cursed sword. Rude explained that once the sword had absorbed enough energy, his physical abilities had greatly improved. Alicia added that it seemed the sword wouldn't break, even if Rude poured a large amount of mana into it. Rude agreed with her assessment. At that moment, Rude mentioned there was something that bothered him. He explained that, according to the eyewitness report, the miasma dragon was as large as a big tree, which made him wonder how effective the sword would be against such a formidable opponent. He also noted that in terms of attack weight, his previous sword was much better than his current one. As Rude was speaking to Alicia, he suddenly heard a voice. It was the voice of the sword. The sword told Rude to give it the mana stone so it could feast. Rude, confused, wondered if the sword consumed monster meat as well. The sword, however, denied this and explained that it wasn't the meat it wanted, but the magic stone from the monster. Rude then took out the mana stone from the monster's body and handed it to the sword. The sword absorbed the stone, and as it did, it powered up. Within seconds, the once small and lightweight sword had transformed into a massive blade. Rude was impressed by the sword's newfound capabilities. Alicia was confused as to how Rude had understood what the sword was saying, as she couldn't hear anything. Rude explained that the sword had communicated directly into his mind. He then thought to himself that the cursed sword might have been annoyed because he had compared it to the other swords, which might explain why it had grown larger. Rude told Alicia that he had figured out how to use the cursed sword. Alicia then informed him that the floor below them was where the miasma dragon had last been spotted. Just as she finished speaking, a loud roar echoed from below the labyrinth. Both Rude and Alicia were startled by the sound. Rude then asked Alicia if the roar was made by the miasma dragon, and as he spoke, he noticed that the ceiling was about to collapse. He immediately warned Alicia, telling her that they needed to support the ceiling with earth magic. Alicia, however, pointed out that if they tried to protect themselves, the stairs would be blocked, and they would lose their chance to fight the miasma dragon. Without hesitation, Alicia activated her wind magic and told Rude that, in this case, they would break through before the ceiling collapsed. She grabbed Rude, and together, they launched themselves through the ceiling, managing to escape the room just before it crumbled. Rude and Alicia smiled at each other, and Rude remarked that he had thought he was going to die. Alicia replied that she had ended up using quite a bit of magic power. As they surveyed the floor, Rude noted that it was very dark and suggested that they proceed slowly while using his skill, thermal search. This way, they could stay relatively safe from danger while searching for enemies. As Rude spoke, he sensed something approaching them. He immediately activated his skill, thermal sense, and informed Alicia that something was coming from the other side. As it drew closer, Rude confirmed that it was the miasma dragon, Basilista. Both Rude and Alicia were taken aback upon seeing the dragon. When Rude checked its stats, he was shocked to discover that the dragon was level 75. Rude added that while the dragon's agility was not particularly high, its vitality exceeded 500. Alicia then asked Rude about the dragon's skills. Rude informed her that the dragon's fangs and claws were poisoned. Just as he was about to share more information, the dragon let out a loud roar, which alerted both Rude and Alicia. Rude quickly told Alicia that the dragon had noticed them. Alicia then asked if the dragon had any magic resistances. Rude explained that the dragon was resistant to fire, earth, lightning, and darkness. Upon hearing this, Alicia understood and decided to use other attributes against the dragon. Rude then assumed his stance and told Alicia that it was time to prepare for battle. As the two fought against the monster, Rude thought to himself that he wanted to keep his distance and observe from afar until he could figure out the dragon's attack patterns. However, he was concerned that in the thick miasma, he didn't know how much longer Alicia would be able to hold up. He wished he could end the fight quickly, but it was clear that the dragon was far too powerful. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a powerful breath of fire toward Rude, but he managed to dodge it just in time using his spell, Flash Step. Alicia, however, was shocked to see that the area struck by the dragon's fire had completely melted, leaving nothing behind. While Rude continued to dodge the dragon's attacks, Alicia summoned her wind spirit and cast a spell on Rude, increasing his speed and allowing him to move faster than before. As Rude's speed increased, he launched himself toward the dragon and managed to land a blow with his sword. However, the strike did little damage due to the dragon's tough scales. Rude thought to himself that it seemed impossible to get through the dragon's defenses, and his magic didn't seem to be compatible with the creature either. Rude then shouted to Alicia, and she responded by launching her spirit magic toward the dragon. But when the magic hit, Alicia was surprised to see how little damage it caused, realizing it wouldn't be enough to make a difference in their fight against the dragon. As both of them were taken aback by the dragon's strength, the creature swung its tail, which was lined with needle-like spikes. The tail whipped through the air, and the needles shot toward Rude and Alicia with deadly speed. Rude and Alicia used their body strengthening and shields to fend off the incoming needles. Rude, as he focused on the battle, realized they were in serious trouble. The dragon had high defensive power and long-range attacks, leaving him wondering how they would be able to defeat it. Alicia suddenly shouted at Rude, telling him to buy her some time as she prepared to use her special move before her stats began to drop. Rude immediately acknowledged her request and began focusing on buying her the time she needed while Alicia started charging her magic spell. As she focused on charging her magic, Alicia couldn't help but think to herself that she was leaving herself completely defenseless, relying entirely on Rude to hold off the dragon and keep them both safe. In that moment, Alicia thought to herself that she had to make up for Rude's share of the defense while she was vulnerable. she decided to pour all of her magic into one powerful attack. Summoning all of her magic spirits, Salam, Erdale, Nomia, Wakyan, she focused her energy on the spell. The dragon, noticing the immense power of the spell Alicia was casting, recognized the danger and shifted its focus toward her. It immediately used the spell Principles of Darkness, launching a powerful attack toward Alicia. At that moment, Rude intervened, absorbing all of the dragon's magic energy before it could reach Alicia. Alicia, seeing Rude in the path of the attack, shouted at him to get out of the way. As Rude moved, Alicia launched her spell, Spirit's Quintet, and the attack struck the dragon directly, hitting it with full force. As the smoke cleared, Alicia noticed that the dragon was still standing, though badly wounded. She then spoke, expressing that in the past, she would have been able to defeat the dragon in a single strike with her magic, but now, she was still too weak since she had not fully recovered. At that moment, Rude approached and placed his hand on Alicia's shoulders, using his substitute skill to absorb all the miasma in her body. He told Alicia that it had been a great shot and reassured her that now it was his turn to face the dragon. The dragon, bloodied and battered, glared at them as Alicia apologized to Rude for making him use substitute on her. She explained that she had expended nearly all of her magic power in the last attack. Rude then told Alicia that it was fine and instructed her to use her remaining magic to protect herself. He assured her that from that point onward, she could leave the situation to him. Alicia, concerned, told Rude to be careful. Just as she spoke, the dragon let out a loud roar, but Rude responded by activating his own roar skill. He replicated the dragon's roar, surprising the creature with his unexpected counterattack. After releasing his roar, Rude charged directly at the dragon. As he charged, he realized that the dark magic he had absorbed seemed to have infused a vast amount of mana into him. In that moment, Rude felt his magic power overflowing. In that moment, Rude delivered a powerful slash to the dragon's arm and noticed that one of its scales had started to fall off from the force of his attack. The sight filled him with excitement, realizing that it would now be easier to cut through the creature's defenses. As time passed, he unleashed increasingly powerful strikes against the dragon. However, he soon realized that his sword, Gram, was becoming less effective as the mana it had absorbed gradually dissipated. Sensing the weakening attacks, the dragon let out a deafening roar and unleashed its skill, Miasma Wave, directing it straight at Rude. The wave struck him with immense force, sending him flying backward. Though immune to the miasma's toxic effects, Rude felt the full brunt of the impact, prompting him to reflect on his vulnerability to sheer physical force despite his resistance to the miasma. As Rude was reflecting on his predicament, the dragon lashed its tail, unleashing a barrage of needle-like projectiles aimed directly at him. Realizing he couldn't evade the attack, Rude quickly activated his skill, Flash Step. However, just as he was about to escape, the dragon had already anticipated his movement and appeared in front of him. In that instant, the dragon struck Rude with a powerful blow. Reacting swiftly, Rude activated his skill, Steel Body, to reinforce himself, but it wasn't enough to fully withstand the attack. The force sent him hurtling backward. As he recovered, Rude recognized that the dragon had calculated the distance of his flash step and used that knowledge to its advantage. He couldn't help but marvel at the creature's extraordinary intelligence and adaptability. The dragon was slowly closing in on Rude, its massive form looming ever closer. At the same time, Alicia called out to him in concern, rushing toward him as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Rude lay on the ground, his thoughts drifting to a past battle where he had come dangerously close to death while fighting a minotaur. As the memory surfaced, his expression suddenly shifted. He reminded himself that the person he was now was vastly different from who he had been back then. This realization filled him with renewed determination. Drawing on his resolve, Rude activated his skill, Principles of Earth Magic, propelling himself upward just as the dragon prepared to strike. Rude soared through the air, and the dragon, noticing this, unleashed its fire breath in an attempt to finish him off. Observing the impending attack, Rude considered using his thread manipulation skill to evade. However, he quickly realized that simply dodging would only lead to defeat in a battle of attrition. Determined to turn the tide, he decided to use the situation to his advantage. Formulating a plan, Rude resolved to use his threads as a slingshot to propel himself toward the dragon, seizing the best opportunity to strike. In an instant, Rude activated his thread manipulation, using it to launch himself at full speed directly at the dragon. As the dragon's fire breath roared toward him, Rude chose not to evade. Instead, he charged straight into the attack. In that decisive moment, he swung his sword with precision and strength, slicing through the fiery onslaught as he closed the distance to his foe. As Rude cut through the dragon's attack, he thought to himself that while he couldn't fully mitigate the intense heat, he could absorb the mana within the dragon's breath. He realized that if his fire resistance was enough to endure the flames, he could channel his own mana into his weapon, combining it with the energy Graham had absorbed so far, and unleash it all at once against the dragon. Resolving to execute this plan, Rude focused every ounce of his strength and energy into his attack. At that critical moment, Alicia stepped in to assist. Activating her water skill, she directed it toward Rude, helping to cool the searing heat from the dragon's flames. Noticing her support, Rude smiled and silently thanked her for her quick thinking. Bolstered by her intervention, he grew even more determined. Pouring every last drop of energy into his strike, Rude powered through the dragon's fiery assault. With an overwhelming surge of strength, he not only shattered the dragon's attack but also delivered a decisive blow, slicing the dragon cleanly in two. As the dragon's massive body collapsed to the ground, Alicia immediately ran toward Rude, insisting that she would cast healing magic on him right away. Just as she was about to do so, Rude stopped her, gently telling her there was no need to push herself any further after all she had already done. In that moment, Rude activated his skill, blood-sucking, and the dragon's blood began to flow from its body, gradually being absorbed into his own. Alicia watched in shock and confusion at what was happening. Noticing her reaction, Rude calmly explained that blood-sucking was a skill he had acquired from the labyrinth, allowing him to recover some of his strength by drawing energy from blood. After a few moments, Rude had absorbed enough to recover from his severe injuries, though he was still far from fully healed. Sighing in relief, he laid down on the ground, exhausted, and suggested to Alicia that it was time for them to take a short break. Rude smiled at Alicia and extended his hand toward her. Alicia, noticing his gesture, smiled back and reached out to take his hand. In that moment, Rude activated his skill, Substitute, drawing out and absorbing all the lingering miasma from her body. Both of them lay on the ground, their exhaustion evident. Rude turned to Alicia and remarked that they had done it, and Alicia nodded in agreement, adding that they truly had. However, she reminded him that this was only the beginning. Hearing her words, Rude smiled and acknowledged that she was right. As they rested on the floor, Rude's thoughts drifted to his past. He recalled the time when he had been saved by an S-class adventurer, a moment that had left an indelible mark on him. Comparing himself to that adventurer, Rude realized how much stronger the figure from his memory had been. The thought served as a humbling reminder that he still had a long journey ahead before he could stand on the same level as the one who had inspired him to become an adventurer. Rude sat up alongside Alicia and suggested that their first priority should be to collect some of the miasma dragon's meat. Alicia nodded in agreement and urged him to start with that task right away. A short while later, as they navigated the labyrinth, they stumbled upon a large, mysterious room. Upon entering, they realized they had reached the labyrinth's core. Alicia, awestruck by the sight, remarked that only a select few adventurers had ever had the privilege of witnessing such a view. She then pointed out the magic circle near the core, explaining that if they used it, they would be transported directly to the labyrinth's entrance, allowing them to return immediately. Alicia explained to Rude that since labyrinths contained rare materials unattainable on the surface, it was common practice to leave the core intact even after clearing them. However, Rude countered, pointing out that leaving the labyrinth untouched would eventually lead to the resurrection of the miasma dragon. Reflecting on his past, Rude recalled the harrowing experiences he endured in the Abello labyrinth. Yet, it was because of those trials that a path to his dreams had been revealed. With that thought in mind, Rude drew his sword, expressing his gratitude to the Abello labyrinth for all it had taught him. Resolute, he plunged his blade into the labyrinth's core, ending its existence. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Lankars inquired with one of his subordinates about any updates regarding Rude's group, who had ventured into the labyrinth. The subordinate regretfully informed him that there was still no news or information about their status. Lankars, upon hearing the report, pondered to himself that he was aware of Rude's nickname as the miasma scavenger. In the world of adventurers, power was everything, and despite his efforts to mediate, it wouldn't have stopped the situation from unfolding as it had. He reflected that life as an adventurer without power was harsh and unforgiving. If that was enough to make Rude abandon his dream, then it would simply be another path for him to follow. At that moment, as Lankarsh contemplated these thoughts, one of his men suddenly burst through the door, panic evident on his face, but with a bright smile. The man quickly informed Lankarsh that Rude and Alicia had returned, having used the teleportation circle located in the labyrinth. He also reported that Rude and Alicia had successfully completed the subjugation of the miasma dragon and destroyed the dungeon core, effectively conquering the dungeon. The moment the news spread, everyone erupted in joy and excitement. Lankarsh, still in disbelief, thought to himself that he couldn't believe the two had actually conquered the dungeon. He added that the idea of Rude, of all people, being the one to save the city was something he never imagined would happen. One of the adventurers then suggested that they should go and welcome Rude and Alicia. After a short time, Rude and Alicia finally returned to the Adventurers Guild, where they were greeted warmly and welcomed with open arms. Meanwhile, in the city of Golar, near Bologna, the lord of the city was furious upon hearing the news that the Abello labyrinth had been conquered. He was particularly enraged by the fact that Bologna city not only owned so many labyrinths but had now successfully conquered another new one. The lord of Golar, upon hearing the news, turned to one of his subordinates and declared that their plan to seize ownership of the new labyrinth had been completely ruined. However, the subordinate replied that this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. He explained that Bologna could not deny the legitimacy of Golar's claim to the new labyrinth, and for that reason, destroying it was a better option than allowing it to fall under Bologna's control. The subordinate went on to suggest that framing the situation this way would give Golar grounds to argue with Bologna and demand compensation for the profits they would have earned from the new labyrinth. After considering this, the Lord of Golar nodded thoughtfully and agreed that this would indeed be a much more profitable approach than directly challenging the labyrinth and risking the loss of adventurers in the process. The Lord also remarked that if things played out that way, he doubted that Bologna's Adventurers Guild would stay silent. The subordinate, with an eerie smile, replied that that was exactly what they wanted. He then told the Lord that they would show Lankarsh and his team just how superior they really were. Moments later, Rude and Alicia were sitting by a crackling fire in the forest, preparing the miasma dragon's meat. As Rude cooked it, Alicia, eyes wide and drooling, commented on how delicious the smell was. Rude, meanwhile, chuckled and explained that he had kept the meat hidden in his magic bag until now and was excited to finally be able to enjoy it. After a few moments, the steak was ready, and Rude, with a broad smile, took a big bite, savoring its flavor. Alicia, meanwhile, continued to watch with wide eyes, still drooling as she admired the delicious meal. Rude, filled with excitement, thought to himself that this was the taste of dragon meat. He remarked that every other meat he had eaten up until now seemed plain in comparison. The dragon's meat had a rich, sweet flavor, and the fat melted in his mouth. Combined with the robust taste of the red meat, it was absolutely delightful. Meanwhile, Alicia, irritated by Rude's comments, couldn't help but feel envious, wishing she could enjoy the meal as well but unable to do so. Alicia, frustrated, stood up and declared that she had made up her mind. She announced that that night, they would have premium steak. Rude, surprised by her statement, replied that he was already in the middle of eating his own steak. Hearing that, Alicia became furious and told Rude that it wasn't fair for him to say that, especially when he was enjoying his meal while she was stuck drooling, unable to eat. Alicia, eager to move forward, told Rude that they needed to hurry and gather information on good restaurants in the area. She also urged him to finish his food quickly as she could no longer wait. 4 days had passed since the collapse of the Abello labyrinth, and in the Adventurers Guild, Lankarsh was now speaking with Rude and Alicia. He apologized for calling them to the guild so many times but assured them this would be the last time. Lankarsh then informed them that the raid report had finally been confirmed. He handed them a bag full of money, telling them it was their reward for conquering the dungeon. Inside the bag was 1.5 million regen. Alicia remained calm as she received the reward, but Rude was surprised by the amount of money they had received. Lankars explained that the expected level for the Abello labyrinth was 70, so the reward they were given was well deserved. Rude, hearing this, was filled with excitement. As Rude basked in the excitement of the reward, Lankars called out to him and noted that since Rude and Alicia had managed to conquer the labyrinth on their own, there was no way Rude could remain at D rank. Lankars then told him that he would be updating Rude's rank. Moments later, after the meeting had concluded, Rude told Alicia that although he had only recently been promoted to D rank, he opened his status and saw that his level had already reached 52. He remarked that he had reached this level in no time. Alicia, noticing this, commented that even though Rude had been fighting monsters far above his level, the speed of his growth was still abnormal. She thought to herself that typically, when someone reaches level 40, their leveling speed slows down significantly, but Rude's case was different. His leveling speed showed no signs of slowing down at all. Rude smirked at Alicia and told her that he had finally surpassed her level. As they compared their statuses, Alicia was shocked to see that Rude had indeed surpassed her. She became upset and told Rude that it wasn't fun for her at all to be surpassed by him. Rude, however, pointed out that it was strange because even though his level was higher than hers, Alicia was still stronger than him when it came to combat power. Alicia brightened up a little at that and agreed with Rude, adding that levels were merely an indicator and that, in the end, combat power was mainly determined by a person's skills and experience. At that moment, as Alicia was speaking to Rude, the Lord of Golar territory and his subordinates entered the Adventurers Guild. The Lord stood in front of Rude and remarked that he had heard of him, the so-called miasma-scavenger. Rude then asked the Lord who he was and added that the Lord seemed like a rude person. The Lord, hearing that, laughed and asked Rude if the adventurers of Bologna didn't even recognize the faces of their neighboring city's lords. Rude, surprised, immediately realized that the man standing before him was the infamous, Misery Lord, of Golar. The Lord smirked and told Rude how daring it was for him to destroy the new labyrinth, one that rightfully should have belonged to Golar territory. Rude spoke up, reminding the Lord that the last time he had heard, the Abello labyrinth was jointly owned and did not belong solely to Golar territory. However, the Lord interrupted, stating that while the Abello labyrinth was on the border between Bologna and Golar, the people of Bologna had greedily shut out Golar, claiming there was something strange happening inside. The Lord of Golar added that, on top of that, the Bologna territory had caused an influx of monsters that destroyed the labyrinth. The Lord then explained that the prophets Golar was supposed to gain from the labyrinth, as well as the damage caused to their surrounding territories by the monsters, now had to be compensated by Bologna. He then asked Rude how exactly he planned to make amends for this situation. As the Lord was speaking, Alicia interrupted and told him that such a discussion should be handled between the guild representatives. She pointed out that, as far as she knew, there had been no reports of monsters flooding into Golar's territories and that Bologna's adventurers had already dealt with the situation. With a bright smile, she asked the Lord who had given people like him, who hadn't done anything, the right to speak. The Lord, troubled by her words, was left speechless. Meanwhile, Rude thought to himself that it was no surprise Alicia, an S-class adventurer, handled the situation so flawlessly. He also couldn't help but admire how eloquently she spoke. As Alicia spoke to the Lord, one of his subordinates stepped forward and told her that he had heard the rumors, but he hadn't expected them to be true. He remarked that Alicia of the Emerald Storm had become affiliated with Bologna. He then added, in a menacing tone, that given Alicia's level should have been weakened by the curse of the Abyssal Labyrinth, it made sense that someone like her would end up in Bologna. Rude, observing the situation, thought to himself that the man speaking was a bastard. He recognized the man as the guild master of Golar. The guild master then told Alicia that this wasn't a matter for mere adventurers to discuss. He approached her and sneered, calling her a worthless survivor from a party that had died in vain. The man continued, telling Alicia to stop sticking her nose where it didn't belong and called her a piece of trash. But as he spoke, Alicia became irritated and activated her powers. The man was taken aback, surprised that he was feeling intimidated by a girl who had been reduced to level 45. Just then, a voice called out, telling Alicia to stop what she was doing. It was none other than Lankars. Lankars then informed everyone that he would not tolerate any fighting within his guild and instructed the Lord and Guildmaster of Golar to follow him to his office. As they walked away, The guildmaster of Goler muttered that they should learn how to keep their dogs on a leash, referring to Alicia and Rude. Rude, frustrated with Goler's attitude, was about to speak when someone approached them and called out to Alicia, asking if she remembered him. Rude, irritated by the constant interruptions, was annoyed when another person approached them. But Alicia called out to the individual, asking if he was Ebert. Ebert, with excitement in his eyes, took her hand and expressed his happiness that Alicia still remembered him. Rude, curious, asked Alicia if she knew the person in front of them. Alicia explained that Ebert was from her old party and that they used to go on adventures together. Ebert then added that back in the day, the Azure Trails party that Alicia belonged to was one he deeply admired. He mentioned how Alicia's ability to use multiple spirit magic simultaneously and the way she carried herself had inspired him. As a fellow elf, Ebert couldn't help but look up to her. Ebert, with a sad expression, told Alicia that he knew how much she had suffered because of what happened in the Abyssal Labyrinth. He explained that this was the reason he had come to Bologna. Ebert then, with a bright smile, asked Alicia if she would be willing to join his party. Alicia, looking puzzled at his request, was silent for a moment, while Rude, visibly irritated by what Ebert had said, stood beside her. Alicia then spoke up, thanking Ebert for his kind offer but explaining that she had already formed a new party. She introduced Rude to Ebert as her party member. Rude, still annoyed, introduced himself to Ebert, saying it was nice to meet him. However, just as Rude extended his hand for a handshake, Ebert slapped it away and completely ignored him. Rude was furious that Ebert had treated him that way, but Ebert paid no attention to him and redirected his focus to Alicia. He grabbed her hand and mentioned that he had heard about the unfortunate events in the Abyssal Labyrinth and how Alicia had become cursed. Ebert then said that he hadn't expected someone of Alicia's caliber, an S-rank adventurer, to end up in a situation where she could only team up with a man known as a miasma scavenger. This made Rude even more enraged. With a bright smile, Ebert continued, suggesting that if Alicia were to join his party instead, he was sure they could make good use of her skills and experience. However, before he could say anything further, Alicia swiftly pulled her hand away from him and, in a stern voice, told Ebert to stop speaking about things he clearly didn't understand. Alicia, with fierce determination, told Ebert that she had willingly formed a party with Rude and that any insult directed at Rude would also be an insult to her. She expressed gratitude to Ebert for looking out for her, but assured him that the curse in her body had already been lifted. Ebert, shocked, couldn't believe what he had just heard. He reminded Alicia that the curse she had was from the SS-Rank Abyssal Labyrinth, and even more so, it had come from the floor owner of the labyrinth. Smiling happily, Alicia responded that she had experienced a fortunate encounter, and with that, she and Rude left him behind. Ebert, still lost in thought, wondered how Alicia had managed to rid herself of the curse. Meanwhile, Rude thanked Alicia for defending him, and she, in turn, advised him to keep his skills a secret, as it would be troublesome if they were revealed. As they walked, Alicia called out to Ebert, informing him that they would be updating their ranks. She added that Rude would no longer be AD rank, but instead would now be AC rank. Ebert was troubled by what he heard. He had been thinking about Alicia the entire time, but she had chosen to be with Rude instead. In that moment, Ebert's anger flared as he convinced himself that Rude must have been influencing Alicia. He couldn't believe that Alicia would willingly follow Rude. Ebert, deep in thought, couldn't believe that AD rank adventurer would even dare to hope to defeat something like a miasma dragon. However, he considered that it might be a different matter if Alicia's curse had been lifted. At that moment, Ebert concluded that it was actually Alicia who had defeated the miasma dragon, while Rude was simply taking credit for her achievement. A dangerous aura emanated from Ebert as his anger intensified. Rude noticed this and told Alicia that Ebert had been glaring at him intensely. Alicia explained that elves were a proud race, and many of them grew more prejudiced over time due to their long lives. Hearing this, Rude asked Alicia if, since she was also an elf, she too was one of those who harbored such pride and prejudice. When Alicia heard Rude's question, she smiled cheerfully and replied that she was very humble, understanding, cute, strong, and a charming elf. Rude immediately understood from her answer that she was, in fact, quite prideful. The two then headed toward the receptionist desk, where the receptionist greeted them warmly. She mentioned that she had heard all about them from the guild master and handed Rude his rank change. She explained that it was a very rare occurrence. Rude took the paper from her and, upon reading it, was surprised to see that he had been promoted to B rank, skipping C rank entirely. Excited by the news, Rude felt a surge of pride, and Alicia shared in his happiness. The receptionist explained that this promotion was a testament to how difficult the Abello New Labyrinth quest had been. The receptionist informed Rude that they had also received a report from the adventurers in the village that he and Alicia had saved. She mentioned that his defeat of the Baphomet in the village was taken into consideration when determining his new rank. At that moment, Rude still found it hard to believe that he was now a B rank adventurer. As he tried to process this achievement, Magnus approached and remarked that Rude should be even happier, adding that everyone in the town was grateful for what he had done for them. Hearing Magnus's words filled Rude with even more joy. Alicia then interrupted their conversation, reminding Rude not to settle for just reaching B rank. She pointed out that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to reach the level of the S-rank adventurer who had inspired him to pursue this path. Rude smiled, acknowledging the truth in her words, and agreed with her encouragement. Rude, filled with determination, shouted to himself that he would push further and work even harder to achieve his goal of becoming an S-rank adventurer. Those present joined in, offering their encouragement and motivating him to pursue his dream. As the celebration continued, Ebert arrived and disrupted the atmosphere, sternly reminding Rude that such foolishness could not be easily forgiven. Rude, already tired of dealing with Ebert, watched as he went on to explain that the information adventurers could access about dungeons was strictly tied to their rank, a rule established to ensure their safety. Ebert then criticized Rude, stating that someone who had gained recognition merely by following others should never have been granted a B rank. To conclude, Ebert insulted the Bologna Guild, calling them a collection of fools, his words dripping with disdain. As Ebert made his remark, the adventurers from the Bologna Guild glared at him with irritation and annoyance, clearly displeased by his insult to their guild. The receptionist intervened, cutting Ebert off and stating firmly that, regardless of his opinion, ranks up to B rank could be awarded at the guild's discretion. Magnus then stepped forward, his expression darkening, and warned Ebert to take back what he had said about the Bologna Guild and its adventurers, or he would face the consequences. The adventurers in the room moved closer, surrounding Ebert in a show of solidarity. Ebert, unfazed, let out a faint smile and called Magnus and the rest of them true fools. Magnus, enraged by the insult, grabbed Ebert's clothes and prepared to act, but Ebert swiftly countered, gripping Magnus's hand and throwing him to the ground with ease. As Magnus hit the ground, Ebert drew his sword and drove it into the ground close to Magnus's ear. With a cold tone, he told Magnus to refrain from touching him with his filthy hands. At that moment, Alicia shouted Ebert's name, demanding that he stop what he was doing. Ebert pulled his sword free and turned to Alicia, remarking that she had always been kind, even to the point of helping a hopeless man like Magnus. Alicia firmly rejected his words, insisting that he was completely wrong. Ebert, undeterred, went on to say that as elves, their race was naturally prejudiced and prideful, admitting that he himself rarely changed his mind once he had decided something. As he spoke, his expression brightened, and he confidently told Alicia that someone like him, a humble, understanding, and charming elf, was the one best suited to guide her, as they were of the same race. As Ebert finished speaking, Rude burst into laughter, catching everyone off guard. Surprised, Ebert turned to Rude and demanded to know why he was laughing. Inwardly, Rude mused that elves truly were prideful creatures, their arrogance seemingly boundless. Ebert, regaining his composure, addressed everyone and declared that he now understood the situation. He added that incompetent adventurers posed a danger to others and stated that he would personally test Rude to determine if he truly deserved the rank of B-rank adventurer. The receptionist immediately stepped forward, firmly reminding Ebert that he had no authority to make such decisions on his own. However, Alicia interjected, agreeing with the essence of Ebert's challenge. She added that if Ebert doubted Rude's abilities, then he would soon witness for himself the true extent of Rude's skills. Soon after, they found themselves in the Bologna Guild training grounds. Alicia took a moment to apologize to Rude, admitting that it was because of her they were now in this troubling situation. Rude reassured her, saying she wasn't solely to blame and that his own shortcomings had also played a part. He then told her not to worry, promising that all he needed to do was defeat Ebert, the examiner, and prove himself worthy of being her partner. With a confident smile, Rude added that, in the end, adventurers lived in a world where strength was the only way to silence doubt. Moments later, the two combatants stood in the arena, ready to face off. Alicia addressed them, stating firmly that if either of them sustained a serious injury, she would intervene immediately to stop the fight. With that warning given, she announced that the battle would now begin. As soon as Alicia gave the signal, the two combatants charged at each other. Their swords clashed with a resounding impact, and Ebert remarked that Rude showed some capability, having managed to block his attack. However, as he spoke, Ebert unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Rude, under pressure from the onslaught, quickly realized that Ebert was far superior to him in swordsmanship. He also recalled Alicia mentioning that Ebert combined offensive magic with enhancement magic in battle. Activating his appraisal skill to analyze Ebert's stats, Rude discovered that Ebert was a magic swordsman equipped with two skills, haste and physical boost. As Rude processed this information, Ebert suddenly disappeared from his sight, leaving Rude momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Ebert reappeared behind him and launched a swift slash. Rude, relying on his instincts, narrowly avoided the attack just in time. Ebert grew irritated as Rude once again managed to dodge his attack. Meanwhile, Rude, still catching his breath, realized he couldn't track Ebert's movements with his eyes. Although he wanted to counterattack using his skills, Ebert's speed far exceeded his own. Activating his powers, Ebert declared that he was a B-rank adventurer, a title reserved for those who demonstrated power of this caliber. He added that only those who met such standards deserved the rank and asked if Rude now understood his inadequacy. Ebert then stated bluntly that Rude was unworthy, not only of holding the title of B-rank adventurer but also of standing by Alicia's side. Rude, hearing Ebert's harsh words, admitted that, with his current abilities, he indeed wasn't worthy of standing next to Alicia. However, with fierce determination, he reminded Ebert that it was Alicia herself who had chosen him. Resolving to prove his worth, Rude declared that he would show Ebert he deserved both the rank and the right to stand by Alicia's side. As Rude made his declaration, he activated his principles of earth magic, preparing to fight back. At the same time, Ebert countered with his own magic, and the two spells clashed violently in an intense display of power. Amid the collision, Ebert mocked Rude, calling him a fool for thinking he could win when it came to magic. The spectators, stunned by the spectacle, began to question whether the two were taking things too far. Ebert, wearing a menacing smile, told Rude that this was an unfortunate moment for him. Without hesitation, Ebert activated a powerful spell, confidently declaring that this was the difference in their levels. He unleashed the spell with devastating force, commanding Rude to bow before him. In a dramatic turn, Rude blocked Ebert's attack with his sword. To everyone's shock, the magical energy Ebert had sent toward him was entirely absorbed by the blade. The clash left the spectators in awe as Rude stood firm, unyielding against Ebert's overwhelming power. Ebert, shocked to see his magic absorbed, momentarily hesitated. Seizing the moment, Rude confidently remarked that he had anticipated Ebert's reliance on magic, knowing that elves were a notoriously prideful race. Without wasting time, Rude launched a powerful attack at Ebert. The two exchanged a series of intense and devastating strikes, their clash growing fiercer with every moment. As the battle progressed, Ebert began to notice a dramatic change in Rude's speed and power, which were now on an entirely different level from before. While continuing their duel, Ebert questioned Rude, asking if the sword he wielded was a magic sword. Rude corrected him, revealing with a smirk that Ebert was mistaken and explained that the weapon he wielded was, in fact, a cursed sword. Ebert, taken aback by Rude's use of a cursed sword, immediately responded by stating that this only further proved why Alicia should not be with Rude. With those words, Ebert activated his magic skill, Lightning Attribute Enchantment. As he did so, he declared that Rude would no longer be able to match his speed. In the blink of an eye, Ebert lunged toward Rude, delivering a powerful lightning palm strike aimed directly at Rude's chest. The spectators gasped in shock at the display of speed and power. After landing his attack, Ebert sneered, telling Rude that he was nothing special. Turning toward Alicia, he instructed her to announce the winner of the match. However, Just as Ebert spoke, Rude seized his collar with a grin. Rude, unfazed by the earlier attack, apologized to Ebert, saying that his lightning would not work on him. In that moment, the system notification popped up, confirming that Rude's status abnormality, paralysis, had been nullified. Ebert, seeing that Rude was still standing after his lightning attack, was stunned. He incredulously told Rude that it was impossible and that the lightning should have paralyzed him. But before Ebert could react further, Rude delivered a swift headbutt to Ebert, sending him crashing to the ground. In that moment, Rude drove his sword into the ground near Ebert's head, apologizing as he did so, and added that lately, he had been growing resistant to more and more things. The spectators, thrilled by the unexpected turn of events, cheered loudly, their excitement echoing through the training grounds as Rude was declared the winner. Meanwhile, in the guild master's office, Lankar spoke to the Lord of Golar, informing him that the feudal lord was currently occupied with official business in the capital. As a result, Lankars had been entrusted with the role of deputy. Lankars assured the Lord of Golar that he understood his claims and emphasized that, with his team in charge of the management, they would fully cooperate with the Lord's efforts to recover from the damage inflicted upon him and his territory. The Lord of Golar raised his voice, telling Lankars that what he needed was compensation, not cooperation. He added that a fair amount of money was owed to them for their ownership of the labyrinth. The Lord then accused Lankars and his men of getting greedy, taking more than they deserved, and insisted that Lankars would have to pay the appropriate price for their actions. Before Lankars could respond, his assistant hurried into the office, interrupting the tense conversation. She urgently informed them that something strange was happening with the Abello New Labyrinth, which had been confirmed to have completely collapsed. She added that the surrounding area was now filled with an unprecedented concentration of mana, and the levels were at B rank. Upon hearing this, Lankars was stunned, unable to believe what his assistant had just relayed. The assistant continued, telling Lankars that 2 gargoyles were guarding the entrance to the labyrinth, preventing any outside interference. Lankars spoke up, stating that it seemed like this was not the time to waste on petty squabbles. The Lord and the Guild Master of Golar were furious upon hearing that Lankars had dismissed their discussion as trivial. Lankars, however, remained focused and told them that they would be organizing a subjugation force and heading immediately to investigate the situation at the Abello New Labyrinth. He then instructed his assistant to summon every B-rank adventurer and higher right away, including Rude. Shortly after, all the B-rank and higher adventurers had gathered in Lankars's office. Lankars quickly explained the situation regarding the Abello New Labyrinth, detailing the collapse and the strange circumstances surrounding it. After providing the full explanation, Lankars informed everyone that the labyrinth cycle had officially begun. He emphasized that they would move out immediately to subdue the labyrinth and address the situation as quickly as possible. Rude asked Alicia what Lankars meant by a labyrinth cycle, and Alicia explained that it was a phenomenon that caused a labyrinth to evolve. She added that it was a rare occurrence, something she had only heard about a few times. Alicia went on to say that this situation was particularly unusual due to the collapse of the labyrinth, making it her first time dealing with such an event. She also mentioned that the concentration of mana around the labyrinth being at B-rank levels was something that rarely happened. Rude, however, reassured her by saying that they were now B-rank adventurers, and with the addition of A-rank adventurers, it wouldn't be a problem. But as Rude was speaking, Ebert interrupted him, remarking that it was understandable for Rude to think that way since he had only just reached B rank. Ebert then warned Rude that he was underestimating the severity of the situation. Rude, once again irritated by Ebert's constant interference, asked him what his problem was. Ebert, however, calmly explained that if the concentration of mana around the labyrinth was at B rank levels, then the mana inside the labyrinth would likely be at least A rank. He warned that in the worst-case scenario, the concentration could even reach S rank levels. Alicia then added that, based on what she had heard, the labyrinth was currently evolving like a chrysalis. Once this chrysalis emerged, the surface would be flooded with mana, and since Golar and Ballona were nearby, the risk of catastrophic damage was higher than ever. As Rude pondered the situation carefully, Lankars intervened, telling Rude not to worry too much. He reassured him that there had been very few cases of labyrinth cycles, and many of the mysteries surrounding them remained unsolved. It was possible that all these concerns might be needless. Landkars then told Rude and Alicia that, since they were the ones who had cleared the original dungeon, he would be relying on them to guide everyone through this situation. Both Rude and Alicia agreed with Landkars's request. A few moments later, the adventurers stood in front of the labyrinth, where 2 gargoyles guarded the entrance. Rude used his appraisal skill on the gargoyles and discovered that they were level 50, with extremely high stats and numerous skills. Rude then informed Alicia that the gargoyles were a bit stronger than the rolling beetles they had previously encountered. However, just as he finished speaking, one of the adventurers accidentally made a noise. The gargoyles immediately took notice and charged toward the group. One of the gargoyles then unleashed a skill called Petrifying Breath, aiming it at the adventurers. In response, Alicia quickly activated her spell, using her magic to counter the gargoyle's attack. The adventurers were impressed by Alicia's quick thinking and powerful counterattack. However, as Alicia was finishing, another gargoyle charged toward her. At that moment, Landkars intervened, delivering a powerful strike to the attacking gargoyle. Meanwhile, the other gargoyle charged toward Landkars, but the guild master of Golar stepped forward and effortlessly sliced the creature in two. Rude, Alicia, and the rest of the adventurers were left in awe of their guild master's strength. Landkars then turned toward the adventurers and urged them to hurry and move forward. Rude approached the gargoyle's lifeless body and thought to himself that it looked quite edible. He quietly activated his principles of fire magic and used it on the gargoyle, but the guild master of Golar noticed Rude's actions and asked him what he was doing. Rude responded that the gargoyles had regenerative abilities, and he had simply finished it off. As the guild master of Golar walked away, Rude quickly slipped a piece of meat into his bag without being noticed. As they continued through the labyrinth, one of the adventurers remarked that the miasma seemed less intense than before, while another speculated that the dungeon's very nature might have changed. Rude then pointed out that although the layout and shape of the dungeon appeared to be mostly the same, things could still be different as they moved deeper. Alicia agreed and reminded everyone to stay cautious, warning that they couldn't predict what might happen as they ventured further. She also emphasized that, while the layout hadn't changed drastically, the monsters would likely be much stronger deeper within the dungeon. As Alicia spoke, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared before the adventurers. Landkars quickly assessed the situation and told everyone that he would handle the larger monster, while the rest should focus on the smaller ones. The guild master of Golar activated his warrior's honor skill, and the adventurers affected by the spell experienced a surge in their attack power, allowing them to move more freely and strike with greater force. As the monsters charged, the adventurers swiftly began taking down the smaller ones. Alicia called out to Rude, urging him to join the battle, but she was puzzled to see him standing still, his expression filled with concern. At that moment, the system appeared before Rude, notifying him that the abnormal status nullification skill Warrior's Honor had been nullified. As the other adventurers engaged in battle with the monsters, Rude remained still, lost in thought. He realized that his abnormal status nullification skill had also nullified support magic, something he hadn't anticipated. One of the adventurers then spoke up, announcing that he would draw the monsters' attention. He activated his provoke skill, taunting the monsters to target him. As the monsters charged, he used another skill, intercept barrier, which sent a shockwave that knocked all the monsters back. With the monsters pushed back, the adventurer called out to the others, signaling that it was now their turn to strike. Ebert immediately charged at the monsters, unleashing his Lightning Emperor sword skill. The powerful attack decimated most of the monsters, and the remaining adventurers quickly joined in, finishing off the rest. One of the adventurers then warned the others that these monsters were the kind whose weaknesses couldn't be easily identified, meaning their only option was to overpower them with sheer force. With that, the adventurers unleashed a barrage of skills, quickly annihilating the monsters. Just as they were making progress, one adventurer called out that his provoke skill was about to expire and urged everyone to stay alert. At that moment, a monster suddenly emerged from underground, catching the adventurer off guard. The creature grabbed hold of him, and just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, its head was swiftly severed. The rest of the adventurers had managed to eliminate the monster just in time. The adventurer, shaken but relieved, thanked his teammates, acknowledging that it had been a close call. Rude, observing the other adventurers, thought to himself that they were incredibly strong, but it wasn't just their individual power that stood out. He noticed their teamwork was flawless, making it hard to believe they were an impromptu group. In that moment, Rude felt a pang of regret for not being able to contribute to the fight. As he continued to watch, Rude saw something emerging from the monster's body. He quickly realized that what was spilling out were parasites. Reacting swiftly, Rude activated his principles of earth magic and launched an attack towards the monsters. However, to his surprise, the monster absorbed his attacks, and Rude was left stunned as he watched his magic vanish into thin air. At that moment, Rude used his appraisal skill on the monster and discovered that it possessed a skill called Earth Removal, which could neutralize rocks and soil. Just as Rude finished examining the monster, the Guild Master of Golar arrived and swiftly dealt with the creature, slashing its head off with a single strike. He then turned to Rude and told him that the most effective way to handle parasitic monsters like this was by cutting off their heads. However, the Guild Master chastised Rude for using earth magic on monsters that emerged from the ground, calling it a foolish move. He also pointed out that he had noticed Rude had nullified the warrior's honor spell that had been cast on all the adventurers. Rude, feeling disappointed with himself, thought that the Guild Master's words were true. He realized he had no experience working in a group and couldn't even benefit from the support magic of his teammates. Rude berated himself, thinking he was nothing more than dead weight. At that moment, Ebert called out to him, asking if he was struggling to keep up with the battle. Ebert added that teamwork was fundamental for defeating strong enemies and that Rude, despite his earlier victory over Ebert, was still just a miasma scavenger. Ebert concluded that someone like Rude didn't belong in their group. As Ebert spoke, Rude noticed Alicia standing behind him, glaring at Ebert in anger for what he had just said. At that moment, a huge explosion erupted, sending Lankars flying to the ground. One of the adventurers rushed to him, asking if he was fine, but Lankars reassured him not to worry about him. Instead, he warned the adventurers that the monsters were parasitizing the corpses of their fallen comrades, one by one. Lankars explained that the parasites not only regenerated the monsters' injuries but also rapidly increased their fighting power. The Guild Master of Golar, however, remarked that this situation had an upside: they only had to deal with one body in the end. He told Lankars that he would join the fight to help, but just as he said this, he felt something bite the back of his ear. When he checked, he realized he had made a grave mistake. The thing that had bitten him was a tiny monster, and in that instant, the Guild Master understood that the creature's main objective was to inject petrifying poison into all the adventurers. Soon, all the adventurers who had been bitten by the tiny insect monsters were turned to stone. At that moment, when the monster saw that all the adventurers had been petrified, it drew its weapon and was about to deliver a finishing blow to Lankars. However, just as the attack was about to land, Rude intervened, using his skill thread manipulation to redirect the strike. Rude then told the monster that its attack had failed because he was still moving and had not been petrified, as his skill abnormal status nullification had negated the petrification caused by the small insect monsters. Rude then turned to the other adventurers who had been petrified and told them to leave the situation to him. With that, he approached Alicia and used Substitute to transfer the petrification from her. After Alicia returned to normal, she thanked Rude for saving her. Rude, now focused, told her that it was time to get ready for the battle against the monsters. Rude used his appraisal skill on the monster and discovered that it was level 66 and possessed a variety of skills. He then told Alicia that the monster didn't appear to have any troublesome magic resistances, so he suggested she use magic to disrupt its stance, allowing him to charge at it. Alicia agreed with Rude's plan and activated her skill, summoning her spirits, Nomia and Sylphid. She launched a powerful attack that struck the monster directly on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. The monster quickly recovered, standing up and transforming once again, surprising both Rude and Alicia. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth, and hundreds of smaller monsters emerged, charging toward Rude and Alicia. Rude told Alicia that he would take care of the small monsters and, with that, activated his skill Lightning Cloak, obliterating all the little monsters charging at them. In that moment, as Rude and Alicia stood satisfied after defeating the swarm of smaller monsters attacking them, Lankars remained frozen in place, still petrified. Despite his condition, Lankar's could clearly observe their actions, though Rude and Alicia were unaware that those who had been petrified could still perceive what was happening around them. Unbothered by this, the two continued fighting without hesitation. Suddenly, a larger monster emerged and charged directly at Rude and Alicia, intent on finishing them off. However, both of them were prepared for the attack, already poised in their fighting stances. As the monster closed in, ready to unleash a powerful strike, Alicia caught sight of its movement. In an instant, she reacted and countered the incoming attack with one of her skills. Channeling her earth magic, Alicia launched the monster into the air before it could land a single blow on either of them. As the monster was launched skyward by the force of Alicia's earth magic, she swiftly turned her attention to Rude and signaled that it was his turn to strike. Without hesitation, Rude sprang into action, propelling himself forward at full speed. Drawing upon one of his skills, Flash Step, he surged across the battlefield in an instant, his form becoming a blur as he closed the distance between himself and the airborne monster. The creature, still disoriented from the sudden impact and the rapid ascent, began to plummet toward the ground. Its senses reeled as it tumbled uncontrollably, struggling to make sense of the unexpected attack. As the wind rushed past it, the monster caught sight of Rude speeding toward it with unwavering focus. In that fleeting moment, the beast snapped back to awareness, its instincts kicking in as it prepared to defend itself. The monster steadied its balance mid-fall, claws extending as it braced to retaliate. As Rude closed in, the creature lashed out, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Yet, with remarkable agility, Rude anticipated the attack and effortlessly dodged to the side, slipping past the monster's sweeping claws with fluid precision. In the same breath, Rude twisted his body and countered with a swift, decisive slash of his sword. His blade met the monster's flesh, cutting deep and severing a significant portion of its body in a single stroke. Despite the grievous wound and the loss of half its form, the monster's relentless will to fight remained unbroken. Even as chunks of its body scattered to the ground below, the remaining half surged forward, driven by a fierce determination to eliminate its foe. Without pause, the fragmented creature hurled itself toward Rude once more, attacking with reckless abandon. Rude tightened his grip on his weapon, bracing himself as the relentless beast pressed forward, its half-formed body still teeming with dangerous intent. At that moment, Rude found himself growing frustrated as he realized how persistent the monster was. Despite having cleaved half of its body apart, the creature remained alive and continued to fight relentlessly. The tenacity of the monster made the battle drag on longer than he had anticipated, and the thought of having to deal with such a resilient opponent weighed on his mind. While Rude was momentarily distracted by his thoughts, the monster seized the opportunity to slip behind him unnoticed. Moving with surprising speed for something so heavily injured, the creature crept closer, preparing to launch a sneak attack. From across the battlefield, Alicia caught sight of the monster's approach and immediately called out to warn Rude. However, by the time her voice rang out, the monster was already too close. Even if Rude had heard her in time, the proximity of the beast left him with no room to dodge or react. Just as the monster raised what remained of its body to strike, a sudden clash of force interrupted the attack. The creature's claws were halted mid-air by none other than Lankar's. Despite his petrified state mere moments ago, he now stood firmly between Rude and the monster, his weapon pressed against the creature's attack. Without hesitation, Lankar's retaliated with a swift and powerful counterstrike, his blow sending the monster hurtling backward across the battlefield. Rude stood in stunned silence, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to face the figure beside him. To his surprise, Lankar's remained standing at his side, his expression calm and composed. Rude had been certain that those who had fallen victim to petrification were incapable of movement, yet Lankar's sudden intervention shattered that assumption. The realization left Rude momentarily speechless, as the weight of the unexpected turn of events settled over him. Rude turned toward Lankar's, his face etched with surprise as he questioned how Lankar's had managed to break free from the petrification. With a calm yet steady voice, Lankar's explained that by circulating the magic power within his body, he was able to slowly dispel the curse. Although the process had taken considerable time and effort, he had finally succeeded. Lankar's acknowledged that if not for Rude and Alicia's relentless battle against the monster, he would not have had enough time to fully break free. With gratitude evident in his tone, Lankars thanked both of them for holding the line long enough for him to regain his strength. As Lankars's words faded, the two turned their attention back to the monster. Despite the barrage of powerful attacks it had already endured, the creature stubbornly clung to life. Its tattered form still radiated hostility as it prepared for another assault. With unwavering confidence, Lankars met Rude's gaze and declared that it was time to end the fight once and for all. In response, Rude's expression hardened with determination, and he assured Lankars that the final blow would be his to deliver. Without wasting another moment, Rude focused his energy, gathering all of his mana and pouring it into his blade. The sword glowed with a fierce brilliance, crackling with raw power as the magic coursed through it, strengthening the weapon to its fullest potential. The monster, sensing the shift in power, let out a guttural roar and lunged toward Rude and Lankars in one last desperate charge. The ground trembled beneath the force of its advance, but Rude stood his ground, eyes locked onto the approaching beast. As the monster's claws closed in, Rude's eyes snapped open, sharp and resolute. With a single fluid motion, he swung his sword, unleashing the full force of his mana-infused strike. The blade sliced cleanly through the air, striking the monster with such precision and strength that its massive body was severed into two halves in an instant. The creature's momentum carried the split halves a few paces forward before they crashed to the ground, motionless at last. Rude exhaled slowly, lowering his sword as the glow of mana faded. The battlefield fell silent, save for the faint hum of dissipating energy. Lankars nodded approvingly at Rude, the battle finally brought to its decisive end. As the monster's fragmented body collapsed to the ground, Rude allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. Pride welled up within him as he realized he had finally mastered the control of his mana, channeling it into his sword with precision. The feeling of accomplishment washed over him, a sign of his growing strength and skill. However, the battle was far from over. Despite being cut into numerous pieces, the monster's regenerative abilities posed a lingering threat. Its body parts twitched faintly, already beginning to mend. From across the battlefield, Alicia's urgent voice rang out, reminding Rude that their enemy was not yet defeated. Her warning snapped him out of his momentary satisfaction, and he immediately understood the urgency of her words. Without hesitation, Rude responded, his tone firm and resolute. He assured Alicia that he was fully aware of the situation and had no intention of allowing the monster to regenerate once more. Determined to end the fight decisively, he activated one of his more specialized skills, Venomous Stinger. As the skill took effect, countless needle-like projectiles emerged from his hands, glimmering with a faint, poisonous sheen. The needles shot forward in rapid succession, each one precisely aimed at the scattered remains of the monster. The moment they pierced the creature's flesh, the monster writhed violently, letting out a piercing scream as the venom coursed through its body. The toxic substance began to erode the monster from within, hindering its regenerative abilities and eating away at the core of its form. The monster's movements grew sluggish as the venom spread, consuming what little strength remained. Piece by piece, the creature dissolved into the ground, its regenerative power rendered useless by the relentless poison. Rude stood firm, watching carefully as the last traces of the monster withered away, ensuring that this time there would be no return. Alicia watched as the monster's body deteriorated under the relentless assault of Rude's venomous stinger, her eyes reflecting admiration. She remarked on the effectiveness of the poison, noting how it was spreading faster than the creature could regenerate. She acknowledged the skill's potency, impressed by how decisively it had turned the tide of the battle. Rude, equally impressed by the result, couldn't help but reflect on the power he had wielded. He admitted that without the abnormal status nullification he possessed, Venomous Stinger, a skill he had acquired from the miasma dragon, would have posed a significant risk to him as well. The realization left him with a greater appreciation for his unique abilities and the layers of protection they provided. As Rude spoke, Lankars approached from behind, his voice cutting in with a hint of amusement. He questioned whether Rude intended to reveal all of his secrets to the other adventurers present. The comment caught Rude off guard, and for a brief moment, he found himself uncertain of how to respond. The weight of the situation settled over him as he silently questioned how he would handle the growing attention and the need to explain the events that had just unfolded. Alicia, having overheard the exchange, agreed with Lankars's assessment. She pointed out that keeping such a secret indefinitely would eventually lead to complications. The truth, she added, would surface sooner or later, and delaying it could only invite further trouble. Accepting the inevitability of the situation, Rude decided to confront the matter directly. Resolving to take action, he informed Alicia that he would begin by using his substitute skill to cure the adventurers who had been petrified during the battle. Without wasting any more time, Rude prepared to restore those who had fallen victim to the monster's curse, knowing that the path ahead required openness and trust. Moments later, Rude successfully used his substitute skill to restore all of the adventurers who had been petrified. Once everyone had regained their mobility, Rude took the time to explain the full extent of what had transpired. He recounted his unique ability to consume monsters, detailing how this not only sustained him but also allowed him to acquire the very skills of the creatures he devoured. As Rude's story unfolded, the adventurers listened in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the extraordinary nature of his abilities. Their expressions shifted between disbelief and awe as they processed the implications of what he was capable of. Lankars was the first to break the silence, admitting that while it was difficult to believe someone could possess such powers, witnessing Rude's battle against the monster left no room for doubt. The raw display of skill and strength had convinced him beyond question. Ebert, standing nearby, expressed his amazement with an enthusiasm that caught Rude off guard. Grasping Rude's hand firmly, he marveled at the rarity of such a phenomenon, explaining that in all his years, he had never encountered anyone who could consume monster flesh, let alone gain strength from it and survive unscathed. Rude listened to Ebert's words, but his mind lingered on the contradiction. He recalled how, not long ago, Ebert had been quick to dismiss him, claiming he lacked the qualities necessary to be an adventurer. Now, faced with Ebert's sudden praise and admiration, Rude couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. The stark contrast between Ebert's past skepticism and his current reverence left Rude questioning the sincerity of the older adventurer's words. Ebert brushed off Rude's lingering doubts, waving a hand dismissively as he urged Rude not to dwell on trivial matters or the harsh words spoken in the past. He insisted that none of it held weight compared to the reality before them and added with a grin that Rude seemed like a perfect match for Alicia. Before Rude could respond, another adventurer stepped forward, her curiosity evident as she asked once more if it was truly possible for him to consume monster meat. Rude met her gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he reached down and gathered several of the fallen monsters they had defeated during the battle. Holding them up, he glanced toward the adventurer and, with an amused expression, casually asked if she would have any objections to him cooking and eating a portion of the monsters right then and there. Moments later, Rude was fully absorbed in preparing the monster meat he had just acquired. As he carefully handled the cuts, he explained the cooking process to the rest of the adventurers who had gathered around, drawn by curiosity. Rude's movements were confident and efficient, as though he had done this many times before. He told them that the key to making the meat edible, and even enjoyable, was to thoroughly cook each piece over a low flame. This ensured that the insides were properly cooked without burning the outer layers. After patiently cooking the meat, he moved on to the next crucial step, emphasizing the importance of eliminating the strong, gamey smell that often accompanied monster meat. To do this, he used a combination of aromatic herbs, rubbing them over the meat and allowing their natural oils to seep in. The result, he claimed, was a significant improvement in both flavor and aroma. Once the process was complete, Rude eagerly bit into the food, his expression lighting up with satisfaction. He couldn't help but comment on the texture and flavor, marveling at how the outer layer had become crispy while the inside remained tender and pleasantly chewy. Each bite seemed to fill him with excitement, and he made no effort to hide his enjoyment. Meanwhile, the other adventurers watched in silence, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to reluctant admiration. Although none of them had expected much from the strange dish, the sight and smell of the perfectly cooked meat was undeniably tempting. Some of them began to think that perhaps, despite the unconventional ingredients, Rude had managed to create something genuinely delicious. As Rude continued eating the monster meat with evident satisfaction, the rich, savory aroma filled the air, causing the mouths of the surrounding adventurers to water. Their eyes remained fixed on Rude, drawn to the sight of the glistening, crispy meat that seemed far more appetizing than any of them had expected. For a brief moment, they found themselves mesmerized by the scene, almost forgetting the nature of the food before them. One of the adventurers, sensing the shift in the group's mood, abruptly spoke to break the spell. He urged the others to snap out of it, reminding them not to be deceived by the appearance of the monster meat. Despite its enticing look, he warned that such food could not be trusted so easily. However, another adventurer, unable to tear his gaze away from the sizzling meat, remarked that the aroma was overwhelmingly pleasant, making it difficult to resist. His voice carried a hint of hesitation, as if he, too, was struggling to convince himself to stay cautious. While the adventurers debated among themselves, the sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. Emerging from the shadows was the guild master of Golar, his expression calm yet inquisitive as he observed the scene before him. As he neared the campfire, his gaze settled on Rude, and almost immediately, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. There was something unusual about the young adventurer. An aura, faint but distinct, seemed to surround him. It shimmered subtly, like a soft glow that pulsed in rhythm with his movements. The guild master stepped closer, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he addressed Rude. He remarked on the strange aura, noting that it was peculiar to see such energy manifesting during something as ordinary as eating. His tone carried a subtle undercurrent of suspicion, and after a brief pause, he asked Rude whether consuming monster meat allowed him to restore his magical power. Rude paused, momentarily caught off guard by the guild master's observation. He had not anticipated that anyone else would notice the aura enveloping him. Lowering the piece of meat in his hand, he glanced at the guild master and explained that the energy surrounding him was not magic power, but mana. The guild master's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. He regarded Rude with renewed interest, silently reflecting on what he had just heard. What struck him most was the nature of the mana itself. Unlike the dark, oppressive aura that often accompanied demonic energy, this mana carried no trace of corruption. There was no foulness to it, no lingering stench of evil. Instead, the guild master sensed something purer, something that felt almost divine. As the fire crackled softly between them, the guild master found himself lingering on the thought. Rude's abilities were clearly unlike those of an ordinary adventurer, and the presence of such mana only deepened the mystery surrounding him. The guild master of Golar shifted the conversation, turning his attention to Lankars. With a serious tone, he pointed out that their knowledge of the monster lurking within the labyrinth was limited. Given the uncertainty, he questioned whether they should consider retreating for the time being and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The guild master's suggestion hung in the air for a moment, but Lankars responded without hesitation. He firmly advised against turning back, explaining that the longer they delayed, the further the labyrinth's cycle would advance, potentially making their task even more difficult. Lankars continued, his voice carrying a note of confidence as he glanced around at the group. He expressed his appreciation for having such capable and trustworthy comrades by his side. With that reassurance, he declared that they would press forward and conquer the labyrinth on their own, undeterred by the risks ahead. As they began moving deeper into the labyrinth, Rude spoke up, recalling the layout from his previous expedition. He informed the group that if the labyrinth's structure remained unchanged, they were close to reaching the boss room. Drawing from memory, Rude recounted the path he had taken with Alicia during their first conquest of the labyrinth. His tone reflected quiet confidence, as though the familiarity of the place gave him a sense of ease. However, as they continued walking, Rude's pace slowed. His eyes narrowed as he took in the sight before him, a massive pile of debris blocking their way. It was only then that a realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about the collapsed ceiling from their earlier battle with the monster. The memory resurfaced vividly, and he now remembered the moment the structure had given way during the intense fight. Rude exhaled quietly, acknowledging his oversight. The blocked passage presented a new challenge, but the group pressed on, prepared to find a way forward despite the unexpected obstacle. Lankars spoke up, addressing the group with a hint of frustration. He pointed out that despite how far they had come, it seemed they had no choice but to turn back. Clearing the massive pile of debris blocking their path would take far too long, and pressing forward without a solution appeared impossible. His words carried the weight of reluctant acceptance, but as he was speaking, Rude's eyes narrowed in thought. An idea surfaced in Rude's mind, sparked by the memory of a skill he had used during a previous battle. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, confidence flickering across his face. Drawing on that memory, Rude activated his skill, soil and earth removal, directing its power towards the obstruction ahead. As the skill took effect, the ground trembled softly beneath their feet. The adventurers watched in astonishment as the debris began to shift and crumble away, gradually vanishing until the path was clear once more. For a brief moment, silence filled the air, followed by murmurs of disbelief and admiration. The adventurers exchanged glances, clearly impressed by Rude's unexpected ability. His quick thinking and resourcefulness had saved them from what seemed like a dead end. With the path now unobstructed, Rude turned back to the group, his expression calm but resolute. He informed them that the boss room lay just ahead, urging everyone to continue forward. His steady tone carried a sense of assurance, which bolstered the group's morale as they pressed on. Moments later, as they stepped into the chamber beyond the cleared path, the adventurers came to an abrupt halt, their eyes widening in collective surprise. The sight before them was unlike anything they had anticipated. Rude's gaze swept across the room, lingering on the strange object that dominated the space. Puzzled by its presence, he voiced his confusion, asking what exactly it was. Lankar stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on the object. Without turning, he answered, explaining that what lay before them was none other than the egg of the wise dragon. Rude furrowed his brow, the unfamiliar term leaving him uncertain. He questioned Lankars further, clearly confused by the significance of the name. The chamber remained still, but the weight of the revelation hung heavily over the group as they stood before the mysterious egg, sensing that whatever lay ahead would be far from ordinary. Lankars turned to Rude, his gaze lingering on the massive egg at the center of the room. He explained that his knowledge of it came only from books and ancient texts. According to legend, the wise dragon was a mythical creature bound to the cycle of life and death. When its physical form was destroyed, its soul would reincarnate, using a labyrinth as its cradle to begin anew. Lankars went on to explain that while the dragon's body perished, the vast knowledge it accumulated over countless lifetimes remained intact within its soul. It was said that this dragon could understand human language and, beyond that, possessed a wisdom so profound that it could glimpse into the future. As Lankars finished, the adventurers absorbed his words in silence until one of them, stepping forward with an air of confidence, broke the quiet. He dismissed the gravity of the situation, pointing out that, regardless of the dragon's legendary status, it was nothing more than an egg at that moment. With a smirk, he suggested that they could simply destroy it before it had the chance to hatch. Without waiting for further discussion, the adventurer activated his skill, physical magnification, causing his muscles to swell with enhanced strength. Charging forward, he aimed to deliver a crushing blow to the egg, believing that a decisive strike would end the matter swiftly. However, Lankars's sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement. Realizing something was amiss, he urgently called out for the adventurer to halt, but his warning came too late. As the adventurer closed in, the egg suddenly pulsed with energy, reacting with a force far beyond anything expected. In an instant, the egg released a powerful counterattack, striking the adventurer with a devastating blow before he could land his attack. The force hurled him backward across the chamber, sending him crashing into the stone wall with a heavy thud. The room fell into stunned silence as the adventurer groaned in pain, visibly injured from the unexpected retaliation. One of his comrades rushed forward, asking if he was all right, though his gaze quickly shifted to the egg. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he noticed the egg beginning to tremble, faint movements rippling across its surface. The once motionless shell now shifted subtly, as though something within was stirring to life. The adventurer who had just been knocked unconscious by the monster egg regretted his carelessness, realizing too late that he had underestimated the threat before him. In his haste to confront the monster, he believed that dealing with it would be an easy task, failing to account for the unknown dangers lurking beneath its unassuming exterior. As he lay injured, Lankar stepped forward, his calm but firm voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. He addressed the adventurer who now bore the brunt of the failed encounter, advising him to remain behind and refrain from pushing himself any further until his injuries had healed. Lankars explained to the rest of the party that the egg itself possessed a powerful self-preservation instinct, which had likely triggered the sudden attack. Though the creature remained in its egg state, Lankars reminded everyone that it was still a dragon, and no matter how dormant it appeared, underestimating such a being could lead to grave consequences. The group was urged to remain vigilant and cautious, as the danger posed by the dragon was no less significant simply because it had not yet reached its full potential. In that moment, Rude activated his appraisal skill, directing his focus toward the wise dragon encased within the egg. As the results appeared before him, he was surprised to discover that the dragon was currently only at level 1. However, despite this seemingly reassuring detail, Rude's expression grew tense as he continued to examine the dragon's stats. To his dismay, every single attribute was completely hidden from view, leaving him uneasy and uncertain about the true extent of the creature's power. One of the adventurers, sensing the shift in mood, spoke up and suggested that the most prudent course of action would be to retreat for the time being. He argued that waiting for reinforcements would be the best possible solution to avoid unnecessary casualties. However, as his words hung in the air, the guild master of Golar stepped forward, his gaze heavy with the weight of experience and grim understanding. With a voice that left no room for doubt, he informed the adventurers that the moment the egg had begun to awaken, their chances of success had already diminished significantly. Even if they summoned the strongest reinforcements available, including S-class adventurers, the outcome would remain unchanged. No force, no matter how powerful, could prevent the inevitable rise of the wise dragon once it had set its sights on awakening into the world. Lankar stepped forward without hesitation, his presence commanding the attention of every adventurer present. In that moment, he made it clear that their course of action was not one of retreat but of immediate confrontation. He announced his decision to kill the wise dragon without delay, emphasizing that allowing it to fully awaken would spell disaster for everyone in the region. Turning to the adventurers around him, Lankars called upon their strength and cooperation, asking them to lend their aid in subduing and ultimately defeating the dragon before it could reach the height of its power. Although a flicker of doubt passed through the gathered adventurers, and while some exchanged nervous glances, there were others whose eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought of facing such a formidable foe. Despite their mixed emotions, there was an unspoken agreement that resonated among them, and one by one, they all resolved to stand with Lankars in the battle that lay ahead. Without wasting another moment, Lankars issued his first command, instructing the magicians to focus their spells on the dragon's legs, aiming to weaken its mobility and create an opening for a decisive strike. The magicians immediately followed his orders, unleashing a barrage of spells that crackled through the air and exploded against the dragon's limbs. As the barrage rained down, Lankars surged forward, moving with a speed and confidence that reflected years of battle-hardened experience. In the midst of the flashing spells, Lankars closed the distance between himself and the dragon, raising his weapon high before bringing it down with devastating force. The blade cleaved clean through one of the dragon's legs, severing it from the rest of its body in a single powerful stroke. From the sidelines, Rude and Alicia watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, silently marveling at the sheer strength and precision that Lankars had displayed in that brief but decisive moment. It was clear to both of them that Lankars's reputation as a powerful warrior was well-deserved, and neither could deny the admiration they felt. However, before the adventurers had a chance to celebrate the initial success, the dragon released a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, causing a tremor of unease to ripple through the group. As the echoes faded, everyone's attention was drawn back to the dragon's severed limb, and to their collective astonishment, the leg began to regenerate right before their eyes. Within moments, it had returned to its original form, as though it had never been severed in the first place. The realization of the dragon's regenerative abilities sent a wave of unease through the adventurers, as they quickly grasped the implications of such a power. No matter how much damage they inflicted, the dragon's ability to recover so swiftly meant that their efforts could be rendered futile if they did not act quickly and decisively. Lankars narrowed his eyes as he took in the sight of the fully restored limb, his mind racing to analyze the situation. The question of how the dragon could heal itself so effortlessly lingered in his thoughts, and he knew that discovering the answer would be key to their survival. As the dragon's gaze fixed upon them once more, Lankars tightened his grip on his weapon, silently preparing for the next phase of the battle that was sure to test the limits of their strength and resolve. Lankars turned his attention toward Rude, his expression serious as he approached him with deliberate steps. There was a weight to his gaze, and Rude could tell that whatever Lankars was about to ask was of great importance to the battle unfolding around them. Without hesitation, Lankars explained the favor he needed from Rude, his voice low but firm, ensuring that no detail was missed. Rude listened carefully, nodding in understanding as the request was laid out before him. Though the task was not simple, Rude felt a sense of responsibility settle over him, knowing that Lancarse was entrusting him with something that could potentially shift the tide of the battle. Before Rude could respond, the dragon unleashed another deafening roar that echoed through the battlefield, causing the adventurers to wince and falter for a brief moment. The sheer force of the roar rippled across the area, stirring clouds of dust and rattling the weapons in the adventurers' hands. Despite the growing tension, Lancarse remained calm and composed, his focus unwavering. By the time the roar subsided, Lancarse had already finished explaining the task, and Rude gave a brief nod, signaling that he understood what needed to be done. With that silent agreement, Rude prepared himself mentally, steeling his resolve as the battle continued to escalate around them. Without delay, Lancarse surged forward once again, his weapon gleaming under the light as he closed the distance between himself and the dragon. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he raced toward the towering beast, and with a powerful swing, he struck the dragon with precision, severing one of its legs in a single fluid motion. The dragon let out a pained growl, but Lancarse's victory was short-lived. Almost immediately, a sharp movement from below caught his attention, but it was too late. The dragon's tail, having burrowed beneath the surface, erupted from the ground and coiled tightly around Lancarse's legs, dragging him down with alarming speed. A surge of frustration coursed through Lancarse as he realized he had been caught off guard. In that fleeting moment, he berated himself for underestimating the dragon's cunning, acknowledging that if he had exercised just a bit more caution, he might have been able to anticipate the tail's sudden attack. As he struggled against the constricting force holding him in place, the dragon's grip only tightened, threatening to pull him further into the dirt. Lancarse's mind raced, searching for a solution to free himself, but before he could act, a sudden flash of steel cut through the air. The guild master of Golar, moving with practiced ease, appeared beside him, his blade slicing clean through the dragon's tail and severing it just above where it had wrapped around Lancarse. The severed tail thrashed wildly before falling limp, releasing its hold on Lancarse's legs. Without hesitation, Lancarse sprang to his feet, offering a brief nod of gratitude to the guild master for his timely intervention. There was no time for words of thanks, but the silent acknowledgement between them was more than enough. Rejuvenated by the narrow escape, Lancarse wasted no time in returning to the fray. With a renewed sense of urgency, he threw himself back into the fight, his weapon flashing as it carved through the dragon's scales. Each strike was delivered with calculated precision, slicing through the beast's hide as Lancarse relentlessly pressed forward, determined to weaken the dragon piece by piece. Though the threat was far from over, Lancarse fought with the resolve of a man unwilling to let even the slightest opportunity slip away. As the battle raged on, the relentless assault from Lancarse and the adventurers left the dragon severely weakened, with most of its legs severed in quick succession. For the first time since the confrontation began, the dragon found itself unable to move, its massive body rendered momentarily immobile by the crippling injuries. It was a brief but crucial window of opportunity, and Alicia's sharp voice rang out across the battlefield as she called to Rude, urging him to act without hesitation. Recognizing the urgency in her tone, Rude's eyes narrowed in determination. Without wasting another moment, he channeled every ounce of mana he possessed into his blade, feeling the weapon hum with the raw energy coursing through it. The sword, now gleaming with radiant light, seemed almost too heavy to hold, but Rude tightened his grip, prepared to unleash the full force of his attack. With a powerful leap, Rude launched himself high into the air, his silhouette outlined against the dark sky as he ascended above the battlefield. In that suspended moment, he directed his gaze toward the dragon below, his voice booming as he issued a challenge to the wounded beast. He questioned whether the dragon would be able to withstand the strike of a blade infused with the entirety of his mana, his words carrying a weight that caused the adventurers below to glance upward in anticipation. As his voice echoed across the battlefield, Rude brought his sword down with all his strength, the blade slicing through the air with blinding speed. The impact of the strike was thunderous, as the weapon connected directly with the dragon's massive frame, carving a deep line down the center of its body. The adventurers erupted into cheers, their collective relief washing over them as they witnessed Rude's attack seemingly land with devastating effect. For a fleeting moment, victory felt within reach. However, As the dust settled and their eyes adjusted, the reality of the situation became painfully clear. While Rude's powerful strike had succeeded in shattering the outer shell of the dragon's egg-like form, the creature inside remained untouched, unharmed by the blow that had been meant to destroy it. The adventurers fell silent, disbelief spreading among them as they realized the dragon's true body had been shielded beneath the hardened shell, protected from even the most powerful attacks they had unleashed. A tense atmosphere settled over the battlefield, and a sense of unease gripped the adventurers as they tried to process what had just transpired. It seemed incomprehensible that after enduring wave after wave of relentless attacks, the dragon could emerge unscathed. Recognizing the danger that lingered, Alicia stepped forward once again, summoning her spirit companion, Sylphid, in a swift motion. The ethereal being materialized beside her, its form shimmering faintly under the fading light of the battlefield. Without hesitation, Alicia gave the command, instructing Sylphid to strike at the exposed dragon and eliminate it before the beast had a chance to regenerate or retaliate. Sylphid wasted no time, channeling its power into a concentrated burst of energy aimed directly at the vulnerable creature. The attack shot forward, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Just as the blow was about to connect, the dragon's body shimmered faintly, and before the adventurers' astonished eyes, the broken outer shell began to reform at an astonishing speed. In mere seconds, the protective barrier encasing the dragon was restored, intercepting Sylphid's attack and preventing it from ever reaching its target. The blow dissipated harmlessly against the renewed shell, leaving the dragon untouched once again. The adventurers watched in stunned silence, the weight of the dragon's regenerative abilities pressing heavily upon them. Even with their combined strength, the seemingly impenetrable defenses of the dragon proved to be a challenge unlike any they had faced before. Alicia's expression hardened as she assessed the situation, her mind racing to devise a new strategy, knowing that time was slipping away with each passing moment. The dragon, shielded and secure, loomed ominously before them, its presence a constant reminder that the battle was far from over. The adventurers stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene that had just unfolded before them. The guild master, who had maintained his composure throughout the battle, found himself unable to hide his astonishment. The dragon's ability to regenerate at such an alarming speed defied all expectations, and the fact that Sylphid's wind blade had failed to land a single strike left him deeply unsettled. As frustration welled up within him, he raised his voice, calling out to the adventurers and warning them that their efforts were proving futile. It was clear that no matter how much damage they inflicted, the dragon's defenses were near impenetrable. Yet, even as the guild master's words echoed across the battlefield, something strange began to stir, causing a ripple of unease to pass through the assembled adventurers. A sudden, inexplicable sensation washed over them, a creeping chill that settled deep in their bones. The air grew heavy, and a foreboding sense of dread spread like wildfire among them. Though none of them could pinpoint the source of this unnatural feeling, each of them instinctively recognized that something was amiss. The weight of the moment pressed down upon them, and a collective unease took hold, their battle-hardened instincts warning them that the danger they faced was far from over. As the adventurers exchanged uneasy glances, the dragon's roar pierced the air once more, but this time, the sound carried a resonance far more menacing than before. The force of the roar seemed to reverberate across the battlefield, and in its wake, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. The egg that encased the dragon pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow, its surface shimmering as if reacting to the dragon's fury. The adventurers watched in stunned silence as the light grew steadily brighter, illuminating the surrounding area with an eerie radiance. One of the adventurers, his voice trembling slightly, remarked on the unusual transformation taking place before them. His words, though quiet, carried a note of alarm that rippled through the group. The egg's appearance had shifted, and its surface now seemed unstable, as if something within was struggling to break free. As the adventurers stepped closer, the pulsating glow intensified, casting long shadows across their faces. The strange energy emanating from the egg only deepened the sense of unease that gripped them. It was Alicia, her sharp gaze fixed on the dragon egg, who first realized the true nature of what was happening. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the glow that radiated from the egg, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon her. Though she spoke calmly, there was a sense of urgency in her tone as she addressed the others, informing them that the wise dragon was nearing the moment of its hatching. Her words hung heavily in the air, and as they sank in, the adventurers felt a cold dread seep into their hearts. The realization that the dragon was on the verge of fully emerging from its protective shell cast a shadow over the battlefield, and the adventurers braced themselves for what was to come. The fight they had endured thus far had been nothing more than a prelude, and the true battle was about to begin. The egg's glow continued to intensify, illuminating the darkened battlefield like a beacon of impending danger, and in that fleeting moment, the adventurers understood that their greatest challenge lay ahead. Upon hearing Alicia's revelation, Lancaster immediately addressed the adventurers, his voice firm and commanding as he warned them that time was running out. He made it clear that they could not afford to prolong the battle any further, stressing that if they allowed the dragon to fully hatch, the situation would spiral out of their control. Without hesitation, Lancaster declared that they would bring the dragon down with a single, decisive strike. He acknowledged the formidable threat posed by the creature's regenerative abilities but pointed out a crucial weakness. While the dragon's overall resilience was overwhelming, its legs lacked the same level of durability. Lancaster wasted no time in formulating a plan, explaining that their best chance at success lay in attacking the dragon simultaneously from all sides. The goal was to create a small opening, a vital gap that would allow them to deliver the final blow before the dragon could recover. As he outlined the strategy, the guild master of Golar stepped forward, volunteering to take charge of the adventurers positioned on the far right. Ebert, standing nearby, announced that he would lead those stationed on the far left, ensuring that each flank was covered. The remaining adventurers, eager to contribute, coordinated among themselves, pledging to handle the front lines directly. Alicia, sensing the importance of the moment, turned to Rude and confidently stated that the adventurers in the leftmost front section would be left to the two of them. With the plan in motion, Lancaster gave the signal, and without hesitation, the adventurers surged forward in unison, their weapons ready and their eyes fixed on the dragon. The ground trembled beneath the force of their charge, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if victory was within reach. However, as they drew closer, the dragon retaliated with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of arrow-like projectiles from its still glowing shell. The sharp projectiles rained down in rapid succession, forcing the adventurers to abruptly break their formation and retreat. Despite their best efforts to press forward, the onslaught was relentless, and they were driven back by the sheer intensity of the attack. The adventurers regrouped at a safe distance, their breaths heavy and their expressions tense as they assessed the situation. The dragon's defenses continued to prove formidable, and the threat of its hatching loomed larger with each passing moment. Lancaster, undeterred by the setback, began to reconsider their approach, knowing that the window for success was rapidly closing. The adventurers found themselves momentarily bewildered by the strange projectiles the dragon unleashed, unable to determine the nature of the attack. Just as confusion began to spread, one of the adventurers stepped forward, raising her staff as she cast a protective spell. A shimmering magic barrier enveloped Lancaster, shielding him from the oncoming barrage. Lancaster, caught off guard by the sudden protection, glanced at the translucent shield surrounding him, surprised by the adventurer's swift intervention. The adventurer who had conjured the barrier addressed Lancaster with unwavering resolve, assuring him that she would personally defend him from the dragon's relentless assault. Her voice carried confidence as she urged Lancaster to set aside any concerns for his safety and instead concentrate fully on attacking the creature. Hearing her words, Lancaster nodded in appreciation, his tone filled with gratitude as he acknowledged the vital role she played in ensuring his survival. Wasting no time, Lancaster shifted into a battle-ready stance, gripping his weapon tightly as his aura intensified. Drawing on his inner strength, he activated one of his signature abilities, Charge. As the skill took effect, a surge of energy coursed through him, amplifying the power of his next attack twofold. Alicia, observing from a short distance away, immediately recognized the shift in Lancaster's demeanor and turned her attention to Rude. Alicia spoke calmly but with urgency, noting that Lancaster had initiated his charge ability. However, she voiced her concern about the timing required to break the dragon's legs simultaneously, emphasizing the importance of coordination in executing their plan. Rude, fully aware of the difficulty in synchronizing such an attack, responded with confidence, reassuring Alicia that he would handle that part himself. Without hesitation, Rude activated another one of his abilities, Command. As the skill took hold, a faint glow surrounded him, and in that instant, the thoughts of every adventurer on the battlefield became interconnected. A clear voice echoed within their minds. Rude's voice, directing them as if he were standing right beside each of them. Rude's calm but firm instructions resonated in their heads, and as they listened, the adventurers marveled at the seamlessness of the communication. Ebert, in particular, was taken aback by the impressive display of Rude's skill. The ability to coordinate without speaking aloud presented a significant advantage, allowing them to strategize without alerting the dragon. The subtle yet powerful link binding the adventurers together through Rude's ability filled them with renewed confidence, reinforcing their determination to press forward and bring the dragon down. Rude addressed the adventurers with a calm but firm voice, informing them that they would strike the dragon's legs simultaneously the moment his countdown reached 0. Without hesitation, the adventurers acknowledged his instructions, each of them preparing their skills for the decisive attack. As Rude began the countdown, starting from 5, the battlefield fell into an intense silence, broken only by the hum of weapons being infused with energy and the crackle of spells ready to be unleashed. With every number Rude spoke, the adventurers braced themselves, tightening their grips and focusing their sights on the dragon's vulnerable limbs. The moment the countdown reached its final beat, the entire group surged forward in perfect unison. Their weapons glowed with power as they descended upon the dragon, slashing at its legs with precision and force. The coordinated attack left the dragon unable to defend itself, and within seconds, all of its legs had been severed, rendering the colossal creature immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Rude gave a sharp signal to Lankars, indicating that the moment had arrived for him to unleash his most powerful strike. Lankars, who had been channeling his strength, responded immediately. Drawing upon the energy he had stored, he activated Absolute Void, an advanced technique that radiated with overwhelming destructive force. Lankars leapt forward, his polearm shimmering with raw energy, and with a single swift motion, he drove the weapon straight through the dragon's center. The blade pierced deeply, cutting through its core, and within moments, the great beast collapsed under the weight of the fatal blow. As the dragon's form crumbled, Lankars raised his polearm high into the air, signaling to everyone that the battle had been won. A wave of relief and victory swept across the adventurers as they cheered, celebrating the hard-fought triumph. However, just as the elation began to settle, Lankars's body wavered, his strength rapidly fading from the exertion of his powerful attack. His legs buckled beneath him, and he began to fall. Before Lankars could hit the ground, the guild master of Golar stepped forward swiftly, catching him by the arm and steadying him. With a firm but gentle grip, the guild master helped Lankars stand upright, offering silent support as the two exchanged a brief nod of understanding. Though exhausted, Lankars managed a faint smile, knowing that their combined efforts had secured victory, and the dragon no longer posed a threat to them or the land they protected. The guild master of Golar turned to Lankars, his expression softening as he admitted, with some reluctance, that defeating the dragon would not have been possible without the combined efforts of everyone present. Though the words felt heavy, he acknowledged the invaluable role each adventurer had played in the battle. Lankars, hearing this, let out a faint chuckle and remarked that the guild master's pride was showing, calling him out for being too arrogant even in moments of humility. Meanwhile, one of the adventurers made his way over to check on the companion who had been struck earlier during the fight. After a brief inspection, he turned back to the group and reassured them that the injured adventurer was in stable condition, with no threat to his life. A collective sense of relief swept through the gathered adventurers as Rude, unable to contain his excitement, grinned broadly. With a voice full of pride and joy, he declared to everyone that they had secured a total victory over the dragon. His words rang out across the battlefield, met by cheers and celebratory shouts from the rest of the adventurers, who reveled in the success of their hard-fought battle. However, as the adventurers celebrated their triumph, a shadow lingered just beyond their notice. Hidden behind the dragon's massive fallen form, an unknown figure crouched, observing the jubilant group from a distance. His eyes narrowed as he watched them laugh and cheer, silently remarking to himself that the adventurers before him seemed like a carefree and gleeful bunch. His attention soon drifted to the dragon's remains, and a sly smile crept across his face. The thought of retrieving the dragon's magic stone and selling it for a considerable profit danced through his mind, imagining the wealth it would bring him. Quietly, he crept closer to the dragon's body, his gaze scanning the remains for any sign of the precious magic stone. Yet, as he continued his search, confusion began to cloud his thoughts. His hands moved carefully across the dragon's scales and around the pierced area where Lankar's had struck the final blow, but no trace of the magic stone could be found. Frustration flickered in his eyes as he double-checked the carcass, growing increasingly perplexed by the absence of the one thing he had come for. The unknown figure continued to rummage through the dragon's body, growing more frantic with each passing moment as he failed to locate the magic stone. His hands moved quickly, determined to uncover any sign of the treasure hidden within the fallen beast. However, as he pressed deeper into the search, the ground beneath him began to shift ever so slightly. Without warning, a tail erupted from below, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Before the figure could react or even register the danger, the tail pierced cleanly through his body. His eyes widened in shock, but the realization came too late. His life ended instantly, his body falling limp against the remains of the dragon he had sought to exploit. At that very moment, the dragon re-emerged from the ground, its form still intact, though visibly smaller than before. It shook off the dirt clinging to its scales, its eyes flickering with intelligence and cold calculation. As it surveyed the scene, the dragon's thoughts turned inward, acknowledging the failure of its reincarnation process. Despite the setback, it mused that the attempt had not been entirely without merit. The dragon's gaze shifted toward the adventurers who continued to celebrate their apparent victory, oblivious to the danger that had resurfaced. Though its current body was weak and would not endure for long, the dragon understood that this fragile form could still serve one final purpose. It resolved that before its next reincarnation, it would eliminate every adventurer present. Their interference had already disrupted the delicate process once, and the dragon would not allow them to jeopardize it again. A deep, simmering anger fueled its resolve as it prepared to unleash its wrath upon those who had dared to disturb the cycle of its rebirth. The dragon, watching from a distance with cold malice in its eyes, seethed with a burning hatred for the adventurers who dared to challenge it. Though they stood together in celebration, believing their victory to be absolute, the dragon harbored no intention of conceding defeat. It swore to itself that it would not rest until every single adventurer present had been slaughtered, their triumph reduced to nothing more than a fleeting illusion. As the adventurers reveled in what they assumed was the conclusion of a hard-fought battle, the guild master of Golar suddenly felt a sharp unease creeping over him. Something was wrong. The atmosphere was heavy, tinged with an oppressive presence that refused to fade. His instincts screamed at him that the fight was far from over. Without hesitation, he shifted into a defensive stance, his muscles tensing as he raised his voice to warn the others. His commanding shout rang out through the battlefield, cutting through the lingering cheers as he declared that the enemy was still alive and that the battle had not yet reached its conclusion. The monster's presence had not disappeared, and that alone was proof that danger still lurked. Confusion rippled through the gathered adventurers as they exchanged uncertain glances, questioning what the guild master could possibly mean. They had seen the dragon fall. They had watched as its massive form collapsed, motionless, its overwhelming aura fading into nothingness. Had they not already achieved victory? Yet before they could make sense of the guild master's ominous warning, their doubts were violently shattered. In that instant, the dragon emerged once more, stepping forward with a terrifying, unyielding presence. Its body, drenched in the blood of those it had slaughtered before, glistened in the dim light, a grim testament to its wrath. The adventurers, caught off guard, recoiled in shock as they found themselves face to face with the very monster they had believed to be defeated. Their expressions shifted from confusion to horror as realization dawned upon them: this battle was far from over. Rude, reacting quickly, activated his observation skill in an attempt to assess the situation. His eyes flickered with urgency as he sought out the status of the monster before them, hoping to gain some understanding of the threat they now faced. As the information began to appear, his breath caught in his throat. The name that surfaced on the screen sent a chill down his spine: the wise dragon Orpheus. It was the very same dragon they had supposedly vanquished. But as he attempted to analyze its current condition, a strange occurrence took place. The status screen abruptly vanished, concealed from his view as if some unknown force had hidden it from prying eyes. A sense of dread settled over him as he realized the implications. This was not an ordinary battle, and their previous victory had been nothing more than an illusion. The adventurers stood frozen in the face of this grim revelation, the weight of their mistake pressing down upon them like an inescapable force. The dragon, alive and seething with rage, had returned, and this time, there would be no illusions, no false endings. This time, the battle would be fought to its true conclusion. Ebert, standing close to Alicia, found himself paralyzed with shock as his mind struggled to process the sight before him. Just moments ago, they had been certain that the dragon had been vanquished, its massive form collapsing beneath the overwhelming force of their combined attacks. Yet now, the very same creature stood before them, very much alive, its menacing presence radiating an unshakable aura of power. Ebert could scarcely believe it. How was it possible that despite the relentless onslaught of devastating strikes they had inflicted, the dragon still stood, seemingly unscathed? His breath was unsteady, and his hands trembled slightly as the weight of their failure settled upon him. Beside him, Alicia's sharp gaze remained locked onto the dragon, her mind rapidly piecing together a possible explanation. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a firm and serious tone, cutting through the tension that gripped them all. The only logical conclusion, she explained, was that at the very moment their attacks had struck, the dragon had burrowed itself beneath the ground in an effort to evade the fatal blows. By doing so, it had managed to avoid a direct hit, allowing it to emerge once more, alive and undeterred. This, she reasoned, was the only plausible reason the creature still stood before them, staring them down as if their efforts had been nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Even as her words sank in, the dragon took a deliberate step forward, its massive form exuding a terrifying dominance that sent shivers down the spines of all who stood before it. Then, in a voice dripping with contempt, it spoke, its deep and resonant tone echoing across the battlefield like a rolling thunderclap. The creature's words carried an unmistakable sense of arrogance and superiority as it declared that the adventurers were nothing more than fragile, insignificant humans, pathetic creatures who dared to challenge forces beyond their comprehension. The dragon's eyes burned with righteous fury as it continued, denouncing their insolence and making it clear that it would not tolerate mere mortals defying the will of the gods, beings to which the dragon itself was intrinsically tied. A wave of shock rippled through the adventurers as they stood frozen in place, struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. For the first time, they truly grasped the magnitude of the being that stood before them, for this was not just a mindless monster driven by primal instinct. This dragon, unlike any they had faced before, possessed intelligence, self-awareness, and the ability to communicate in the language of humans. The revelation left them momentarily speechless, and Rude, who had spent his life encountering countless creatures in the depths of the labyrinth, felt his heart pound in his chest as he tried to reconcile the reality before him. Never before had he encountered a monster capable of speech, and the mere fact that this dragon could articulate its thoughts so clearly sent a cold chill down his spine. Standing nearby, Lankars had been quietly observing the situation, his sharp instincts warning him of the immense danger they now faced. A sinking feeling settled in his gut as he realized the severity of their predicament, and his mind raced to formulate a response. He knew they could not afford to let fear paralyze them, not when they were standing in front of a being far beyond their expectations. Finally, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lankars turned to Rude and spoke in a grave yet steady tone, sharing a crucial piece of knowledge. Among the Dragonkin, he explained, there existed a hierarchy, and at the very top stood the beings known as the true dragons. These dragons, unlike their lesser counterparts, were creatures of immense power and wisdom, standing on the threshold between mortal existence and divinity itself. Unlike ordinary monsters, they were not only intelligent but were also capable of understanding and speaking the languages of humans. Their connection to the divine made them vastly different from the common beasts that roamed the land, and their presence alone was enough to shake even the bravest of warriors. As Lankars's words settled in, the adventurers felt the weight of their situation pressing down on them like an unbearable force. They had not merely angered a powerful creature, they had provoked an entity that stood on the very precipice of godhood. The battle ahead would not simply be a test of strength, it would be a desperate struggle against an opponent who viewed them as nothing more than insects daring to challenge the will of the heavens. As Lankars's words hung heavy in the air, the wise dragon shifted its piercing gaze toward Rude, its golden eyes narrowing as if peering into the very depths of his being. Then, in a deep and resounding voice, the dragon spoke once more, addressing Rude directly. There was a detestable impurity within him, the dragon declared, something unnatural that tainted his existence. It was not merely that Rude was human, there was something more, something different. Though he bore the form of a man, there was an undeniable trace of something else within him, something monstrous. The dragon's words carried a tone of disdain, as if the mere presence of such an anomaly was an offense to its very nature. With an imposing movement, the dragon rose to its full height, its massive form towering over all the adventurers, casting an immense shadow over the battlefield. Its overwhelming presence made the ground beneath them feel almost insignificant, as if they were nothing more than ants before a god. The dragon's voice carried an unmistakable tone of amusement and cruelty as it commanded the adventurers to do their best to entertain it. Their struggle, their desperation, their attempts to resist, these were the things that would bring the dragon amusement. It then added, with a chilling finality, that they were to tremble in despair in the face of its immeasurable power, for no human could ever hope to stand against such might and emerge victorious. As those ominous words echoed through the air, a tense silence followed. The adventurers could feel their hearts pounding, the weight of the situation pressing down on them with suffocating intensity. Then, in the midst of that growing fear, one of the adventurers, a young woman with twin ponytails, made a sudden decision. Clenching her fists, she activated her skill, her body tensing as a wave of dark energy began to envelop her. In that brief moment, as the darkness surrounded her form, she spoke silently to herself, a pang of guilt weighing heavily on her heart. She thought of her comrades, of the battle they were about to face, and yet, she knew she could not continue. She had reached her limit. Apologizing inwardly to the rest of the adventurers, she admitted to herself that she could no longer keep up with the fight. As that thought crossed her mind, the dark energy fully consumed her, and the skill, dark envelopment, took effect. Her entire body was shrouded in shadow, her form vanishing into the void as if she had never been there to begin with. Without a sound, without leaving behind even the faintest trace of her presence, she disappeared from the battlefield, slipping away from the fight unnoticed. Yet even as the remaining adventurers steeled themselves for the coming battle, something completely unexpected occurred. Without warning, as they stood bracing for the dragon's inevitable attack, a gruesome sight unfolded before their eyes. One of the dragon's arms, without any visible cause or indication, suddenly detached from its body. The massive limb tumbled heavily to the ground, sending a tremor through the earth beneath them. A thick spray of darkened blood splattered across the ground as the severed limb lay motionless, completely severed from the dragon's towering form. For a brief moment, there was nothing but stunned silence. The adventurers, who had been preparing for a desperate struggle against a seemingly invincible foe, could only stand frozen in sheer astonishment. None of them had struck the dragon. None of them had even moved. And yet, before their very eyes, a part of the mighty beast had inexplicably fallen away. The sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed sent a wave of confusion and disbelief through the entire group. The wise dragon itself stood motionless, its expression unreadable, as if even it had not anticipated such an occurrence. A deep, unnatural silence settled over the battlefield, the air thick with both fear and uncertainty. What had just happened? What could have possibly caused such an unnatural event? As the adventurers struggled to comprehend the situation, an eerie sense of foreboding crept into their minds, a silent warning that the battle before them was about to take an even more terrifying turn. The wise dragon, upon witnessing one of its own arms fall away from its body, remained eerily composed, its expression unchanging as if the loss of a limb was of no consequence. Without an ounce of fear, the dragon spoke once more, its voice as steady and powerful as ever. There was no anger, no pain, no desperation, only a calm and almost detached acknowledgement of what had just transpired. In that chilling moment, the dragon added something even more unsettling, stating in a matter-of-fact tone that its body was beginning to crumble. The weight of those words sent a shiver through the adventurers, and among them, one in particular felt a deep, growing fear settle in his chest. His mind raced as he struggled to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Why was the dragon rotting away? It was a being of unimaginable strength, a creature that had survived countless attacks that should have been fatal, and yet now, its body was deteriorating right in front of them. Was this some kind of hidden ability? A curse? Or was the dragon simply too powerful to be contained within a mortal shell? The unknown terrified him, and his hands trembled as he tried to make sense of it all. While the adventurers remained frozen in uncertainty, Lankars quickly assessed the situation, his sharp instincts picking up on the opportunity that had just presented itself. He could see it clearly. The dragon, despite its overwhelming presence, was showing signs of weakness. This was their chance. If they were ever going to strike with everything they had, now was the moment to do so. Without hesitation, Lancaster raised his voice, calling out to the rest of the adventurers with unwavering authority. He told them that if they were going to attack, if they were going to make one final push to bring down the dragon, now was the best opportunity to do so. The creature was in a weakened state, and they needed to take advantage of that before it was too late. As Lancaster issued his command, a thought crossed his mind, one that he could not ignore. He had already unleashed his strongest skill just moments ago, a technique that had drained him more than he had anticipated. His body ached, and the toll of the battle weighed heavily on him. Ideally, he would have taken a moment to recover, to regain his strength before pushing forward again. However, the situation they were in left him with no such luxury. Looking at the battlefield, at the crumbling dragon that still radiated an immense and terrifying power, he knew he would not be given even a minute to catch his breath. There was no time to rest. He had no choice but to push himself beyond his limits, beyond what his body could handle. If they hesitated now, they would lose everything. As the adventurers braced themselves for their next move, one among them found himself paralyzed with doubt. His gaze remained fixed on the dragon, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of what was unfolding before him. What kind of monster was this? It should not have been able to survive after everything they had thrown at it. The relentless onslaught of attacks, the carefully coordinated strikes, the overwhelming force they had used, it should have been enough. And yet, here the dragon stood, still speaking, still exuding that same crushing presence. No matter how much they tried, it refused to fall. The adventurer's breathing became unsteady as despair crept into his heart. A sinking realization hit him with full force: there was no winning this battle. No matter how much they struggled, no matter how much they fought, the dragon was still alive, still looming over them like an unstoppable force. And on top of that, he had nothing left. His mana had been completely drained, leaving him utterly powerless. Even if he stayed, there was nothing he could do. He would only be another body waiting to be struck down. Faced with the cold, unforgiving truth, he made a decision. Without hesitation, without a second thought, he turned on his heel and fled. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape before the dragon could wipe them all out. His legs carried him away from the battlefield, his only focus now on survival. He did not look back. He did not care if the others noticed his retreat. He only knew one thing: if he stayed, he would die, and he refused to let that happen. As the adventurer desperately sprinted away from the battlefield, his heart pounded violently in his chest, his only thought being to escape from the impending doom that loomed over them all. However, just as he thought he had a chance at fleeing, a sudden and overwhelming force brought his escape to an abrupt halt. In that very moment, the wise dragon, with its sharp gaze, took notice of the fleeing adventurer. With a slow, deliberate movement, Orpheus raised its remaining arm, and an invisible wave of power radiated from its body. The dragon had activated one of its many formidable skills, telekinesis. With a mere thought, the dragon extended its control over the rubble and debris scattered throughout the battlefield, the remnants of destruction caused by their battle. The shattered stones and broken pillars trembled under its influence, then, in an instant, they shot through the air with terrifying force, moving toward the entrance of the chamber. The adventurer, still mid-stride, watched in horror as the heavy fragments of rock slammed into place, sealing off the only exit. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring his vision for a moment, but as the dust settled, a dreadful realization dawned upon him: he was trapped. Panic surged through his veins as he turned back toward the battlefield, his breath growing unsteady. There was no longer any path for escape. He was completely at the mercy of the monster that now loomed over them all. The wise dragon, its gaze filled with malicious amusement, let out a deep, rumbling laugh before addressing the terrified adventurer. In a voice dripping with disdain, Orpheus declared that there would be no running away, that no human before it would be allowed to escape. It was absolute, undeniable. The dragon's words carried the weight of an unshakable truth, an inescapable fate that had been decided the moment they had stepped into its domain. With a slow and deliberate tone, Orpheus continued, mocking the feeble creatures before it. The dragon acknowledged that it had lost an arm, but it scoffed at the idea that such a minor setback would grant the humans any real chance of victory. Raising its head high, it declared that they should not be so foolish as to believe that the loss of one limb would make any difference. Humans, after all, were nothing more than vermin, insignificant rats scurrying in the presence of a predator far beyond their comprehension. The extermination was inevitable, and it would not be hindered in the slightest. At that moment, Lankars, his expression filled with determination, took a step forward. His gaze burned with fierce resolve as he clenched his fists and shouted back at the dragon. If escape was not an option, if they had truly been cornered with no way out, then they would do what any desperate creature would when faced with death: they would fight. With a voice that carried through the chamber, Lankars declared that if the wise dragon saw them as nothing more than rats, then it was about to learn firsthand the terror of a cornered rat fighting for survival. Orpheus, upon hearing those words, let out a deep, resounding laugh that echoed through the vast chamber. There was no fear in the dragon's voice, only cruel amusement. It relished the challenge, welcoming the humans to struggle, to resist, to show the so-called terror they spoke of. The dragon's golden eyes gleamed with anticipation as it spread its wings wide, its presence filling every inch of the space around them. With an air of absolute confidence, Orpheus invited the adventurers to do their worst, daring them to show if their desperation would amount to anything in the face of its overwhelming might. In that moment, as the wise dragon's taunting words echoed throughout the battlefield, Rude, Lankars, Ebert, and the guildmaster of Golar exchanged quick glances, their expressions filled with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, the four warriors launched themselves forward in perfect unison, each of them prepared to strike with everything they had. Rude and Lankars were the first to reach the dragon, their weapons gleaming under the dim light of the chamber as they unleashed their fiercest attacks. Rude swung his blade with all his strength, aiming for the dragon's vulnerable spots, while Lankars delivered a rapid flurry of strikes, hoping to break through the beast's defenses. However, despite their relentless assault, the dragon remained unfazed. With swift and precise movements, it blocked every single one of their attacks with effortless grace, its scales repelling their blows as if their weapons were nothing more than twigs striking against solid rock. But the battle was far from over. In that very moment, Ebert and the guild master of Golar seized the opportunity and swiftly maneuvered around the battlefield, positioning themselves behind the massive creature. Without wasting a second, they launched their attacks from behind, hoping to catch the dragon off guard and land a decisive blow. Yet, the wise dragon Orpheus was not so easily deceived. Its heightened senses were far beyond what any normal creature possessed, allowing it to detect their movements the very instant they closed in on it. With a single fluid motion, the dragon shifted its body, evading their strikes with an almost unnatural ease, as though it had foreseen their every move long before they had even acted. It became painfully clear to all four adventurers that they were in deep trouble. No matter how fast or how strong their attacks were, not a single strike had managed to land. It was as if the dragon could read their every intention before they even acted, countering them with an eerie level of precision that left them completely helpless. As the battle raged on, frustration and exhaustion began creeping into their minds, but they knew there was no time to hesitate. The dragon, however, seemed to be toying with them, observing their futile attempts with amusement. Then, after enduring their ceaseless attacks, the wise dragon finally spoke again, its voice filled with supreme confidence. With a mocking tone, it questioned whether this was truly the best they could offer. The creature expressed its disappointment, stating that it had expected more entertainment from those who dared to challenge it. The dragon added that their efforts had been utterly insufficient and that it desired far more from them before it would be satisfied. Before the adventurers could even process its words, the wise dragon suddenly reared back its head, taking a deep breath. Then, in a single instant, it unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the very foundation of the chamber. Along with its deafening cry, an overwhelming burst of magical energy exploded outward, sending violent shockwaves surging through the air. The sheer force of its power was devastating, an unstoppable wave that swept through the battlefield like an unrelenting storm. The four adventurers, caught completely off guard by the sudden outburst of raw energy, were unable to hold their ground. The impact struck them with tremendous force, hurling them backward through the air at breakneck speed. Their bodies spiraled uncontrollably as they were flung across the chamber, crashing violently against the hard stone walls with enough force to send cracks splintering through the surface. The moment their bodies made contact with the ground, pain surged through them, leaving them momentarily disoriented as they struggled to recover from the overwhelming power they had just been struck with. As they lay sprawled across the battlefield, gasping for breath and trying to steady themselves, the presence of the wise dragon loomed over them like an indomitable force of nature. It stood tall and mighty, its golden eyes gleaming with anticipation as it awaited their next move, daring them to rise again and continue their futile struggle. Alicia, upon witnessing Rude being violently hurled through the air and crashing into the stone walls of the chamber with a devastating impact, felt a surge of concern rush through her. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted toward him, her heart pounding as she feared the worst. As she reached his side, she knelt down and quickly examined him for any visible injuries. Her eyes were filled with worry as she called out his name, her voice slightly trembling as she desperately hoped he had not sustained any serious wounds. In that moment, she urgently asked if he was hurt or injured in any way, her expression filled with both anxiety and determination. Rude, groaning slightly as he shifted his weight, slowly pushed himself up from the ground and reassured her that he was fine. Although his body ached from the impact, he was still able to fight. However, despite his reassurance, his face remained serious as he added that while he was still standing, their situation had not improved in the slightest. He explained to Alicia that during their last engagement with the dragon, he had nearly exhausted all of his remaining mana, and at this point, he had very little left to contribute to the battle. Given the immense power of their opponent, he admitted that their chances of victory were looking increasingly grim, as they no longer had the strength to properly retaliate against the dragon's overwhelming force. Alicia, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought for a brief moment, carefully analyzing their current predicament. She knew that if they did not act soon, the dragon would completely overpower them, leaving them with no chance of survival. Then, with a renewed sense of determination burning in her eyes, she turned her gaze toward the massive creature that stood before them. Clenching her fists tightly, she made a firm decision and faced Rude. Once more, her expression resolute. With unwavering confidence, she declared that she would bring an end to the battle in one decisive strike. She revealed to Rude that she intended to unleash the power of the Quintet of Spirits, a technique so powerful that it could potentially turn the tide of the battle in their favor. However, for her plan to succeed, she needed the cooperation of every single adventurer present. She then turned to Rude and earnestly requested that he convey this message to the rest of the adventurers so that they could prepare themselves accordingly. Rude, understanding the importance of her words, gave a firm nod, acknowledging her plan and agreeing to relay her message to the others without hesitation. Without wasting any time, he activated one of his skills that allowed him to establish a telepathic link with the rest of the adventurers. In that moment, he connected Alicia's voice to every single one of them, ensuring that they could hear her clearly. As soon as the connection was established, Alicia took a deep breath and spoke with unwavering authority, addressing every adventurer on the battlefield. She informed them that she was about to unleash a powerful and decisive attack on the wise dragon, one that had the potential to change the course of the battle. However, in order for it to succeed, they all needed to coordinate their movements perfectly. She instructed them to be prepared and to dodge at the right moment when the time came, as the impact of her attack would be massive. Her words carried a sense of urgency, yet also a firm confidence that ignited a spark of hope within the adventurers who had begun to feel despair creeping into their hearts. They knew that if there was even a single chance of victory, they had to give it everything they had. With renewed determination, the adventurers braced themselves for the moment when Alicia would unleash the full force of her power, each of them preparing to follow her command the instant it was given. All of the adventurers, upon hearing Alicia's plan, immediately acknowledged her words and expressed their understanding of what needed to be done. Determined to seize this opportunity, they steeled themselves for what was to come, ready to act as one. As soon as Alicia received their response, she closed her eyes and began to focus her energy, drawing upon the immense reservoir of magic within her. She inhaled deeply, steadying her mind, and in that moment, she called out to all of the adventurers, asking them to lend her their strength. A sudden shift in the atmosphere followed as a powerful aura began to radiate from her body. The spirits under her command responded instantly, their luminous forms gathering together as if answering her call. Swirling and intertwining in a mesmerizing display of energy, they began to coalesce into a single, massive entity, a formidable spirit bomb that pulsed with an overwhelming force. The sheer intensity of its magical power caused the ground beneath her to tremble as waves of energy spread through the battlefield. While Alicia continued to channel her mana and prepare her ultimate attack, the rest of the adventurers wasted no time in executing their role. Understanding the importance of ensuring that the dragon would not interrupt Alicia while she was in the middle of summoning such a powerful spell, they immediately sprang into action. With unwavering resolve, they launched a series of coordinated attacks, drawing the dragon's attention away from Alicia and forcing it into combat. The adventurers moved with precision, attacking from multiple angles in an effort to keep the dragon occupied. Though their attacks did little damage against the mighty beast, their primary goal was not to defeat it but rather to buy Alicia the precious time she needed to complete her incantation. After a tense few moments, the buildup of magic within Alicia reached its peak. The energy surrounding her crackled violently, and the spirit bomb now pulsed with an almost blinding light. The sheer magnitude of the power she had gathered was nearly overwhelming, and it was finally time to unleash it. With urgency, she called out to Rude, instructing him to inform the rest of the adventurers that the moment had arrived. It was now time for them to retreat, as she was about to unleash the full force of her spell upon the dragon. Without wasting a single second, Rude activated his telepathic link once more, instantly connecting Alicia's voice to every adventurer on the battlefield. As soon as the connection was established, Alicia gave the signal, her voice ringing with authority as she commanded everyone to immediately withdraw from the dragon's vicinity. The adventurers, reacting without hesitation, swiftly disengaged from the battle and retreated to a safe distance, their bodies moving in unison as they anticipated the devastating impact of Alicia's spell. In that very instant, with her target now fully exposed, Alicia raised her hands, her eyes blazing with determination, and unleashed the quintet of spirits. The massive orb of concentrated magic shot forward, surging through the air with an unparalleled force. The wise dragon, realizing the impending danger, instinctively attempted to shield itself, raising its one remaining arm in a desperate effort to block the attack. However, it was far too late. The powerful energy blast made direct contact with the dragon's massive frame, and upon impact, a deafening explosion erupted across the battlefield. The force of the explosion was immense, shaking the ground with violent tremors. A blinding surge of light illuminated the entire area, followed by a roaring shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. The sheer magnitude of the attack sent a gust of wind surging outward, forcing the adventurers to brace themselves as they shielded their eyes from the overwhelming light and dust. The battlefield was soon consumed by thick, billowing smoke, making it impossible to see what had become of the dragon. As the moments passed and the dust slowly began to settle, the adventurers cautiously observed the battlefield, waiting for any sign of the dragon's fate. It was Ebert who finally broke the silence, his voice filled with anticipation and exhaustion as he hesitantly asked the others if they had finally managed to defeat the beast. He questioned if the battle had finally come to an end. However, just as hope began to rise among them, the veil of smoke started to clear, revealing a sight that left them utterly speechless. Standing amidst the destruction, though heavily wounded and battered, the wise dragon still remained upright. Its body bore the devastating effects of Alicia's spell, deep burns and cracks running across its massive form, yet it still drew breath. Ebert, his eyes widening in disbelief, felt his heart sink at the realization that even after everything they had thrown at it, the dragon still refused to fall. It was beyond comprehension how a creature could endure such an overwhelming assault and still remain standing. The adventurers, filled with a mixture of awe and despair, braced themselves once more, knowing that the battle was far from over. The dragon, despite being severely wounded and covered in deep gashes and burns, stood tall and unwavering before the adventurers. Its heavy breaths echoed through the battlefield, yet its eyes still gleamed with the same unshaken confidence it had from the very beginning. The dragon then spoke, its deep and ancient voice resonating through the chamber, acknowledging that the battle had played out exactly as it had expected. It admitted that it had been too careless, having underestimated the strength and determination of the adventurers, and as a result, had taken more damage than it had initially anticipated. However, even in its weakened state, there was no sign of fear or resignation in its voice, only a recognition of its own miscalculation. Alicia, still standing amidst the other adventurers, found herself unable to process what she was seeing. Shock overtook her as she struggled to comprehend the sheer resilience of the dragon. She had unleashed the Quintet of Spirits, the most powerful spell in her arsenal, pouring everything she had into that single attack. It should have been more than enough to vanquish any foe, and yet, despite being struck directly by the full force of her magic, the dragon still remained alive. A deep sense of frustration welled up inside her, but before she could dwell on it any longer, a sudden movement on the battlefield drew her attention. Unlike the others who stood frozen in disbelief, Lancaster did not waste a single second hesitating. Without allowing any room for despair to take hold, he gritted his teeth and immediately charged toward the dragon, his body moving purely on instinct. His sword gleamed as he swung with all of his strength, aiming to strike down the beast while it was still recovering from the previous attack. However, the wise dragon, possessing extraordinary senses, reacted in an instant. With precise timing, it swiftly raised its remaining arm and blocked Lancaster's blade before it could land a decisive blow. In that very moment, before Lancaster could even attempt to pull back, the dragon's massive tail lashed through the air with terrifying speed. In a single, devastating motion, the tail struck him with the force of a battering ram, sending him hurtling backward at an incredible velocity. The impact was so powerful that Lancaster's body crashed against the stone wall with a deafening sound, creating a deep crater upon impact. A collective gasp echoed from the adventurers as they watched him collapse to the ground, motionless. Concern immediately spread among the group, and without hesitation, several of the adventurers cried out Lancaster's name, desperately hoping for a response. Worry was etched across their faces as they watched his unmoving form, but they knew there was no time to rush to his aid, not while the dragon was still standing. They needed to act quickly before another one of them suffered the same fate. Seizing the moment, one of the adventurers took the initiative and unleashed his magic without hesitation. Raising both of his hands, he activated his skill, Bind, and in that instant, the battlefield responded to his call. The ground beneath the dragon trembled as hundreds of thick, enchanted vines erupted upward, twisting and coiling around the dragon's massive frame with incredible speed. The vines wrapped tightly around its arms, legs, and torso, constricting its movements and holding it firmly in place. The dragon growled in frustration, thrashing violently in an attempt to free itself, but the enchanted bindings held strong, refusing to loosen their grip. Seeing this as their best opportunity, Ebert immediately sprang into action. With a determined expression, he launched himself forward, his blade drawn and aimed at the dragon's exposed body. His heart pounded in his chest as he closed the distance in mere moments, knowing that this could be the decisive strike they had been waiting for. However, just as his sword was about to pierce through the dragon's flesh, the wise dragon's instincts kicked in once more. In an astonishing display of reflexes, it opened its powerful jaws and intercepted the attack, clamping its massive teeth down onto the blade before it could reach its target. A metallic crunch echoed through the chamber as Ebert's sword, despite being crafted from the finest steel, was bitten cleanly in half. A moment of stunned silence followed as the adventurers watched in horror. Ebert, still gripping the broken hilt of his sword, stared wide-eyed at the dragon, unable to believe what had just happened. The realization that even now, even when bound and battered, the dragon was still capable of overpowering them sent a wave of despair through the adventurers. They had thrown everything they had at this beast, and yet it continued to stand as an unbreakable force. The battlefield, once filled with hopeful momentum, now felt overwhelmingly grim. The adventurers were exhausted, their strongest attacks had barely made a difference, and their most powerful weapons were being shattered like mere twigs. And yet, despite it all, they had no choice but to continue fighting. Ebert, in that moment, stood stunned, his mind struggling to process the sheer power of the wise dragon. Not only had it effortlessly blocked his attack, but it had also shattered his sword with a simple bite, a feat that left him reeling in disbelief. The reality of their dire situation was starting to set in. Before he could even recover from the shock, the dragon, without wasting a single moment, whipped its massive tail towards him with all the force it could muster. The tail struck Ebert with an overwhelming force, sending him flying backward at an incredible speed. He crashed into the ground, pain radiating through his body as he struggled to regain his bearings. The air was knocked out of him, and for a moment, all he could do was lie there, stunned by the dragon's relentless power. The dragon, having disposed of Ebert with such ease, shifted its focus to the other adventurers who were still standing. With a renewed surge of energy, the creature broke free from the vines that had once held it down, snapping them apart like fragile twigs. The adventurer who had cast the spell, hoping to keep the dragon restrained, now watched in horror as his magic was undone in an instant. The dragon, in its immense power and arrogance, looked directly at him and spoke, its voice laced with contempt. It told the adventurer that such cheap tricks were not nearly enough to halt the dragon's progress, and that their efforts were futile in the face of its overwhelming might. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of the dragon's disdain. At that moment, the dragon seemed to relish the struggle of its enemies, basking in the sight of the adventurers desperately fighting back but being unable to make any significant impact. It found amusement in their hopeless attempts, its eyes gleaming with a dark satisfaction as it observed them. The dragon spoke again, this time with a cruel amusement in its tone, declaring that the sight of the adventurers struggling was quite pleasant to it. The words struck like a sharp blade, further driving home the hopelessness of their situation. The dragon was toying with them, and the adventurers, despite their best efforts, were powerless to stop its advance. Alicia, still in shock from the events unfolding before her eyes, found herself frozen in place. The sight of her comrades, those who had fought so bravely, now lying injured and defeated, was too much for her to bear. Each of them had given their all, and yet, they had nothing to show for it. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over her as she looked at them, their bodies battered and broken from the onslaught of the dragon's attacks. The pain of their injuries mirrored the weight she carried in her heart, the guilt that had long plagued her every time she had failed to protect those she cared about. In that moment, Alicia couldn't shake the thought that this was somehow her fault. Her mind replayed the events, and the self-blame began to eat away at her resolve. She thought to herself that it was because of her lack of power that they were in this situation, that she couldn't do enough to change the outcome. Her mind drifted back to the past, to the memories of her former teammates who had fallen in battles long before this one. She had been unable to save them, just as she was failing now. The crushing realization set in, and the guilt settled in her chest like a heavy weight. It felt all too familiar, like history was repeating itself. She had been powerless then, and now, once again, she was unable to save those around her. The feelings of failure and inadequacy threatened to overwhelm her, and she whispered to herself that this was the same as before. She could not protect her comrades, just as she had failed to protect those who had fought beside her in the past. The memories of their faces, their voices, and the way they had trusted her, all of it came rushing back to her in a tidal wave of grief. The helplessness was unbearable, and for a moment, Alicia wondered if there was any hope left for them. The wise dragon, with its menacing presence, slowly began to move toward Alicia, its every step echoing in the stillness of the battlefield. The ground seemed to tremble beneath its immense weight as it closed the distance between them. The dragon's eyes gleamed with cold, calculating intent, and its voice, when it spoke, was as chilling as the air around them. It told Alicia, with an eerie sense of respect, that it would soon end her life and that her death would serve a greater purpose. It would make her the nourishment that would fuel its wisdom, further strengthening its already unparalleled intellect. Alicia, in that moment, stood frozen, a sense of profound helplessness enveloping her. The words of the dragon hit her like a weight, pressing down on her chest and leaving her breathless. She didn't know what to do, didn't know how to fight back, or even if there was any fight left in her at all. All she could do was stand there, overwhelmed by the overwhelming power of the dragon and the bitter realization that she had failed. The once vibrant energy within her now felt like a distant memory, and in the face of the dragon's approach, there was no room for resistance, no way to change the inevitable. Her mind, racing with all the things she wished she could have done differently, found no answers. Instead, she silently accepted the fate that awaited her. The thought of her impending end, to be consumed by the very creature she had once hoped to overcome, filled her with a sense of resignation. There was no escape, no chance for redemption. The reality of her helplessness settled in, and with it came the quiet acceptance that her life was about to be claimed by the dragon. Bruised and battered, Rude realized that if things continued as they were, there was no way they could defeat the wise dragon. The overwhelming power of the beast left only one option: escape. As he considered their dwindling chances, he thought that if they could buy enough time and reach the escape magic circle at the labyrinth's core, they might all make it out alive. With this plan in mind, Rude attempted to activate his skill, thread manipulation, but to his shock, nothing happened. It was only then that he realized he had completely run out of mana. A wave of panic surged through him as he grasped the full weight of their predicament. After the relentless battle, his energy was finally depleted, leaving him helpless against the enemy. Meanwhile, the dragon showed no signs of slowing down. Its relentless attacks battered the remaining adventurers, forcing them into a losing battle. One by one, they began to falter, unable to withstand the onslaught. Observing the dire situation, Rude felt a grim determination settle over him. If this continued, they would all be wiped out in mere moments. He knew that unless he found a way to recover his mana, any hope of escape or victory would vanish. If he failed here, there would be no choice but to accept defeat. As Rude was lost in thought, something suddenly caught his eye. Lying motionless on the battlefield was the lifeless body of the wise dragon from before it had taken its current form. The sight of it sparked an idea in his mind. He had no way of knowing whether it would work, but in this desperate situation, it was the only option he could think of. Meanwhile, the dragon unleashed another devastating attack, spewing torrents of fire as it used its dragon breath skill against the remaining adventurers. Alicia quickly summoned her wind spirit, Sylphid, to counter the attack. Just as the fiery breath was about to engulf them, Sylphid redirected and blocked the flames, shielding the group from harm. As Alicia held back the dragon's assault, the guild master of Golar stepped forward. Taking advantage of the distraction, he activated his skill Flying Blade and launched a precise strike at the beast. However, just as the attack was about to land, the wise dragon reacted instantly, activating its magic process skill. A massive stone wall erupted from the ground, intercepting the guild master's attack before it could reach its target. Wasting no time, the dragon retaliated. With terrifying precision, it cast two spells at once, Water Bullet and L/, sending powerful projectiles hurtling toward both Alicia and the guild master of Golar. Alicia and the guild master of Golar had no choice but to block the incoming attacks. As the dragon finally halted its assault, both of them stood battered and bruised. The guild master, catching his breath, found himself growing frustrated with the sheer variety of attacks the dragon was unleashing. Even though he had managed to block the last strike, the impact had still taken a toll on him. Observing that his opponents had survived, the dragon spoke, declaring that he would now use another skill and was eager to see if they could withstand it. Without hesitation, he activated Charge, the very same skill that Lankars had previously used to inflict heavy damage on him. The guild master's eyes widened in shock. He had never encountered a monster capable of copying its opponent's skills, and in that moment, he understood the terrifying nature of the Dragon of Wisdom. However, as the dragon prepared to unleash Charge, the guild master quickly turned to Alicia and pointed out a critical flaw. Just like Lankars, the dragon would be defenseless while the skill was charging. Realizing this, he urged Alicia to act immediately. If they were going to launch a counterattack, now was the perfect opportunity while the dragon remained vulnerable. As Alicia listened to the guild master, she quickly agreed with his plan. She then added that she would cover him while he launched the attack. Without hesitation, she activated her skill and summoned two more spirits, Ardil and Wakian. Channeling their magic, she infused the guild master's blade with elemental energy, enveloping it in a combination of water and lightning, transforming it into a water-enveloped sword and water-lightning blade. The guild master stared at his weapon in surprise, momentarily taken aback by its newfound power. However, there was no time to admire it. Without wasting another second, he charged straight toward the dragon, which remained defenseless as it continued charging its skill. But just as his blade was about to strike, a sudden realization struck him. Something about the situation felt wrong. His instincts screamed at him that this was a trap. Before he could react, his fears were confirmed. The dragon had lured him in deliberately. With no time to retreat, he was caught completely off guard. In an instant, the dragon lashed out with its tail, piercing straight through his body, impaling him through the middle. Alicia watched in horror as the guild master was struck down. A wave of shock and helplessness washed over her. No matter what they did, the dragon countered them at every turn, leaving her paralyzed, uncertain of what to do next. As Alicia struggled to process the unfolding nightmare, the dragon extended its telekinetic power and seized one of her spirits. Holding it firmly, the dragon spoke, remarking that spirits were a rare species and wondering how one might taste when consumed. A surge of panic overtook Alicia. Desperation filled her voice as she pleaded for the dragon to stop, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Without hesitation, the dragon opened its massive jaws and, within seconds, crushed the spirit between its teeth. Alicia collapsed to her knees, her body trembling as the horrifying reality sank in. She could not believe what had just happened, what she had just witnessed with her own eyes. Tears welled up as she muttered to herself, refusing to accept the truth. The dragon watched her despair with amusement before speaking once more. It explained that traditionally, charging techniques were meant to be used against opponents far stronger than oneself. While the technique left the user defenseless, it allowed them to unleash immense power in exchange. However, the dragon scoffed at the very idea, declaring that it had no need for such a strategy against mere insects like Alicia and the others. With a chilling tone, the dragon then posed a question, asking if she understood why it had resorted to such a deceitful tactic. Without waiting for a response, it continued, revealing its cruel intent. It had done so for one reason alone, to watch their expressions twist in despair. It relished the moment when they would believe, even for an instant, that they had a chance, only for that hope to be mercilessly crushed in the end. Tears streamed down Alicia's face as she sank into despair, having lost all hope. The wise dragon, reveling in her suffering, smirked as it loomed over her. It then spoke, declaring that it was now time to savor the taste of an elf. As it said this, it opened its massive jaws and lowered its head, preparing to consume her. Just as the dragon's mouth was about to close around Alicia, a sudden force struck its head with immense power. Rude, his body engulfed in a blazing red aura, had charged in, delivering a devastating blow that not only pushed the dragon back but also inflicted significant damage. Alicia gasped in shock at Rude's sudden arrival. However, as she looked closer, a sense of unease settled over her. Something was different about him. Calling out to check if he was all right, she watched as Rude, still radiating the powerful red energy, slowly stood up. Then, without warning, he let out a thunderous roar. The dragon, now severely wounded, reeled from the impact of Rude's attack. The damage to its face was especially severe. One of its eyes had been completely dislodged from its socket, and the blow had torn through its flesh so deeply that parts of its skull were now exposed. The sheer force of Rude's strike had left the once mighty creature battered and disfigured. Staggering back, the dragon took in the extent of its injuries and muttered to itself. Its body was still incomplete, and because of that, it was far more vulnerable than it should have been. It was only due to this imperfection that mere humans were able to inflict such devastating damage upon it. As the dragon muttered to itself, it shifted its gaze toward Rude, its eyes narrowing as it studied him. In that moment, it noticed something was different about him. Realization struck, and the dragon spoke, declaring that Rude had consumed the remnants of its eggshell. Because of this, he had transformed into a monster, losing his human senses in the process. Though overwhelmed by the immense power coursing through him, Rude still retained a sliver of control over his mind. He could feel an overwhelming surge of mana flooding his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not fully command his newfound strength. Alicia, sensing his struggle, tried to reassure him, telling him there was nothing to worry about and that everything would be fine. However, with each passing second, Rude's grip on himself weakened. The sheer power overtaking him made it harder to maintain control, and in the next instant, he lost himself entirely. Without meaning to, he lashed out, and his attack struck Alicia, sending her hurtling through the air. The force of the blow slammed her into the ground, leaving her barely conscious. Even as darkness threatened to consume her vision, her thoughts remained fixed on Rude. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she used every last ounce of strength to call out his name, her heart filled with worry for him, even after he had struck her down. As the dragon observed Rude losing control, it spoke once more, its voice laced with intrigue. It remarked that for Rude to have absorbed such an immense amount of mana from the dragon's body and yet still retain his human form was truly fascinating. However, the dragon added that it was only a matter of time before Rude succumbed to his transformation. With each passing second, he inched closer to becoming a true monster. Seeing this, the dragon dismissed Rude as unworthy of its time, deciding he was not even worth dealing with. Despite the dragon's words, Rude, still clinging to the last threads of his consciousness, could feel his body burning from within. The overwhelming surge of mana coursing through him threatened to consume him entirely. His body trembled under the strain, and he knew he would not be able to hold on much longer. Falling to his knees, he struggled desperately to suppress the raging power inside him. Just as he felt himself slipping further, a voice called out to him. It was the red-haired woman. She had returned, much to everyone's surprise, as they had assumed she had already escaped. Standing before him, she observed his struggle with a knowing smile. Looking at him with a mix of amusement and confidence, she remarked that his mana control was utterly lacking. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, declaring that she would help him regain control over his power. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Rude's back, and a soft blue aura emerged from her palm, flowing gently into his body. As the energy coursed through him, Rude gradually began to regain control. His breathing steadied, his vision cleared, and his consciousness slowly returned. He could hardly believe what was happening. The chaotic mana that had been overwhelming him was now harmonizing with his body in a way he had never experienced before. The dragon, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was visibly stunned. It had not anticipated Rude being able to regain control so quickly, let alone at all. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman retrieved Rude's sword and handed it back to him. As she did, she spoke with a smirk, instructing him to finish off the half-dead lizard. Rude, still processing everything that had just happened, glanced at her in confusion. He had no idea who she was or how she had managed to stabilize his mana so effortlessly. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked her who she was and how she had helped him. However, before she could answer, the dragon's enraged voice cut through the air. Seething with fury at being referred to as a mere half-dead lizard, the dragon roared in outrage. It declared that such insults toward a being of its stature were blasphemous and that they would suffer for their disrespect. Without hesitation, it lunged at Rude and the woman with immense force, its rage blinding its judgment. The red-haired woman, unfazed by the dragon's fury, merely chuckled. With an amused expression, she goaded it further, mocking how the so-called wise dragon, who prided itself on its knowledge, was now throwing a tantrum like a child simply because of a little taunting. Her words only fueled the dragon's anger further. Losing all composure, it launched a reckless, mindless attack straight at Rude. But just as its strike was about to land, Rude met the attack head-on, countering it with his own. In an instant, with a single, decisive swing of his weapon, he cleaved the dragon in two. The woman, watching from the side, smiled in satisfaction. She was genuinely impressed that Rude had been able to cut the dragon down with just one slash. Moments later, as the battlefield fell into silence following the dragon's defeat, Rude turned his attention to the wounded. Moving quickly, he used his thread manipulation skill to seal the wounds of the guild master of Goler. However, he struggled to tend to everyone's injuries, as nearly all the adventurers had sustained severe wounds from the battle. Despite his best efforts, it was clear that first aid alone wouldn't be enough. Frustration weighed on him as he spoke, admitting to the red-haired woman that he had done everything he could to stabilize the injured, but their wounds were too deep for him to heal completely. The woman took in the situation, her expression turning serious. She pointed out that aside from the two of them, everyone else was in critical condition. If they didn't act fast, it would be impossible to carry so many injured people out of the abyss on their own. She then asked Rude what their next course of action should be, whether they should wait for backup, try to carry the wounded back to town one by one, or call for help immediately. Before Rude could respond, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his body. A deep ache spread rapidly, and within seconds, he was writhing in agony, unable to contain his screams. The woman's eyes narrowed as she observed his state, immediately recognizing what was happening. She calmly noted that the backlash was finally catching up to him. She explained that she had forcibly controlled his mana to temporarily enhance his strength, but his body was now reaching its limit. As the woman finished speaking, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed through the collapsing labyrinth. Both Rude and the woman froze in shock. The voice belonged to none other than the dragon they had just defeated moments ago. Fury laced the dragon's tone as it cursed at them, vowing that it would not allow them to escape unscathed. Even in death, it swore to take their lives with it. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and a deep rumble spread through the cavern. Alarmed, Rude and the woman exchanged tense glances as they realized the entire labyrinth was destabilizing. Rude's gaze shifted upward to the ceiling, where massive cracks had begun to form. He quickly turned to the woman and shouted that the labyrinth was starting to collapse. The woman, assessing the situation, immediately understood the cause. She explained that the dragon had been serving as a substitute for the labyrinth core, and now that it was dead, the structure was beginning to fall apart. Without hesitation, she called out to Rude, urging him to escape as quickly as possible. Rude, however, hesitated. He knew they needed to flee, but the thought of abandoning the injured adventurers gnawed at him. His mind raced for a solution, but before he could act, his eyes widened in horror as he noticed a massive chunk of debris breaking loose from the ceiling, hurtling straight toward Alicia, who still lay unconscious on the ground. Without a second thought, Rude dashed toward her, pushing his body beyond its limits to reach her in time. Just as the debris came crashing down, he managed to pull her away, shielding her from harm. As he held her in his arms, Alicia's eyelids fluttered open, her voice weak as she softly called out his name. Hearing Alicia's voice, Rude immediately responded, telling her that he had defeated the wise dragon and that their only task now was to escape the collapsing labyrinth. Gently, he lowered her to the ground, allowing her to sit up. As she coughed, she managed to speak, telling Rude that she had always believed in him and never doubted that he would emerge victorious. Despite her words, Rude's concern for her deepened as he took in her weakened state. Without hesitation, he asked if she was all right. Alicia let out a faint chuckle before admitting that she had completely run out of mana and was unable to move. She then told Rude that he should escape on his own and leave her behind. Otherwise, both of them would perish within the collapsing labyrinth. Rude's expression darkened with fury upon hearing her words. He demanded to know how she could even suggest such a thing, making it clear that there was no way he would ever abandon her. As he scanned their surroundings, he realized that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. The labyrinth's structure continued to crumble, debris crashing down all around them. Frustration surged within him, and he cursed himself for not defeating the dragon sooner. If he had acted faster, the adventurers wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries, and they wouldn't be trapped in this dire situation. The woman shouted at Rude, urging him to hurry before they were buried alive in the collapsing labyrinth. However, Rude yelled back, declaring that he could not abandon his comrades and flee. He refused to run away while they were still in danger. Hearing his response, the woman simply turned and ran, calling out as she did. She admitted that she liked his personality but warned him that he was making the wrong choice, one that would lead to his death. As Rude watched her retreat, a sense of panic settled over him. If things continued like this, they would all be buried alive. He resolved that, at the very least, he should carry Alicia and escape with her. But just as he prepared to do so, the faces of his comrades who had fought alongside him against the wise dragon flashed through his mind. In that moment, he realized that he could not simply abandon them and save only himself and Alicia. He knew in his heart that it was not the right thing to do. Desperately, Rude began searching for a solution, trying to think of a way to save everyone. Before he could act, Alicia called out to him, pleading for him to run. She told him that this was what their comrades would have wanted. Lankars, still conscious despite his injuries, spoke up as well, echoing Alicia's words and urging Rude to escape while he still had the chance. Rude was startled to hear Lankars's voice, but before he could react, Lankars spoke again, his tone firm. He told Rude that if he intended to continue as an adventurer, he would inevitably face moments where he would lose comrades. With a commanding voice, Lankars added that if those who could survive did not choose to live, then what honor was left for those who had died? Rude understood the meaning behind Lankars's words, yet he still refused to accept the idea of leaving his comrades behind while he escaped alone. As he wrestled with his decision, the sound of movement echoed through the crumbling labyrinth. The monsters lurking within the depths began emerging, swarming toward the adventurers. Ebert, catching sight of the incoming horde, urgently called out to the others, warning them that the creatures of the labyrinth were gathering. Despite the worsening situation, Rude drew his sword, his resolve unshaken. With unwavering determination, he shouted to everyone that he would not abandon them and that he would not allow a single one of them to die. Over and over, he repeated those words, refusing to let fear or doubt take hold. Alicia, struggling to stand, pushed herself up with great effort. With a weak but desperate voice, she urged Rude once more to flee while he still had the chance. But Rude did not listen. He ignored the warnings of both Alicia and Lancaster and instead charged forward, his sword flashing as he threw himself into battle, determined to cut down the approaching monsters and protect his comrades. As Rude cut down the monsters, his voice rang out in fury, declaring that he would never run away and abandon his comrades. His anger burned as he reminded them that he had been called a scavenger, looked down upon, and disregarded until now. Turning to Alicia, he spoke with raw emotion, telling her that when she had invited him to join her team and accepted his secret, he had been truly happy. He continued, saying that when the guild had welcomed him as well, he had felt a deep sense of belonging, knowing that he had comrades who trusted and acknowledged him. Because of that, he vowed that he would never abandon them and flee alone. Everyone was stunned by his words, unable to believe how deeply Rude valued them. His voice carried conviction, reaching the hearts of those around him. As he spoke, a memory surfaced, words once spoken by the adventurer he admired. No matter how hard or painful things became, that adventurer had told him to never, ever give up. Fueled by that memory, Rude raised his voice once more, shouting for everyone to keep fighting and never surrender. Alicia and the others were moved by his unwavering determination, but just as hope surged within them, something caught their attention. Standing before Rude, despite the grievous wounds it had suffered, was none other than the wise dragon itself. Rude cursed loudly as he faced the wise dragon once more, vowing to himself that he would never give up. The dragon let out a deafening roar before lunging at him with a vicious attack, but Rude swiftly dodged and leapt into the air, his sword poised for a devastating strike. Just as he was about to bring his blade down, the dragon snapped its jaws shut around his arm, stopping his attack mid-air. Pain shot through him as he struggled against its grip, but he refused to surrender. Alicia's desperate voice called out to him in alarm, but Rude steeled himself, knowing he could not afford to falter. Determined to break free, he activated his skill, self-cut, and in one swift motion, severed his own trapped arm. As the severed limb fell away, Rude landed back on the ground, his breath ragged but his resolve unshaken. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword with his remaining hand, his determination unwavering. Summoning his strength, he activated regeneration, and within moments, his lost arm reformed, fully restored. Gripping his sword with both hands once more, he let out a powerful roar and charged at the dragon. His blade struck true, piercing deep into the beast's body. Without wasting a moment, he unleashed another skill, Wrapped Lightning, sending a surge of electricity coursing through the dragon's form. Sparks crackled violently as the beast convulsed under the powerful shock. As he poured every ounce of his strength into the attack, he held on to one final hope, that this would finally bring the dragon down. As Rude braced himself, expecting the dragon to finally fall, his hopes were shattered when the beast remained standing. Despite the relentless attacks he had unleashed, the wise dragon still clung to life, its body battered but its will unbroken. In a chilling, guttural voice, it repeatedly uttered a single word: massacre, a grim promise that it intended to kill every last adventurer in the labyrinth. Shock coursed through Rude as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He had given everything he had, exhausted every skill at his disposal, and yet the dragon refused to die. A wave of despair threatened to overtake him, but before he could gather his thoughts, the battle continued. The dragon, enraged, launched a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent Rude hurtling backward at terrifying speed. The impact should have been enough to crush him against the labyrinth's stone walls, but just before he collided, he suddenly stopped mid-air. Dazed, he slowly opened his eyes, his vision adjusting to the sight before him. A figure clad in medieval armor stood before him, holding him firmly, preventing the deadly collision. Confusion filled Rude's mind as he tried to process who this person was and why they had intervened. Before he could speak, the armored figure's voice rang out with reassurance. He told Rude that he had done well and that he no longer needed to worry. With unwavering confidence, he promised that they would all make it out of the labyrinth alive. That's all for today. Thanks for watching.